and ideas reshape humanity. Create an experience where they emerge thinking. Introduction. When Frank and I began the Jesus Incident series in 1978, we made only one agreement: that our work together would be fun, that at no time would the story interfere with friendship. We shook on that, as fellow natives of the Puyallup Valley are accustomed to do. We had been friends for a long time, and intended to keep the friendship. Writing a book together, like buying a car together, was something we approached with due caution. It was a little like getting married, this co-author business. As it turns out, each book in the series was marked by a personal tragedy for one or the other of us, but our stories saved us. Over 15 years, I never laughed so hard or so often with anyone as I did working with Frank. The Ascension Factor, a book that we had planned to enjoy together, weathered the greatest tragedy of them all. The book goes on. I guess that's the way it is with writers. Frank worked through the plotting and character development of the Ascension Factor, but circumstance left the last writing chore to me. After all these years, it was easy to keep him here looking over my shoulder, muttering one-liners as I wrote up the last of what we'd started. My greatest fear was that I would lose that sense of presence, of good companionship when this book ended. With Frank, of all people, I should have known better. Bill Ransom, Port Townsend, 1987. The quality of mercy is not strained, it droppeth as the gentle rain from heaven upon the place beneath. It is twice blessed, it blesseth him that gives and him that takes. 'Tis mightiest in the mightiest. William Shakespeare, The Merchant of Venice, Vachon Literature. Jephthah suffered the most exquisite pain for 3 days, and that was the point. The Warriors Union thugs were professionals. If he passed out, he simply wasted their time. In his 3 days at their hands, he had never passed out. They knew that he was no good to them right from the start. The rest of his agony had been the penalty he paid for wasting their time. When they were through tormenting him at last, they hooked him up, as he knew they would, to the obsidian cliff below the high reaches. Subversives were often hooked up to die in full view of the settlement. A lesson, the exact meaning of the lesson, was never clear. The 3 from the Warriors Union hooked him up there in the dark, as they'd taken him in the dark, and Jephthah thought them cowards for this. His left eyelid was less swollen than the right, and he managed to work it open. A pale hint of dawn pried the starry sky away from the black cheek of the sea. Pre-dawn lights of a commuter ferry wallowed a dark dockside down below him in the settlement. Like the rest, it loaded up the shift changes of workers at Project Voidship. Running lights from the submersible ferries flickered the night sea's blackness all the way from the settlement at Kalalach out to the project's launch tower complex. A maze of organic dikes and rock jetties fanned out both up and down coast of Kalalach, supporting the new aquaculture projects of Merman Mercantile, none of which had hired Jephthah, after his fishing gear had been seized and his license revoked. His partner had kept a couple of fish for himself instead of registering them dockside. The director's new economy prohibited this, and the director's henchmen made a lesson of the both of them. Under the opening sky of morning, Jephthah felt himself lighten, then separate from his body. He peeled the pain from himself, his self wriggling free of its wounded skin like a molted screet, and watched the sagging wretch of his flesh from atop a boulder a couple of meters away. This far south, Pandora's days lasted nearly 14 hours. He wondered how many more breaths he had left in his sack of cracked ribs and pain. Marika, he thought, my Marika and our 3 little Watts. The Warriors Union said they'd hunt them down too. They would think maybe she had something to tell. They would claim that his woman and their 3 little ones were dangerous, subversive. They would start on the children to make her talk, and she could say nothing, she knew nothing. Jephthah squeezed his good eye closed against his blood and shame. The director's special squad of the Warriors Union had pierced Jephthah's chest and back with maki hooks, steel fish hooks with a cruel incurve the size of his thumb. They caught the glimmer of fresh daylight like armor across his chest. The steel snaffles and cable leaders hung to his knees like a kilt. The glitter of the hooks, as well as the smell of his blood, would attract the dasher that would kill him. Jephthah had caught thousands of maki on hooks like these, set tens of thousands of these ganyans on hundreds of long lines. Most of them hung free now, clinking with his movements or the rare morning breeze. His weight hung from 24 of them, 12 puncturing the skin of his chest and 12 through his back. He thought this had a significance too. but they had not told him what it was. But they had told him what he'd wanted to know for years. The shadows are real. Jephthah played the thought over and over. The shadows are real. Everyone had heard about these shadows, but no one he knew had ever met one. Now, in the last few months, had come the mysterious broadcasts that came on the holo or the telly or the radio made by Shadowbox. Everybody said those were the work of the shadows. There were stories in every village about their fight to depose the director, Raja Flattery, and hamstring his hired muscle. The nightly news reported daily on shadow activities, detoured supplies, food theft, sabotage. Anything unpopular or harmful to the director's cause was laid at the shadow's hatch, including natural disasters. Shadowbox, using pirated airspace and great expertise, reported on the director. Jephthah had whispered around many a hatchway, trying to join up with the shadows, but no word came forward. Shadowbox had given him enough hope that he had set out to strike his own blow. He understood, now, that this was how the shadows worked. He'd wanted to destroy the seat of power itself, the main electrical station between the director's private compound and the sprawling manufacturing settlement adjacent to it, Kalalak. The power station that Jephthah chose was a hydrogen retrieval plant that supplied hydrogen, oxygen, and electricity to all of the subcontractors in the director's space program. Blowing the plant would set Flattery's precious project Voidship and his orbiting factory on its heels for a while. The poor of the town were used to doing without, Jephthah reasoned. Thousands didn't even have electricity. It would be this new Voidship project and Flattery who would be most crippled. He should have known that the director's security had already thought of that. The interrogation had been very old-fashioned, as most of them were. He had been caught easily and forced to stand naked under a hood for 3 days while being tortured for nothing. Now a host of steel snaffles clinked against hooks whenever any of his muscles moved. His wounds, for the most part, had stopped bleeding. That just made the fly sting him more. 2 poisonous flatwings crawled his left leg, fluttering their wings in some ritual dance, but neither bit. Dashers, he prayed. If it's anything, let it be dashers and quick. That was what they'd hung him out there for, dasher bait. The hooded dasher would strike him hard, as is their habit, then it would get hung up on the maki hooks and snare itself. The hide would bring a pretty price in the village market. It was an amusement to the security guards, and he'd heard them planning to split the change they'd get for the hide. He didn't want to be nibbled to death. A dasher would accommodate him nicely. His mouth was so dry from thirst that his lips split every time he coughed.
And ideas reshape humanity. Create an experience where they emerge thinking. In this hungry downslide of his life, Jephthah had dared to hope for 2 things: to join up with the shadows and to glimpse her holiness, Crista Galli. He had tried his best with the shadows. Here, chained to the rocks overlooking the director's compound, Jephthah watched the stirrings of the great household through his darkening vision. One of them might be her, he thought. He was lightheaded, and he puffed his chest against the hooks and thought, if I were a shadow, I'd get her out of there. Crista Galli was the wholly innocent, a mysterious young woman born deep in the wild kelp beds 24 years ago. When Flattery's people blew up a rogue kelp bed 5 years back, Crista Galli surfaced with the debris. How she'd been raised by the kelp underwater and delivered back to humankind was one of those mysteries that Jephthah and his family accepted simply as miracle. It was rumored that Crista Galli held the hope for Pandora's salvation. People claimed that she would feed the hungry, heal the sick, comfort the dying. The director, a chaplain psychiatrist, kept her locked away. She needs protection, Flattery had said. She grew up with the kelp. She needs to know what it is to be human. How ironic that Flattery would set out to teach her how to be human. Jephthah knew now, with the clarity of his pain transcendence, that she was the director's prisoner down there as much as all Pandorans were his slaves. Except for now, at the base of the high reaches, Jephthah's chains had been invisible. Hunger chains, propaganda chains, the chain of fear that rattled in his head like cold teeth. He prayed that the security would not find Marika and the Watts. The settlement sprawled. People hid people like fish among fish. Maybe. He shook his head, clinking the terrible hooks and snaffles. He felt nothing, except the cool breeze that wafted up from morning low tide. It brought the familiar iodine scent of kelp decomposing on the beach. There, at that port high in the main building, the glimpse was gone, but Jefta's heart raced. His good eye was not focusing, and a new darkness was upon him, but he was sure that the form he'd seen had been the pale Crista Galli. She can't know of this, he thought. If she knew what a monster Raja Flattery is, and she could do it, she would destroy him. Surely, if she knew, she would save us all. His thoughts again turned to Marika and the Watts. The thoughts were not so much thoughts as dreams. He saw her with the children, hand in hand, traversing an up-coast field in the sunlight. The single sun was bright but not scorching. There were no bugs. Their bare feet were cushioned by the fleshy blossoms of 1,000 kinds of flowers. A dasher shrieked from somewhere below, jerked him out of his dream. He knew there was no field without bugs, nowhere on Pandora to stroll barefoot through blossoms. He knew that Vashon Security and the Warriors Union were known for their persistence, their efficiency, their ruthlessness. They were after his wife and their children, and they would find them. His last hope was that the Dasher would find him before they hooked what was left of Marika up here by his side. Again, we have let another chaplain psychiatrist kill tens of thousands of us Islander and Merman alike. This new CP, Raja Flattery, calls himself the Director, but he will see. We have kissed the ring and bared the throat for the last time. First Shadowbox broadcast, 5 Bonrati 493. First light through the single plasma glass pane stroked a plain white pillow with its rosy fingers. It outlined the sparse but colorful furnishings of this cubby in shades of gray. The cubby itself, though squarely on land and squarely gridded to a continent, reflected traditions of a culture freely afloat for nearly 5 centuries on Pandora's seas. These islanders, the bio-wizards of Pandora, grew everything. They grew their cups and bowls, the famous chair dogs, insulation, bondable organics, rugs, shelves, and the islands themselves. This cubby was organically furnished, and under the old law, warranted a heft of supply chits that converted easily to food coupons. Black market coupons were a cheap enough price for the Director to pay to assimilate the islander culture that had been dashed to the rocks the day he splashed down on the sea. As the grip of dawn strengthened into morning, it further brightened the single wall hanging of clasped hands that enriched this small cubby. Red and blue fish swam the border, their delicate fins interlacing broad green leaves of kelp. Orange fin and blue leaf joined at the foot of the hanging to form a stylized oracle. The tight stitch of the pattern and its crisp colors all rippled with the progress of dawn. A sleeper's chest rose and fell gently on the bed beneath them. The night and its shadows shrank back from the plasma glass window at the head of the bed. Islanders had always enjoyed the light, and in building their islands they let it in wherever they could. They persisted in light, even though most of them were now solidly marooned on land. In their undersea dwellings, mermen put pictures on their walls of the things they wall out. Islanders preferred the light, the breezes, the smells of life, and the living. This cubby was small and spare, but legal. This was a legal cubby, regularly inspected, a part of the shopkeeper's quarters. It was a second-floor street room above the new Ace of Cups coffee shop at Kalalak Harbor. A huge white cup swung from a steel rod beneath the window. Almost synchronous with the sleeper's breathing came the slup-slup of waves against the bulkhead below. Respirations caught, then resumed at the occasional splashings of awakening squawk and the wind chime effect of sail riggings that clapped against a host of masts. Dawn brightened the room enough to reveal a seated figure beside the bed. The posture was one of alert stillness. This stillness was broken by an occasional move of cup to mouth, then back to the knee. The figure sat, back to the wall, beside the plaza, and facing the hatch. First light glinted from a shining, intricately inlaid islander cup of hardwood and mother-of-pearl. The hand that held the cup was male, neither delicate nor calloused. The figure leaned forward once, noting the depth of the sleeper's odd, open-eyed slumber. The progress of light across the bay outside their room was reflected in the hardening of shadows inside, and their relentless crawl.
The watcher, Ben Ozette, pulled the cover higher over the sleeper's bare shoulder to ward off morning dampness. The pupils in her green irises stayed wide with the onset of dawn. He closed her eyes for her with his thumb. She didn't seem to mind. The shudder that passed over him uncontrollably was not due to the morning chill. She was a picture of white hair, eyelashes, eyebrows, and a very fair porcelain skin. Her shaggy white hair was cropped around her face, falling nearly to her shoulders in the back. It was a perfect frame to those green, bright eyes. His hand strayed to the pillow, then back. His profile in the light revealed the high cheekbones, aquiline nose, and high eyebrows of his merman ancestry. In his years as a reporter for Holovision, Ben Ozette had become famous, his face as familiar planet-wide as that of a brother or a husband. Listeners worldwide recognized his voice immediately. On their Shadowbox broadcasts, however, he became writer and camera master, and Rico got out in the lights, in disguise, of course. Now their family, friends, co-workers would feel the snap of Flattery's wrath. They hadn't exactly had time to plan. During their weekly interviews, they both noticed how everyone, including compound security, stayed well out of microphone range as they taped. The next time, they walked the grounds as they taped, interviewing with gusto. Then last night, they simply walked out. Rico did the rest. The prospect of being hunted by Flattery's goons dried Ben's mouth a little.
And ideas reshape humanity. Create an experience where they emerge thinking. He sipped a little more water. Maybe it's true. Maybe she's a construction, he thought. She's too perfectly beautiful to be an accident. If the director's memos were right, she was a construction, something grown by the kelp, not someone born of a human. When dredged up at sea, she was judged by the examining physician to be a green-eyed albino female, about 20, in respiratory distress secondary to ingestion of seawater, agitated, recent memory excellent, remote memory judged to be poor, possibly absent. It had been 5 years since she washed out of the sea and into the news, and in that 5 years, Flattery had allowed no one but his lab people near her. Ben has asked to do the story out of curiosity, and wound up pursuing more than he'd bargained for. He'd learned to hate the director, and as he watched Crista's fitful sleep, he wasn't the least bit sorry. He had to admit that yes, he knew from the first that it had always been a matter of time. He'd fought Flattery and Holovision too openly and too long. A recent Shadowbox accused Holovision of being a monopoly of misinformation, Flattery's propaganda agent that would not regain credibility until it became worker-owned. Ben had leveled the same attack at the production assistant the previous day. Ben found himself being preempted by propagandistic little specials that Flattery's technicians were grinding out. Ben and Rico had bought or built their own cameras and laser bases to minimize the company's intimidation and Flattery's interference. Now they had full-time, non-paying jobs as air pirates with Shadowbox. And fugitives, he thought. Ben Ozette eased back into the old chair dog and let the sleeper lie. Of all the deadliness on Pandora, this sleeper could be the most deadly. It was rumored that people had died at her touch, and this was not just the director's professional rumor mill. Ben had dared touch her, and he was not yet one of the dead. It was rumored she was very, very bright. He whispered her name under his breath. Crista Galli. Her breathing skipped. She sniffed once, twice, and settled down. Crista Galli had green eyes. Even now they opened ever so slightly, turning toward the sun, visible but not.
Cleared the frog from her throat. Beatrice always had drowning dreams at the Merman launch site, but this one started a little early. It's the ungodly press of water everywhere. She shuddered, though the temperature of this station down under was comfortably regulated. She shuddered at the aftermath of her dream and at the prospect of escorting the 3 organic mental cores into orbit. The thought of the brains without bodies that would navigate the void beyond the visible stars always laced her spine with a finger of ice. Temperature was also comfortably regulated aboard the orbiter, where she was scheduled to be shuttled in a matter of hours. It would be none too soon. Life groundside did not attract her anymore. Somehow, the surgical vacuum of space surrounding the orbiter never bothered her at all. Her family had been islanders, drift ninnies. Hers had been the first generation to live on land in 4 centuries. Islanders took to the open spaces of land life better than mermen, who still preferred their few surviving undersea settlements. Logic couldn't stop Beatrice from squirming at the idea of a few million kilos of ocean overhead. The humidity in the ferry locks clamped its clammy hand over her mouth and nose. It would be worse at the launch site. Most of the full-time workers down under were mermen, and they processed their air with a high humidity. She sighed a lot when she worked down under. She sighed again now when her ferry's tones warned her that she would be underway to the launch site in a matter of minutes. The loading crowd of shift workers bound for the site rumbled the deck on the level above her. The drone of hundreds of feet across the metal loading plates made Beatrice squeeze her eyelids tighter yet to keep her mind from conjuring their faces. The laborers were barely more active, had barely more flesh on their bones than the refugees that clustered at Kalalak's sad camps. The laborers' eyes, when she'd seen them, reflected the hint of hope. The eyes of the people in the camps were too dull to reflect anything, even that. Imagine something pretty, she thought, like a highlighter crossing the horizon at sunset. It depressed Beatrice to take the ferries. By her count, she'd slept nearly 5 hours in the waiting room while a hyper-alert security squad leader sprang a white-glove search on the ferry, its passengers, and their possessions. She reminded herself to check all equipment when the security was done, a discipline she picked up from Ben. Holovision's equipment was junk, so she, Ben, and their crews built their own hardware to suit themselves. It would be tempting to a security with cousins in the black market. She sighed again, worried about Ben and worried about the insidious business of the security squad. I know that he and Rico are behind that shadow box, she thought. They have their distinctive style, whether they shuffle the deck and deal each other new jobs or not. About a year ago, the second time Shadowbox jammed out the news and inserted their own show, she nearly approached Rico, wanting in. But she knew they'd left her out for a reason, so she let it go and took out the hurt on more work. Now she thought she knew the real reason she'd been left out. They need somebody on the outside, she thought. I'm their wild card. She had been called in to replace the missing Ben on Newsflash last night, reading, Ben Ozette, on assignment in Sappho. Knowing full well that his assignment this star day, as it had been every star day for 6 weeks, had been Crista Galli herself, inside the director's personal compound and under the director's supervision. He was with her at the time she was missing. His presence wasn't mentioned anywhere. He's missing too, and the Holovision high brass is covering it up. That scared her. Orders to cover up whatever happened to Ben made the whole thing real. She had thought somehow that she and Ben and Rico were immune to the recent ravages of the world. Paid witnesses, Ben had called the 3 of them. We are the eyes and ears of the people. Lamps, Rico had laughed, a little buzzed on Boo. We're not witnesses, we're lamps. Beatrice had read on the air exactly what the Newsflash producer had written for her because there hadn't been time for questions. She saw now how deliberate it had been to catch her off guard. Holovision had incredible resources in people and equipment, and she meant to use them to see that Ben didn't disappear. Ben's not just a witness this time, she cautioned herself. He'll ruin everything. She had loved him once for a long time. Or perhaps she had been intimate with him once for a long time and had just now come to love him. Not in the other way of loving, the electric moments. It was too late for that. They had simply lived through too much horror together that no one else could understand. She had recently shared some electric moments with Dr. Dwarf McIntosh, after thinking for so long that such feelings would never rise in her again. Beatrice blinked her raw eyes awake. She turned her face away from the light and sat up straight on a metal bench. Nearby, a guard coughed discreetly. She wished for the clutter of her Project Voidship office aboard the orbiter. Her office was a few dozen meters from the current control hatch and Dr. Dwarf McIntosh. Her thoughts kept flying back to Mac and to her shuttle flight to him that was still a few hours away. Beatrice was tired. She'd been tired for weeks, and these constant delays exhausted her even more.
She hadn't had time to think, much less rest, since the director had her shuttling between the Project Voidship special and the news. Now today she was doing 3 jobs, broadcasting from 3 locations. She rode to the orbiter on the shoulders of the greatest engines built by humankind. When she blasted off Pandora, her cluttered office aboard the orbiter became the eye of the storm of her life. No one, not even flattery, could reach her there. The tones sounded again, and seemed distinctly longer, sadder. Final boarding call. The tones once again made her think of Ben, who was still not found, who might be dead. He was no longer her lover, but he was a good man. She rubbed her eyes. A young security captain with very large ears entered the waiting room hatch. He nodded his head as a courtesy, but his mouth remained firm. "The search is finished," he said. "My apologies. It would be best for you to board now." She stood up to face him, and her clothing clung to her in sleepy folds. "My equipment, my notes haven't been released yet," she said.
And ideas reshape humanity. Create an experience where they emerge thinking, it won't do me a bit of good to... He stopped her with a finger to his lips. He had 2 fingers and a thumb on each hand, and she tried to remember which of the old islands carried that trait. Orcas? Kamino? He smiled with the gesture, showing teeth that had been filed to horrible points, rumored to be the mark of one of the death squads that called themselves the Bite. "Your belongings are already aboard the ferry," he said. "You are famous, so we recognize your needs. You will have the privacy of a stateroom for the crossing and a guard to escort you." But his hand was on her elbow, guiding her out the hatchway. "We have delayed the ferry while you board," he said. "For the sake of the project, please make haste." She was already out in the passageway, and he was propelling her toward the ferry's lower boarding section. "Wait," she said, "I don't think—" "You have a task already awaiting you at the launch site," the captain said. "I am to inform you that you will be doing a special news break there shortly after arrival and before your launch." He handed her the messenger that she usually carried at her hip. "Everything's in here," he said, and grinned. Beatrice felt that he was entirely too happy for her own comfort. Certainly the sight of his teeth gave her no comfort at all. She was curious, in her journalistic way, about the hows and whys of the death squads. Her survival instinct overrode her curiosity. The security escort met them at the gangway. He was short, young, and loaded down with several of her equipment bags. "A pleasure to have met you," the captain said, with another slight bow. He handed her a stylus and an envelope. "If you please, for my wife. She admires you and your show very much." "What is her name?" "Anna." Beatrice wrote in a hasty hand, "For Anna, for the future," and signed it with the appropriate flourish. The captain nodded his thanks, and Beatrice climbed aboard the ferry. She had barely cleared the second lock when she felt it submerge. Worship isn't really love. An object of worship can never be itself. Remember that people love people, and vice versa. People fear gods. Dwarf Macintosh, Kelp Master, current control. The early morning light clarified the new drift that Ben's life had taken. He knew that he would use Crista's holy image on Shadowbox, much as flattery had used it on Holovision, to manipulate the people of Pandora. He would use Crista to whip them up against flattery. He knew that doing this would further bury her humanity, her womanhood. Knowing he would do it cost him something too. He vowed it would not cost them their love, that he already felt filling the space between them. There would be a way. Damn, Ben had not wanted anything to step between himself and the story he'd set out to get. Now he was the lead story on primetime. He and Crista had watched the Holovision news break the night before in one of the Zavatan's underground chambers. Though it didn't surprise him, he found it ironic that Beatrice was taking his place. "Good evening, ladies and gentlemen," she began. "I'm Beatrice Tatouche, standing in for Ben Ozette, who is on assignment in Sappho. In our headlines this evening, Crista Galli was abducted a few hours ago from her quarters in the preserve. 8 armed terrorists thought to be shadows." Maybe she thought she was doing me a favor, he thought, but it was no favor, at least not to Ben. He was not on assignment in Sappho, and there had been no 8 armed terrorists. Beatrice read the lines that Flattery's hired maggot fed her. Wrapped up as she was in the Orbiter and Project Voidship, she probably didn't know the difference.
Ben wondered what was going on in the boardroom of Holovision right now. Holovision was owned by Merman Mercantile, and the director had acquired control of Merman Mercantile through bribery, manipulation, extortion, and assassination. This was the story that Ben had begun to broadcast on Shadowbox. What had started as the biggest story of his life had become an act that would change his life forever, probably change Crista's life forever, and perhaps save the people of Pandora from the director's backlash of poverty and hunger. Now Crista was hiding out with him. He had touched her and lived. He had kissed her and lived. Even now it took great self-control to keep Ben from moving that pale lock of hair out of the corner of her mouth, to keep from caressing her forehead, to keep from slipping underneath the silky cover. And, "You're too young to be an old fool," he thought, "so stop acting like one. You could be a dead fool." He reflected on the combined coincidence, fate, or divine inspiration that had brought them together, at this time, in this cubby, on this world a millennium at light speed from the origins of humans themselves. It had taken thousands of years, travel from star to star, the near annihilation of humankind, to bring Ben and Crista Galli together. Avata, too, had been nearly annihilated, but a few kelp genes were safely tucked away in most Pandoran humans. Perhaps they were all altered for eternity, and these stray bits of the genetic code would bring them together at last. Why, he wondered, why us? This was one of those times when Ben wished for a normal life. He did not want to be the salvation of society, the species, or anybody's salvation but his own. Things weren't working out that way, and it was too late now to change that. Now, against his better judgment, he was once again in love with an impossible woman. In the long scheme of things, Crista was much more human than Avaton, at least in appearance. What her kelpness held in check was anyone's guess, including Crista's. In theory, it meant she had many complete minds, capable of thinking and acting independently. This had been discovered in one of the director's cherished studies. Crista herself had exhibited only one personality during her 5 years under scrutiny, and it was the one subject that she was reluctant to speak of with Ben. She was alleged to be the daughter of Vata, and Vata was the holy child of the poet-prophet Karo Panil and Wala Taolini. Vata had been conceived in a thrash of human limbs and the intrusion of Avaton tendrils and spores inside the cabin of a sabotaged LTA centuries ago. She was born with a total genetic memory and some form of thigmo-communication common to the kelp. She lay comatose for merely 2 centuries. The human purported to be Crista's father, Duque, had Avaton characteristics instilled through his mother's egg in the labs of the infamous Jesus Lewis, the bioengineer who once wiped out the kelp body of Avata. He very nearly destroyed humanity along with the kelp. Vata was the beloved saint of Pandora, symbol of the union of humanity with the gods, voice of the gods themselves. Crista Galli, beloved of Ben Ozette, was no less godlike in her power and mystery, in her beauty, in the shadow of death about her. This did not make loving her easy. Ben knew that the kelp Avata had been the survival key to humans on Pandora. It was difficult, maybe impossible, for humans to relate to a sentient kelp. And this new kelp was not the same creature that the pioneers had encountered. Ben had studied the histories enough to agree with the experts. This kelp was fragmented. It was not the single sentient being of old. Many of the faithful among the people of Pandora claimed that this was why Avata formed Crista Galli, to present itself in an acceptable form. This theory was fast gaining support. Then, what does it want? To live. The sudden thought intruded on his mind like a shout, startling him alert. It was a voice he almost recognized. He listened deep inside himself, head tilted, but nothing more came. The sleeper still slept. The kelp, the body of Avata, was responsible for the stability of the very planet itself.
And ideas reshape humanity. Create an experience where they emerge thinking, one moon had pulverized itself to asteroids, while several continents had ripped apart like tissue paper after the kelp was killed off by the bioengineer Jesus Lewis now. The kelp was replanted, and the land masses returned after a couple of centuries under the sea. Humans were relearning to live on land as well on or undersea. It pained Ben that people were still just scratching in dirt when they should be thriving. That's the director's fault, he reminded himself, not the kelp's. The director refused to recognize publicly the sentience of the kelp and used it simply as a mechanism, a series of powerful switches that controlled worldwide currents and, to some degree, weather. Everyone knew this was getting more difficult daily. There was more kelp daily, and very little of it was hooked up to current control. The kelp is resisting, he thought. When it breaks completely free, I want it to have a conscience. Ben's diligent research, with a few leads from Crista, uncovered the secret reports, and he knew the real depth of Flattery's interest in what one paper called the Avaton phenomenon. Ben had spoken with the Zavatans, monks in the hills who used the kelp in their rituals. Crista says the director should be consulting the kelp, he thought, and I get the same story from those monks. She stirred again, and he knew she would wake soon. She would see the dockside shops fill with vendors and hear the morning calls from the street of, "Milk, juices, eggs, we have licensed squawk eggs today." This was one of the many small pleasures that the director had denied her human companionship. Ben knew that he, too, in his way, would deny her this. For now, he reminded himself, soon we will have all the time in the world together. From the coffee shop below, he could hear the faint scrape of furniture, the metallic clink of utensils and china. Ben Ozette leaned back against the wall and let out a long, slow breath. Though he'd refused to admit it until now, he was surprised to be alive. He'd not only touched the forbidden Crista Galli, but he'd kissed her. It was 12 hours later and he was still breathing. They'd made it through the night without Vashan security hunting them down. He waited for Crista to wake, for Rico's code knock at the door, to see what they would make of the rest of their lives. When you see a cloud rising in the west, you say at once, a shower is coming, and so it comes to pass. And when you see the south wind blow, you say, there will be a scorching heat, and so it comes to pass. You hypocrites, you know how to judge the face of the sky and of the earth, but how is it that you do not judge this time? Jesus Crista Galli's first memory of waking up that morning on Kalalach was of the way the light caught the carved cup in Ben Ozette's hand, and of his hand. She wanted that hand to touch her, to brush her cheek or rest on her shoulder. It was so still, that hand balancing the cup on his knee, that she lay there for a while wondering whether he had fallen asleep sitting up beside the bed. She shuddered at the thought of sitting in one of those pieces of ghastly islander furniture, a living creature that they called chair dog. Kalalach, too, was waking outside. She heard the stirrings of people and the stutter of engines starting as the dozer and crawler crews headed for another day's work advancing the perimeter. The hungry and homeless of a dozen grounded islands also woke from their sleep in the gritty folds of Greater Kalalach. Crista listened to the closer, warmer sound of Ben's quiet breathing. God, she thought, what if I'd killed him? She stifled a giggle, imagining the news lead as Ben himself might have written it. Holovision's popular nightly news correspondent Ben Ozette was kissed to death last night on assignment. The warmth, the taste of that kiss replayed itself in her mind. This was her first kiss, the one she'd nearly given up on. Ben suffered no ill effects, which she attributed to the action of Flattery's daily dose of antidote still in her system. Yet she had received the flood of Ben's past with the touch of his lips to her own, a cascade of memories, emotions, and fear that nearly paralyzed her with its unexpected clarity and force. There were these matters of his life that she preferred not to know. Ben's first kiss, a pretty redhead, his last kiss, Beatrice Tatouche. Both of these and more lingered on her own lips. She witnessed his first lovemaking through the memory of his cells, witnessed his birth, the sinking of Güemes Island, the deaths of his parents. His memories impregnated her very cells, waiting for her own emotional trigger that would call them to life. She had received his memories with his kiss, too stunned to tell him. Her dreams that night were his dreams, his memories. She saw Shadowbox as he saw it, as the organ of truth in a body riddled with lies. She knew that he, like herself, was vulnerable and lonely and had a life to live for others. She did not want to keep this from him, the fact that she now owned his life. She did not want to lose him now that they had finally found each other, and she did not want to be the death of him either.
Ben was not afraid of the tingle, as people called it, this kelp death that supposedly lurked in her touch, as it did in some kelp, within her very chemistry. Sometimes she didn't believe it either. Flattery himself had developed the antidote, which he saw to that she received daily. It did not diminish the chemical messages she received, such as Ben's memories. It merely muted those that her body might send. Still, none dared touch her, and all of her attendants in Flattery's compound kept her at a safe distance. This was the first morning in her memory that she did not wake up to attendance, endless tests, to the difficult task of being a revered prisoner in the great house of the director. Crista had slept the refreshing sleep of the newborn, in spite of their escape, their hiding, her first kiss. An emptiness rumbled through her stomach as delicious aromas rose to her of pastries, hot breads, coffee. Somewhere beneath them, hot civet sizzled on a grill. Meat was something she craved. Flattery's lab techs had explained this to her, some mumbo-jumbo about her Avaton genes affecting her protein synthesis, but she knew this simply as hunger. She also hungered for fresh fruits of all kinds and nuts and grains. The very thought of a salad gagged her, and always had. Though they'd fled here in the night, Crista had memorized the Warren-like underground system they took to get from the director's complex at the preserve to this islander community at Kalalach. She was reminded of the maze of kelpways down under. She knew nothing of the local geography, save that she was near the sea, relieving some other hunger that rumbled within. She heard the sea now, a wet pulse over the babble of street vendors and the increasing traffic of the day. Pandorans were an early lot, she'd heard, but unhurried. It is difficult for the hungry to hurry. Only a very few remained on their traditional organic islands. Drifting the seas had become much too dangerous a life in this day of jagged coastlines and sea lanes choked with kelp. The majority who settled landside still called themselves islander and retained their old manners of dress and custom. Those islanders whom she'd known at the preserve compound were either servants or security, close-mouthed about their lives outside Flattery's great basalt walls. Many were horribly mutated, a revulsion to Flattery, but a fascination to her. Crista Galli tucked the cover under her chin and stretched backward, unfolding to the sunlight, aware of some new modesty in the company of Ben Ozette. She had all of the intimacies of his life stored in her head now, and she was afraid of what he might think of her if he knew. She felt herself flush, a bit of a voyeur, as she remembered his first night with Beatrice. Ben suffered no ill effects, which she attributed to the action of Flattery's daily dose of antidote still in her system. Yet she had received the flood of Ben's past with the touch of his lips to her own, a cascade of memories, emotions, and fear that nearly paralyzed her with its unexpected clarity and force. There were these matters of his life that she preferred not to know. Ben's first kiss, a pretty redhead. His last kiss, Beatrice Tatouche. Both of these and more lingered on her own lips. She witnessed his first lovemaking through the memory of his cells, witnessed his birth, the sinking of Güemes Island, the deaths of his parents. His memories impregnated her very cells, waiting for her own emotional trigger that would call them to life. She had received his memories with his kiss, too stunned to tell him. Her dreams that night were his dreams, his memories. She saw Shadowbox as he saw it, as the organ of truth in a body riddled with lies. She knew that he, like herself, was vulnerable and lonely and had a life to live for others. She did not want to keep this from him, the fact that she now owned his life. She did not want to lose him now that they had finally found each other, and she did not want to be the death of him either. Ben was not afraid of the tingle, as people called it, this kelp death that supposedly lurked in her touch as it did in some kelp, within her very chemistry. Sometimes she didn't believe it either. Flattery himself had developed the antidote, which he saw to that she received daily. It did not diminish the chemical messages she received, such as Ben's memories. It merely muted those that her body might send. Still, none dared touch her, and all of her attendants in Flattery's compound kept her at a safe distance. This was the first morning in her memory that she did not wake up to attendance, endless tests, to the difficult task of being a revered prisoner in the great house of the director. Crista had slept the refreshing sleep of the newborn, in spite of their escape, their hiding, her first kiss. An emptiness rumbled through her stomach as delicious aromas rose to her of pastries, hot breads, coffee. Somewhere beneath them, hot civet sizzled on a grill. Meat was something she craved. Flattery's lab techs had explained this to her, some mumbo-jumbo about her Overthrow genes affecting her protein synthesis, but she knew this simply as hunger. She also hungered for fresh fruits of all kinds and nuts and grains. The very thought of a salad gagged her, and always had. Though they'd fled here in the night, Crista had memorized.
And ideas reshape humanity. Create an experience where they emerge thinking, men are so strange, Crista thought. He'd brought her here on the run from Voshan security, and the director assured her that they were safely hidden in this tiny cubby. Then he sat up all night beside her, rather than join her in bed. He'd already proven immune to her deadly touch, and she liked the kiss as much as the daring gesture of the kiss. The attentions of other men, the director among them, had taught her something of the power of her beauty. Ben Ozette was attracted to her. That had been clear the first time she'd looked into his eyes. They were green, something like her own, only darker. She treasured the one magic kiss they had shared before she slept. She treasured his memories that now were hers, the family she shared with him, his lovers. Her reverie was interrupted by a shriek in the street below, then a long, high-voiced wail that chilled her in spite of her warm bed. She lay quiet while Ben set aside his cup and rose to the window. They found someone, she thought, someone who's been killed. Ben had told her about the bodies in the streets in the morning, but it was something too far from her life to imagine. The death squads leave them for a lesson, he said. Bodies are there in the mornings for people to see when they go to work, when they take the children to their creche. Some have no hands, some have no tongues or heads, some are mutilated obscenely. If you stop to look, you are questioned. Do you know this man? Come with us. No one wants to go with them. Sooner or later, a wife is notified, or a mother, or a son. Then the body is removed. Ben had seen hundreds of such bodies in his work, and she had glimpsed these the night before in the speedy unreeling of his memories into her own. This wail, she thought, must come from a mother who had just found her dead son. Crista was not tempted to look outside. Ben returned to his watch at her bedside. Had he seen anything of her when she kissed him? Such a thing happened sometimes with the kelp, but seldom any more with herself. It happened with others who'd touched her. First, the shock of wide-eyed disbelief, then the unfocused eyes and the trembling, at last the waking and the registry of stark terror, for those who had been lucky enough to wake. What did I show them, she wondered? Why some and not all? She had studied the kelp's history and found no help there, precious little comfort. She still smoldered over some research text's pointed reference to her family tree. She remembered how she had been kept alive down under by the cilia of the kelp that probed the recesses of her body. She received the ministrations of the mysterious, nearly mythological swimmers, the severest of human mutations. Adapted completely to water, swimmers resembled giant gilled salamanders more than humans. They occupied caves, oracles, abandoned merman outposts, and some kelp lagoons. She had been one with the kelp, more kelp than human, for her first 19 years. There were some of Flattery's people who thought that she had been manufactured by the kelp, but she herself believed that couldn't be true. A lot of other Pandorans sported the green-eyed gene of the kelp, including Ben. At a little over 1.5 meters tall, she could look over the heads of most women, and looked most men nearly in the eye. Her surface network of blue veins was slightly more visible than other people's, because she was nearly pale enough to be translucent. The blood in her veins was red, based on iron, and incontrovertibly human facts that had been established her first day out of the kelp. Her full lips puckered slightly when she was thinking, hanging on the edge of a kiss. Her straight, slender nose flared slightly at the nostrils, and flared even more when she was angry, another emotion she dared not indulge among Flattery's people. Crista had been educated by the touch of the kelp, which infused in her certain genetic memories of the humans that it had encountered. Before Flattery took power, most humans contacted the kelp by being buried at sea. She had to shut out the flood of memories that came rolling in with the sounds of the nearby waves. She treated herself to another languorous stretch, then turned to Ben. "Did you sit up all night?" "Couldn't sleep anyway," he said. He stood slowly, working out the kinks in his body, then sat on the edge of her bed. Crista sat up and leaned against his shoulder. The disturbance below their window was gone. They faced the Plaz, the morning sunlight off the bay, and Crista was lulled into a half-sleep by the warmth from the window, the coziness of Ozette beside her, and the harmonious chatter of the street vendors. In the distance, she heard the heavy machinery of construction tear into the hills. "Will we leave here soon?" she asked. She was invigorated by the sunlight, the plop 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 of waves against the bulkhead, and a whiff of broiling sebet on the air. The years of lies and imprisonment at the hands of the director washed through her like a current of cold blood. Every morning that she had awakened in his compound, she simply wanted to curl up under those covers and doze. Today, wherever Ben Ozette was going, Crista was going with him. Someone whistled at their hatch, a short musical phrase repeated once. It was the same kind of whistle language that she'd heard from dockside the night before. Ozette grunted, rapped twice on the deck. A single whistle replied. "Our people," he said. "They will move us this morning, much as I'd like to show you the neighborhood. Rico is setting it up. The whole world knows by now that you're gone. The reward for your return, and for my head, will be enough to tempt even good people, on either side. There is much hunger." "I can't go back there," she said. "I won't. I have seen the sky. You kissed me." He smiled at her, offered her a drink of his water. But he did not kiss her. She knew that he would be killed if caught, that Flattery had already signed his death warrant. The Warriors Union would take care of it, had probably already taken care of every servant and selected others at the preserve. The night before, emerging from the underground, they had dodged from building to building along the waterfront streets, fearful of security patrols enforcing Flattery's curfew. Crista had stopped in the open to look at the stars, and at Pandora's nearer moons. She bathed firsthand in the touch of a cool breeze on her face and arms, smelled the charcoal cookery of the poor, saw the stars with only the atmosphere in her way. "I want to go outside," she whispered. "Can we go out soon, to the street?" Always the answer from the director had been no. It was always no. "The demons," they would say at first, "you would hardly make a meal for them." Or, later, "the shadows want you killed," the director would say. Lately, he had repeated, "You can't tell the swine could look like anyone. It would be horrible if they got their hooks into you." The director had a particular leer that gave her the creeps. Though to hear him tell it, there was no one who could protect her but him, no one she could trust in the world but him. For most of that 5 years, she had believed him. Shadowbox changed all that. Then Ben Ozette came to do his story, and she realized that the only reason Flattery forbade her touch was his fear that she would learn something from him, from his people, and expose his intricate system of lies. "Yes," Ben said, "we'll get out soon. Things are going to get very hot here very soon." He stiffened suddenly and swore under his breath. He pointed at a Vashan security patrol working their way down the pier side toward them, 2 men on each side of the street. They poured an insidious stillness over a choppy sea of commuters and shoppers in the marketplace. The press of commuters crowding toward the ferries parted for them without touching.
And ideas reshape humanity. Create an experience where they emerge thinking. Each guard carried a small lasgun slung under one arm, and from each belt hung various tools of the security trade. Kubaton for infighting hand-to-hand, charges for the lasguns, a fistful of small but efficient devices of chemical and mechanical restraint. They each wore a pair of mirrored sunglasses, trademark of the Warriors Union, the director's personal assassination squad. Among the people, there was much smiling, head-shaking, shoulder-shrugging. Some cringed. Crista watched the pair work their way along the dockside street and felt the small hairs rise on her arms and the back of her neck. "Don't worry," Ben said, as though reading her mind. With his hand on her bare shoulder like that, she believed it was possible that he was reading her mind, or at least her emotions. She loved his touch. She felt a new flood of his life enter through her skin. It stored itself somewhere in her brain, while her eyes went on watching the street. The security team left 1 man in front of each building in turn, while the other searched inside. They were close. "What do we do?" she asked. He reached to the other side of the bed for a bundle of Islander clothes and set them in her lap. "Get dressed," he said, "and watch. Stay back from the plaws." There was a sudden, concussive whump and a flash of orange from the harbor, then a royal of black smoke. The street turned into a scramble of bodies as people ran to their boats, dockside, and to their firefighting stations. Pandorans had used hydrogen for their engines and stoves, their welding torches and power production since the old days. Hydrogen storage tanks were everywhere, and fire one of their great fears. "What?" "An old coracle," Ben said, "registered to me. They will be busy for a while. With luck, they will believe we were aboard." Another whump took Crista's breath away, and as she pulled on the unfamiliar clothing, she saw that the security squad had not disappeared with the crowd. They came on with the same precision and deliberation, door to door. The street was nearly empty as everyone else who was able-bodied fought the fires or moved nearby boats to safety. While Ben stood watch beside the window, Crista pulled on a heavily embroidered white cotton dress that was much too big for her. Her breasts, though not small, bobbled free inside. She held the fabric away from her flat belly and looked questioningly at Ben. He tossed her a black pajama-type work-suit of the Islanders that appeared identical to the one he wore. From a drawer beside the bed, he pulled a long woven sash and handed it to her. "I don't know how to tell you this, but you're pregnant, quite a ways along, too." When she still didn't follow his intent, he said, "Strap the work-suit on your belly to fill out the dress," he said. "You'll need it later. For now, you are a pregnant Islander. I am your man." She strapped the work-suit around her as instructed and adjusted the dress. In the mirror beside the hatch, she did look pregnant. Crista watched in the mirror as Ben wrapped a long red bandana around his head, letting the tails fall between his shoulder blades. It was embroidered with the same geometries that appeared on her dress. "My man," she thought with a smile, "and we're dressing to go out." She patted the padding on her stomach fondly and rested her hand there, half expecting to feel some tiny movement. Ben stood behind her and tied a similar bandana around her forehead. He gave her a floppy straw hat to wear over it. "This manner of dress is the mark of the island I grew up on," he said. "You have heard about Goomis Island?" "Yes, of course, sunk the year before I was born." "Yes," he said. "You are now the pregnant wife of a Goomis Islander survivor. Among Islanders, you will receive the greatest respect. Among mermen, you will be treated with the deference that only the guilty can bestow. As you know, it means absolutely nothing among Flattery's people. We have no papers, there wasn't time." 2 whistles at their hatch. 2 different whistles. "That's Rico," he said, and matched her smile. "Now we get to go outside." The things that people want and the things that are good for them are very different. Great art and domestic bliss are mutually incompatible. Sooner or later, you'll have to make your choice. Arthur C. Clarke. Beatrice dozed a while on the couch after shutting off her alarm. The dark, plassless office at the launch site helped keep the fabric of her dream alive. Freed from the confines of her mind, it flowed about the room with the ease of a ghost. In a way, it was a ghost. She had been dreaming of Ben, of their last night together, and there were parts of the dream that she wanted to savor. It was 2 years ago, the night before she made her first trip up to the orbiter, before she met Mac. She was nervous about her first shuttle flight to the orbiter, and Ben was going off to the high reaches to meet with some Zavatan elder. In spite of the fact that they'd been lovers for years, they both felt awkward. It was ending, they knew it was ending, but neither of them could talk about it. It was early evening, clear and warm. A shot of sunset still streaked the horizon pink and blue. They sat aboard one of Holovision's foils at dockside, in the crew's quarters. She remembered the familiar schlup-schlup of water against the hull, and the occasional mutter of wild squawks settling down. Children played their evening games before being called in for the night, and they whistle-signaled from pier to pier. She and Ben had talked of children, of wanting them, and of bad timing. This night, the rest of their crews had discreetly left them alone. She found out later it was at Rico's suggestion. "Women are the answer," Ben said, handing her a glass of white wine. And what was the question? She touched glasses with him, sipped, and set it down. She did not want to ride a rocket into orbit in the morning with a hangover. Ben's green eyes looked particularly beautiful against his dark skin. His lean, muscular body had always been perfect with hers. She couldn't understand why he had to go off on his wild projects chasing down shadows when he could stay and work with her. She'd covered as much death as she cared to. It was time they thought of themselves. I want to report on life, advances, progress. Women represent life, advances, progress, he said. The hair prickled at the back of her neck. Are you reading my mind? Would I dare? He asked. Those green eyes twinkled in their way that shot something straight into her heart. Whatever it was warm, and it always melted downward like a hand inside her underwear. Beatrice was a strong woman, and she knew it. She also knew that Ben Ozette was the only man who ever made her weak in the knees. She sipped her wine and kept the glass at her chest. What am I thinking now? She asked, feeling she had to change the subject. You're wishing I'd get on with whatever it was I was going to say so that we can get on with the evening. She laughed a little louder than she liked and ran a hand through her black hair. Why, Mr. Ozette, what kind of girl do you think I am? He ignored her flirtation. His manner turned serious. I think you're the kind of girl who wants to see the best for everyone, for the refugees, yourself, even flattery. You've covered some of the most horrible disasters and bloodiest atrocities this world has seen. I know because I was there. Now it won't go away. So you're going away. You want to see progress, you want to see good things. Well, so do I. But look what you're doing. She fisted her thigh and scooted back in the couch. Okay, security is more than enthusiastic. That's bad enough. If you make heroes out of the people fighting them, then more will join them. They will have to fight the same way. There will be no end to the cycle. Damn it, Ben, that's why they call it revolution. Wheels turn and turn in place, and the vehicle gets mired down.
And ideas reshape humanity. Create an experience where they emerge thinking, I've come damned close to dying more times than I can count, most of those times with you, and now I want to get somewhere. I want a family. Ben set down his glass and grasped her hand across the table. I know, he said. I understand. Maybe I understand more than you think. I want to offer you life, advances, progress. Neither of them spoke for a while, but their hands conversed with each other in the familiar language of lovers. Okay, she said. She tossed off her wine, trying to appear lighthearted. What's the plan, man? I don't know the plan yet, he said, but I know the key. It's information. Our business, remember? Yes. She refilled her glass, then his. Explain. You didn't see any women in Flattery's security force, and you set out to do a story, remember? Not approved. We never shot a centimeter. And how many times has that happened? To me? Not much. But then, there are plenty of stories to do, more than I'll ever live to do. I just find another one or take an assignment. An important point, Ben said. He hunched over their little table, tapping the top with his index finger. If Flattery doesn't get flattered, the story, whatever it is, doesn't get aired. He is from a different world, literally, a different world. He is from a world that starves women and children because they are on the wrong side of an imaginary line, and he won't allow them to cross it. We're from a world that used to teach life at all cost, preserve life. Pandora has been adversary enough. We haven't been able to afford the luxury of fighting amongst ourselves. So, I don't get where. Half of the shows I do get dropped, Ben said. It's not because they're not good, it's because it's getting harder and harder to keep Flattery from looking like the hood that he is. What would happen if people refused to have anything to do with him? Refused to speak with him, feed him, shelter him? What would happen then? She laughed again. What makes you think they'd do that? It would take information. Show him up for what he is. Show the people what they can do. This whole world's been a disaster since Flattery took over. He promises them food and keeps them hungry. He keeps us in line because we know what he can do to us. If people knew they'd be no more hungry without Flattery, without the Vashan security force, would they put up with him? It would take a miracle, she finished. She couldn't look him in the eye. This was the conversation she really didn't want to have on their last night together. He leaned over and kissed her on the cheek.
"I'm sorry," he said. "I'm running off at the mouth again. I interviewed a group of mothers today who are petitioning the chief of security for news of their sons and husbands who have disappeared. Another group, over 500 mothers, says that they had sons killed, but there was never an investigation, never an arrest. They say security did it. There are witnesses. Now, I don't know about that. What I do know is that mothers are the ones on the march. Hollow Vision's refusing to pick up on it, forbidding me to report on what people have the right to know. There has to be a way. I'm just thinking out loud is all." He kissed her again on the cheek, then lifted her chin. "I'll shut up now," he said. He kissed her lips, and she pulled him down to the carpet beside the table. "Promise?" She kissed him back and untucked his shirt from his pants so she could get her hands under his clothes onto his smooth, warm skin. His hands unbuttoned her Islander blouse, unpeeled her cotton skirt, and found her bare under both. "Pretty daring," he muttered, and kissed her belly as she undressed him. "You realize we're going to get rug burn. I thought you promised to shut up." Her alarm went off again and startled Beatrice out of her waking dream. She shut it off and sat up to give herself some energy. Ben had been right about the rug burn. They'd kicked the wine over on themselves, too. She was sure that had been the night that Ben conceived the idea for Shadowbox. She sighed, trying to lift a heavy sadness from her chest. "Too bad we couldn't have conceived a little one," she thought. "It might have saved us both." If they had, she wouldn't have met Mac. Her relationship with Mac prepared her for Mac. He was a little older, and because of his upbringing on Moonbase, he wanted a family as much as she did. Beatrice pressed the start key on her pocket messenger, and it announced 0630. She twisted the volume knob down and massaged her tired eyelids. The preliminary briefing from the Holovision head office would be followed by more details before airtime, so she half-listened, intent only on news of Ben Ozette. Another deep sigh. The smell at her launch site office down under was distinctly merman air, swept clean of particulate, saturated with the scent of mold inhibitors and sterile water. Lighting in Holovision's small broadcast studio always dried things out a bit and helped her breathe easier on the air. She suspected she would be on the air again in less than half an hour. She pulled the legs of her single suit straight and unbunched the wrinkled sleeves from her armpits. Her office was backlit in the merman way, so her reflection in the Plaz was a warm one, capturing the glow of her brown skin and the sheen of her shaggy black hair. Her generation and Ben's was the first in 2 centuries to have more children born to the ancient norm of human appearance than not. Beatrice did not pity the severely mutated. Pity was an emotion that most Pandorans could do without. She thanked the odds daily for her natural good looks. Right now, she wanted a hot shower before facing her messenger's latest story of woe. That's what Ben always called it, she thought. She spoke it aloud. Another story of woe. Fatigue and a half-sleep deepened her voice enough that it sounded vaguely like his. It made her want to hear his voice, to argue with him one more time about who worked the hardest and who got the shower first. She smiled in spite of her worry. It was more than symbolic that they had always wound up in hot water together. It was fear for Ben that made her not want to face the messenger just yet. It was hard enough to face the fact that she still loved him, though in an unloverly way. Suicide, she thought. He might just as well have run the perimeter on a bet and let a dasher have at him. Beatrice knew the signs, and it was Ben who'd made her aware of them. Crossing the director was a survival matter. She dolloped enough milk into her coffee to cool it off, then sipped at the rim while she replayed the brief, chilling message. 0630 memo. Location brief. Launch Bay 5. Airtime 0645. Lead, Crista Galli still in hands of shadows. Second lead, OMCs to orbital station today. Detail, ref terrorists, arms, drugs, religious fervor, shadows. Final assembly of Voidship drive in orbit. OMC installation imminent. Items follow on location. Secondary discretion mandatory at 0640. Timeout 0631. Beatrice glanced at the processor's time display 0636. Secondary discretion, she muttered. That meant they were doing a time delay. Time enough that Holovision could run a pre-taped news break if she didn't show up, or worse, if they didn't like what she said on the air. Ben had warned her it would come to this. Damn. What else was he right about? The elevator to the newsbreak studio at Launch Bay 5 was only a dozen meters down the passageway from her office. She fingered the tangles out of her hair and hurried out the hatchway. The hurry didn't slow her worrying one whit. Ben had something to do with this Crista Galli thing, and she knew that Flattery knew that too. Why then was there still no release on Ben? The answer was one that Ben had tried to warn her about, and it chilled her to think it. They'll see that he disappears, she thought, if there's nothing on him in the briefing. She didn't want to think of that. Flattery knows about us.
And ideas reshape humanity. Create an experience where they emerge thinking, about Ben, she thought. She knew about the disappearances, the bodies in the streets of Kalak in the mornings. Ben had warned her about this more than once and shown her firsthand, finally, how it happened. She knew that unpopular people disappeared. She had never thought it would happen to one of them. Another thought shook her as she faced the elevator. If I don't say something about him on the air, then he's going to disappear for sure. She was scheduled to fly with the crew that delivered the OMCs to the orbital station for their Voidship installation. He must know about her budding relationship with Mac. That was no secret. The installation of the organic mental cores was a nice piece of propaganda for Flattery that would take her conveniently out of the picture. It would also make it impossible for her to investigate Ben's disappearance on her own. She hadn't known what to think last night when she'd had to fill in for Ben. She'd read the prompter cold, too surprised at the lie on her screen, at the suddenness of the lie, to challenge it there. Flattery had finally tossed her a gauntlet. What is the worst, she asked herself now. The worst would be that they would both disappear. She squeezed into the elevator among the press of techs and mechanics, left their greetings unreturned. They were a sweaty bunch in the cramped humidity. What is for sure? For sure, Ben would disappear if she said nothing, if Holovision Nightly News continued to lie about his absence. She rounded the passageway into the studio suite of the Holovision feature assignment crew. It was an engine assembly hangar with 10-meter-high ceilings. The makeup tech's hands were fussing over Beatrice's hair and face as soon as she entered the hatchway. Someone else helped her slip into a bulky pullover blouse with the Holovision logo at the left breast. As usual, several of the crew were talking at once, none of them saying what she wanted to hear. She wouldn't be doing this news break unless Ben were still missing. She had seen Ben and Crista Galli together a few days ago at Flattery's compound. Ben and Crista in the hibiscus courtyard. Ben leaning toward Crista in that intent way he had. Beatrice knew then that he had fallen in love with the girl. She also knew that he probably didn't know that yet himself. I should have had a talk with him. Not a lover talk, a friend talk. Now he might be dead. She patted her cheeks flush and the lights turned up. It was nearly time. And still she spoke to no one, heard little, viewed the blank prompter with a certain measure of fear. He had held her own gaze intently hundreds of times over the years, dozens of times with the same argument. I look at the big picture, she'd say. Pandora's unstable, we've seen that. We could all die here on any given day at the whim of meteorology. We need another world. And he would always argue for the now. People are hungry now, he would say. They need to be fed now or there won't be a later for any of us. She always felt insignificant in the studio in spite of her fame. But today, as they scrubbed and dusted her face, fluffed her hair, and placed her earpiece, she was writing her own script for the news break. One that she hoped would keep Ben in the news, but keep Flattery off her back. She looked into the prompter, adjusted the contrast, and cleared her throat. She had 30 seconds. She cleared her throat again, smiled at the lens cluster, and took a deep breath. 10 seconds, B. She let the breath out slow, blinked her eyes for the shine, and said to the red light, "Good morning, Pandora. This is Beatrice Tatouche for Newsbreak." Since every object is simply the sum of its qualities, and since qualities exist only in the mind, the whole objective universe of matter and energy, atoms and stars, does not exist except as a construction of the consciousness, an edifice of conventional symbols shaped by the senses of man. Lincoln Barron, the universe, and Dr. Einstein. Alyssa Marsh lived in the past, because the past was all that Flattery could not strip from her. He had tried chemicals, laser probes, tiny implants, but the person who had been Alyssa Marsh survived them all. He is afraid, she thought.
He is afraid that my life here has made me unfit as an OMC, and he's right. He had taken her body away fiber by fiber, or taken her away from her body. Her carotids and jugulars had been bypassed to a life support system, and she had been decapitated. Then Flattery himself excised the remaining flesh and bone from around her unfeeling brain. The only sense she retained was the vaguest sense of being. She no longer felt much kinship with humans, and had no way of knowing how long she'd felt that way. Until someone hooked her up to her Voidship, she had no means of measuring time. Time became her newest toy. Time and the past. Even fog has substance, she thought. Logic told her that her brain still existed, or she wouldn't be entertaining herself with these thoughts. Training in her moon-based creche hundreds of years ago had prepared her for her responsibility as an OMC. Purely mental functions making human decisions out of mechanically derived data. But Pandora had opened up other possibilities, all of them requiring a body. Having a child, something she'd never have been permitted as a moon-based clone, changed her perspective, but it didn't change her indoctrination. She kept her child's birth secret, especially from his father, Rajalan Flattery No. 6, the director. Without eyes or ears, she would have thought herself a perpetual prisoner of a completely silent darkness. Without skin, she expected not to feel, and without the rest, she imagined she'd sniffed her last blossom, tasted her last bootleg chocolate. None of this proved to be true. Alyssa had expected to be cut off from her senses, but reality proved her to be free of them instead. Like the gods, she was free now to clench the folds of time and replay her life at will, mining sensory details that she'd missed when they filtered through her emotions. She did not miss her emotions much either, but she allowed, as this might be a simple denial process, protecting what was left of Alyssa Marsh from the full horror of what Flattery had done to her. "You'll be the organic mental core," he had announced to her. He spoke of it as privilege, honor, as the salvation of humankind. He might have been right about the salvation of humankind. At the time, even drugged as she was, she didn't buy the first two. She recognized that she was listening to one of the oldest arguments for martyrdom known to her species. "Be reasonable," he'd told her. "Accept this banner and you will live in 1,000 bodies. The Voidship itself will become your bones, your skin." "Spare me the speech," she slurred, her tongue thickened by drugs. "I'm ready. If you're not going to let me go back to my studies in the kelp, if you're not going to kill me, then just get on with it." She now felt that the major difference between herself and the kelp was that the kelp's entire body was also its brain. The tissues were integrated and the appropriate accomplishments measurable. Flattery would hear none of this. He had spoken to her of an Elysium of sorts, of a pain-free and disease-free life. He reminded her that an OMC in its harness was the closest that humans came to immortality. This did nothing to comfort her. She knows the insanity record of other OMCs, the rate at which they turned rogue and destroyed their host ships and their expendable cargoes of clones like herself, and Flattery, and Mac. Indeed, the same thing had happened aboard the Voidship Earthling, which brought them all to Pandora. 3 OMCs went crazy, and the crew had to fabricate an artificial intelligence to save their skins. It brought them to Pandora and abandoned them there. "I'm understanding that more and more," she thought. "I'd like to meet this ship sometime, interface to interface."
And ideas reshape humanity. Create an experience where they emerge thinking. Words had always amused her, and a lack of flesh to laugh with did not seem to diminish that amusement. Thinking of her son was always serious, however, especially since he'd made such good headway in Flattery's security service. She thought of him now because her one regret was not seeing him face to face before she shucked my mortal coil, she thought. I wanted to see him with my own eyes. No, I wanted him to see me before this. She had given him up to an upwardly mobile merman couple rather than risk what would happen if Flattery found out she'd borne him a son. She had been afraid he would kill her and take the son, turning him into another ruthless director. I should have capped him, she thought. He's turned out like Flattery anyway. The boy would know by now she'd left the appropriate papers hidden in her cubby before Flattery reduced her to a convoluted lump of pink tissue. It had been her last act of sentimentality.
Your body betrays you, Flattery growled that last day. You've had a child. Where is it? I gave it up, she said. You know how I am about my work. I have no time for anything but the kelp. A child, well, it was only a temporary inconvenience. It was the kind of argument that Flattery would make, and he bought it. He never seemed to suspect that the child was his. Their liaison had been brief enough and long enough ago that Flattery seemed not to remember it at all. He had made no further reference to it after she left his cubby for the last time more than 20 years back. He only grunted his acknowledgement, probably thinking that the child was the product of a recent indiscretion. He could not deny her passion for her work in the kelp. Only Dwarf Macintosh shared her passion for delving into this mysterious near-consciousness that filled Pandora's seas. I should have kept him with me in the kelp, she thought. Now he's become what I'd most feared, and I've lost his presence too. In her present state, the OMC Alyssa Marsh dwelt often on that birth and those few precious moments her child had been with her. He had stopped crying immediately after birth, happy to watch the Natalis as they cleaned up his mother and the room. He had a full head of black hair and seemed fully alert right from the start. He was a month overdue, the midwife said. Looks like he wasn't wasting his time in there. After a few minutes, she handed him to the couple who would give him their name. Frederick and Casimira Brood had visited her weekly for the past few months, and they had made full arrangements for his care. It would cost Alyssa dearly, but she wanted him to have the best of chances. Flattery was determined to turn Kalalok into a real city, the center of Pandoran thought and commerce. He had hired the young Broods an architect and a social geographer to build the security warehouses and garrisons for his troops. There was talk at the time that they might get the university contract. Who could have foreseen the changes in Pandora, the changes in Flattery then? I could, she thought. I thought development of the kelp as an ally more important than raising my son. If she had had her body with her, she would have let out a long, slow breath to relieve the tension that would have been brewing in her belly. She had neither belly nor breath, and her reason now was relatively free of emotion. I did the right thing, she thought. In the grand scheme of humankind, I did the right thing. Even if they, with minds overcome by greed, see no evil in the destruction of a family, see no sin in the treachery to friends, shall we not, who see the evil of destruction, shall we not refrain from this terrible deed? From Zavaton, Conversations with the Avatar. Queets Twisp, Elder Flutterby, unrolled her precious bolt of stolen muslin across the dusty attic's deck. Her 3 young schoolmates clapped in their excitement. "You did it!" Jacob cheered. He was 12, lanky, and the only boy. His father, like Flutterby's, worked down under at the Shuttle Launch Site, or SLS. His mother also worked at Merman Hyperconductor, so their family received nearly double the usual scrip at the line. "Shh," Flutterby warned them. "We don't want them finding us now. Leet, did you get the paints?" Leet, at 11, the youngest of the 4, pulled 4 thick tubes from under her bulky cotton blouse. "Here," she said, without looking up, "I couldn't get black." "Green!" Jacob blew out an impatient breath. "You want them to think we're shadows? You know they all use green." "Shh!" Dana emphasized her point with a finger at her lips and an exaggerated scowl. "Maybe we are shadows now. Did you ever think of that? They'll treat us the same if we're caught, you know." Okay, Flutterby interrupted. "We're not going to get caught unless we're here all day. Dana, Jaka, we're supposed to be practicing our music, so you two play a while. Lead and I will each make a banner, then we'll play, so you can do too." "Security's all over the street this morning," Dana warned. "It's because of Crista Galli. Maybe they think she's around here somewhere." "Maybe she is around here." "We should have a lookout." "They won't come in while Watts are practicing," Flutterby said, and put her hand up to quiet the others. "Who wants to have anything to do with music? Besides," she sniffed, and her chin raised a fraction, "my brother's a security. I know how they think." "Yeah, and he's up in Victoria," Dana said. "They think different up there. You know they split them up so if they shoot somebody, it won't be family." "That's not true," Flutterby said.
They just don't want them working the same district as their family, because they're going to walk in here if we don't get busy, Jaka interrupted. His voice was changing, and he tried to make it sound authoritative. Jaka lived at the edge of Kalalak's largest refugee camp. He was more fearful than the others of the immediacy of hunger and the reprisals of security. At 12, he had already seen death from both. He uncased his well-worn flute and snapped the sections together. Dana shrugged, sighed, and uncased her caracol. Its new strings glistened in a stray sliver of sunlight. "Give me an A," she said. Jaka obliged, and as they proceeded to tune the caracol, the other two youngsters tore the cloth into 4 equal lengths of about 3 meters each. "Has your brother ever killed anybody?" Leet whispered. "Of course not," Flutterby said. She smoothed out the wrinkles in their cloth without meeting the other girl's eyes. "He's not like that. You've met him." "Yeah," Leet said. Her brown eyes brightened and she giggled. "He's so cute." Flutterby found that she got her banner lettered with less than half a tube of green. It was dark green and would be nearly as visible as black. The large block letters read, "We're hungry now." It had become the rallying cry of the refugees, but she'd heard it mumbled everywhere lately. As scarcity spread and rations declined, Flutterby had even heard it whispered in the line. The line, where everyone stood for hours to get into the food distribution centers, was where she chose to hang her banner. Leets would go over their school, which faced the concrete and plasteel offices of Merman Mercantile. Jaka wanted to smuggle his into Merman Hyperconductor, and Dana said she'd hang hers from the ferry dock, with an easy view of Holovision's offices on the pier. Dana ran up and down the scales a few times, then she and Jaka played a fast, lilting dance piece they'd practiced at school. Flutterby thought it the best her friend had ever played. Jaka struggled, as usual, but diligently played on. "Do you think the shadows kidnapped Crista Galli?" Leet asked. The bulky tube was difficult for her to handle, and she was going over her letters twice to make them bold enough to be read at a distance.
And ideas reshape humanity. Create an experience where they emerge thinking, "I don't know," Flutterby said. "I don't know what to believe anymore. My mother grew up on Vashon, and she says that Crista Galli is some kind of god or something. My dad says she's just another freak." "Your mother?" "No," Flutterby giggled. "Crista Galli, you stoop. He says that the only way to feed the world is to keep control of the currents, and that if Crista Galli helps control the kelp, then the director is right to make sure she doesn't get away, or turn it against us. What do your parents think?" Leet frowned. "They don't say much of anything anymore," she said. "They're both working all the time, every day. Mom says she's too tired to hear herself think. My dad won't even watch the news anymore. He doesn't say anything, just bites his lip and goes to bed. I think they're afraid." An explosion in the harbor startled them both. Dana set her caracol on the deck with a thump. "That was close," she said. Dana had a lisp that came out when she was nervous, and it slipped out now. The 4 of them crowded the tiny Plaza porthole at the far end of the attic. A smudge of black smoke blotted the sky to their right at the end of the street. Looking up the street to the left, Flutterby watched the giant cup on the Ace of Cups sign swing to and fro from the concussion. The street was packed with morning commuters and vendors at their little tables. Flutterby heard a gasp from Dana and looked where she pointed, straight beneath them. "Security," she whispered. "He's covering the hatch. They must already be inside." "We've got to hide this stuff," Jaka said, his whisper cracking into its high range. "If they find this, they'll kill us." "Or worse," Dana muttered. They scrambled to gather up the paints and to roll up the 2 wet banners, but it was too late. The flimsy hatch burst aside as a fat no-neck security kicked it in. Another, nearly identical to him, slipped inside and waited with his back to the wall. "Look here," he said, straightening the banners with the muzzle of his weapon. "A little nest of flatwings, no?" Without waiting for a reply, he snapped 2 bursts from his laser gun. Jaka and Leet dropped to the deck, dead. Flutterby wanted to scream, but she couldn't catch her breath. "They're Watts," his partner said. "What did you—" "Maggots make flies," the other said. "We have orders." The muzzle came up again, and Flutterby didn't even see the flash that killed her. Mankind owns 4 things that are no good at sea: rudder, anchor, oars, and the fear of going down. Antonio Machado, Ben undogged the hatch, and Rico Lapush rushed inside. Rico nodded once to the girl, who looked ghastly pale, and handed Ben the pocket messenger. Most of the briefing on it was already outdated, but Ben would want to hear it anyway. Rico was careful to keep from touching the girl. "Ready?" he asked. "Ready," Ben said. "Yes," said the girl. Rico scratched his chin stubble and adjusted the laser gun in the back of his pants. He had been with Ben since Gomez Island was sunk, more years than Crista Galli had been alive. His mistrust of people had kept them alive more than once, and he did not intend to let his guard down with her holiness. "Déjà vu," he said to Ben, nodding at her islander dress. "She reminds me of the old days, when things were simply tough. The streets are crawling with security. She'll need a good act." "You can speak to me," Crista interrupted, her cheeks flushed with a run of anger. "I have ears to hear, mouth to answer. This sister is not a chair dog, nor a glass of water on her brother's table." Rico had to muster a smile. Her islander accent was perfect, her phrasing perfect. She was a very quick study, of course. She had more intimate ways of getting inside people's heads. "Thank you for the lesson, sister," he said. "You are most cheerfully dressed, my compliments." Rico noted Ben's smile, and the fact that his partner's gaze never wavered from Crista Galli's perfect face. Rico's cameras had taped the faces of many beautiful women for holovision, and he had to admit that everything he'd heard about Crista Galli was true. When Ben became a reporter, Rico Lapush signed on as a field triangulator with the holography crew. A well-placed lie got him the job, but his facility for learning kept it. He had filmed more pomp and more horror in any given year than most cameramen witnessed in a lifetime. "She's pale, but beautiful," he thought. "Maybe the sun will give her some color." Operations said to keep her out of the sun, but Rico thought that, given their recent bad luck, this would be impossible. Operations, whoever they were, didn't have their butts on the line. "We'll be walking for a while," Rico told them. "Don't hurry," he nodded at the messenger in Ben's hand. "Don't bother," he said. "You might as well shit-can that thing. They tell us we're going by air, but the airstrip's already locked up by Flattery's boys. We'll have to do it by water." "But they said—" "I know what they said," Rico snapped. "They said the airstrip would be secure. They said keep her away from water. Let's move." Crista Galli carried a sadness about her that Rico didn't like. He could take fear, or anger, or even hysteria, but sadness felt too much like bad luck. They'd started out with that. When she reached out a tentative hand toward Ben, Rico stopped her with a word. "No," he said. "I'm sorry, I can't let you touch him. Your fear," she shot back, "or this operations, he is clothed. My fear." She was hurt when Ben remained silent. Crista shrank back from him, and Rico slipped into the Gomez dialect that he'd set aside years ago. "Among islanders, I am merely advising one of my sisters that she needs to recognize the depth of trust and love that the people have for her," he said. "They speak out to her when the speaking is painful. And the fear? Good," Rico thought. "She won't be bullied." He continued to speak to her in the manner of the Gomez Islanders. "This sister apprises the brother well. Let the brother remind the sister that only the unknown is feared. Perhaps the sister will set this brother at ease in time. Shall we begin?" She was quiet then, and Rico liked that about her. Whatever curse she carried it with grace. He had known Ben Ozette for 25 years. Rico had fallen in love with a dozen women during that time, but Ben had only fallen once. Rico remembered that Ben had looked at Beatrice Tatouche the same way he now looked at Crista Galli. It's about time, he thought, and smiled to himself. Beatrice is tight with that guy McIntosh. Ben needs somebody solid too. Everybody knew that relationships within the industry had to be short-lived and that families were impossible. With all of the travel and stress, something, somewhere, had to give, and it was usually the relationship. Rico had given up long ago, and was currently seeing a redhead who worked full-time for operations. "The harbor," Rico said as they started down the ramp. "It's a madhouse there, and so far no security near the flying fish. Victoria's as secure as Victoria gets, so we'll head up there.
Risky, but not so risky as this. They turned right, walking slowly down the pier toward the crowd at dockside. Rico trailed slightly behind the couple, keeping buildings and hatchways close, and didn't speak. He nearly stumbled into the Galli girl several times as she stopped suddenly to stare at some of the shops and the relics of herself that were sold there. At each shop, she pulled the mankilla closer about her face. So, it's true, Rico thought. She doesn't know. He watched her reach out toward a tasteless vest in a glass case that bore the inscription, "Vest of Crista Galli, worn at age 12, not for sale." Also arranged about the case were various microscope slides with blood smears on them, a clipping of hair too obviously dark to be hers, and several bits of cloth, all with price tags, all claiming to come from Her Holiness, Crista Galli.
And ideas reshape humanity. Create an experience where they emerge thinking, above the case was scrawled a hand-lettered warning, extreme danger, do not touch, safety packaging included with each sale. You'd think she'd never seen a dog before, he thought, watching her, or a chicken. She sure went loony over those goddamn chickens. Rico dawdled close behind them and tried not to listen to their talk. He hadn't eaten since the previous morning, and the charcoal spatter of hot food set his stomach rumbling. He was a little nervous, plenty could still go wrong. But the diversion had taken one patrol off their backs. If the boys are doing their jobs, we shouldn't see a security between here and the boat. Just as he thought it, he knew better, but there was no calling the thought back, and there was no calling back the two security guards rounding the corner ahead of them. Rico pressed a switch on the broadcast unit in his pocket. A third explosion went off near the harbor, but neither guard took the bait. Rico sighed and adjusted the lasgun at the back of his waistband. It was an older model, short range. He remembered thinking, as the two guards veered across the street toward them, how difficult it had become to buy spare charges. Ben and Crista saw the security and slowed to a stop. Commuters and street vendors pressed past them in waves. Rico stopped too, a few paces behind them and in front of a deep hatchway. With the new explosion, there was a renewed flurry among those crowding toward the harbor, and Rico was not happy that Ben had stopped. Both of the men approaching wore the khaki fatigues of the Vashon security forces, rank 4. They were both burly, armed only with stun sticks. Nearly normal, but with the creased ears and fat lower lips betraying certain internal defects typical of Lummi Islanders. Just as Rico's hand clutched the grips of his lasgun, Crista Galli stepped forward, exaggerating the rolling walk of the heavily pregnant. She spoke, her hand upraised and head tilted in the Gomez fashion of greeting. "Brothers," she said, "this mother cannot find a rest station and she is in great need." This she delivered matter-of-factly and turned her palm up. Though the guards were obviously jumpy, the response was automatic. Up 2 streets, 1 street left. The shops. The other security gave his partner a shove and interrupted. "This could be the start of a shadow attack. Let's move. Sister, get out of the street. You two," he pointed to Ben and Rico, "get her inside someplace and lay low." The 2 guards huffed toward their station at the harbor, and Rico let out the breath he'd been holding in a low whistle. It was a coded whistle, from their childhood days, that any islander would recognize as all clear. "You sure made Rico happy," Ben said, grinning. "Got it all on tape, too," Rico said. He tapped a tiny lens at his shirt front. "It'll look great in your memoirs." He nodded at Crista. "Good job thinking. Hell of a good job acting." He rechecked the charges in the camera at his belt and buffed the lapel lens with his sleeve. The lens looked like a small pin made of a glossy gray stone. "Shouldn't we get out of here?" Crista asked. "You heard what he said. The shadows are us," Rico interrupted in a whisper, "and there will be no attack. The villagers might bust loose, though. Things are pretty hot. The flying fish is down there." He pointed out the Pier 4 sign just ahead. One of the huge Cross Bay ferries had surfaced dockside, unwilling to risk explosive damage in the comparatively shallow waters of the bay. Foot passengers from all over Pandora streamed out of the rear hatch, while 2- and 3-wheeled vehicles crowded the roadway.
The morning dust changed to mud under all the feet and hose water, and mud splashed up from wheels to stain the hems of fine islander embroidery. Islanders even dressed up to go to market. About half of the crowd that elbowed back down the pier wore the plastic ID tag around their necks that marked them as Project Voidship employees. Whatever they did it for flattery's paycheck. This was a huge village, huge enough to strain the bonds of family. And today, many of the dockside vendors threw catcalls and curses after the workers from the shuttle launch site. The pier itself was a bridge between two subway mouths, one from the village to the pier, and another that loaded onto the submarine ferry. Vendors crowded the station entrances, selling tubes of suntan lotion, sodas, dried fruits. Here, the smell of charcoal and the spatter of grilled fish were drowned out in the babble of the crowds. Suddenly, one of Rico's greatest fears was made real. An islander refugee, carrying a placard and wet to the skin from a fire hosing, rushed down the crowded pier and attacked one of the commuters. They both fell in a tumble, and out of reflex as much as anger, the knot of commuters began kicking at him. Several dozen refugees tried in their weak way to free him, then to fight back, but within a matter of blinks they were all set upon and beaten. Rico and Ben closed tight on Crista Galli, and Rico looked for a way down the pier. Screams of anger turned to grunts of pain all around them. Bodies splashed into the bay, and the hot morning was filled with curses and the wet red smack of fists on skin. Crista kept her arms folded in front of her and her hands in her sleeves, like many of the old islander women. She seemed locked in position, with her hand out, like a figure from a Watts game of freeze tag. As they worked through the crowd, she stumbled on the islander's battered placard, and Rico saw that it read, "Give a brother a break." A splintering sound and the wail of bent bracing came from behind them, then screams of fear. Rico saw over his shoulder that a portion of the pier had given way, and hundreds of people spilled into the water. That might cool things for now, he thought, but not for long. "Walk slower," Rico said at Crista Galli's ear. "You're tired and pregnant and haven't eaten since last night." He knew that the last was true. He thought of all the meals he'd missed as a Watt, wondered when was the last time Crista Galli or the director had missed a meal. He and Ben missed plenty working the news business, but that was different. When Rico was a Watt, he hadn't chosen to go hungry. He scanned the beach where it broke out from the islander settlement on the coast and flattened to a grassy plateau at the village perimeter. Security gathered there in their black personnel carriers, waiting for the crowd to tire before it was their turn to work them over. A bloody frenzy this close to the perimeter, and relatively open to beach and bay, might bring in dashers. The sight of a hunt of dashers would disperse the crowd, then security could take down the dashers and hardly wrinkle a crease in their fatigues. Rico's visual and electronic sweep of the area detected no signs of security on the pier itself. He had nothing that would detect the high-powered listening devices that the director favored lately. Crista stared straight ahead as they walked, eyes widely dilated, and Ben took her elbow. "Tell them before we go that they are all one. Make them understand that they are all the same being, and if they cut off their arms and legs, they'll die." Ben gripped her elbow and gave it a shake. Rico saw her eyes as she turned to face him. They went from wild, wide, and unfocused to normal. Rico noted that Ben was careful and didn't touch her skin. "We're going to Port Hope," he lied, talking quickly as they walked. "The lake there is beautiful this time of year, and even with the altitude, you will find it warm at night. The older islands are too vulnerable. We have strong loyalties among the mermen, but you can't move freely in their settlements down under. Our immediate danger is security. The director's got spotter planes up all along the coast, particularly near the preserve. Of course, there are his Skyhawks."
And ideas reshape humanity. Create an experience where they emerge thinking, "At sea we are vulnerable to the kelp." He paused, and when Crista looked his way, he nodded, then continued, "And the director's new fleet of foils, some of which he conveniently sold to Vashon Security. Of course, we also have his spies among us." Rico was relieved. What Ben had said was for the benefit of listening devices, not for Crista Galli. He was sure, by her blank stare, that she had not understood a word. She shuffled on through the shouts and cries along Pier 4 as though she heard nothing. Rico saw that there were more boats burning now, maybe a dozen, and firefighters were trying to push them away from the others. One of the Vashon Security Force's power foils steamed full tilt toward the blaze from the preserve side of the water. The flying fish, Holovision's private foil, was within sight at the end of the slip. Rico felt the tease of adrenaline in his belly. He hoped that operations had briefed Elvira, pilot of the flying fish. She didn't much care for sudden changes of plans, and she really didn't like encounters with Vashon Security. Elvira was the toughest pilot that Holovision had ever hired. No one inconvenienced Elvira. To Rico's knowledge, she had no politics, no hobbies, no friends, and no religious convictions whatsoever. Her sole passion was to pilot the hottest hydrogen ram foil in the world as often and as fast as possible. In surface mode, she was highly competent. In undersea mode or flight, she had no equal in the world. She had flown Ben and Rico in and out of more hot assignments than he could count. This would undoubtedly be the hottest. Ben caught Rico's gaze and raised a quizzical eyebrow, nodding toward the girl. Rico scratched his 2-day beard. Crista turned to stare past him at the crowd that now had worked its way up the pier, gathering bodies and momentum, and was now fanning out into the streets of Kalalak. Everyone who was to remember this event recalled that the morning air split with a crack like summer thunder, or a whip. No echo, not a breath of breeze. Even a cluster of fussing children nearby silenced themselves in their mother's skirts. Rico touched a fingertip to each of his ears, acutely conscious of the scratchings at each contour, each follicle and fold. If a shock wave had hit his ears, they'd still be ringing. She did that in our minds. Crista felt the sudden clap of stillness crack with her anger. She was glad that Ben and Rico were the first to recover, though what she saw in their eyes was clearly fear. The mob had stopped, momentarily stunned, and looking about for a weapon. Then it boiled anew at the onslaught of the truckloads of Vashon security that came to meet it. Crista spun away from them and boarded the flying fish, still affecting the wide-beamed walk of the largely pregnant. She stood on the deck, beside the cabin hatchway, hugging herself and looking out to sea. The children started fussing again. Stunned villagers rubbed their ears and began to move. Rico noticed that the boat fires had spread to the pier itself and some of the shops. Both ferries at the slip had submerged, empty for safety. Rico approached Crista at the rail while Ben cast off the lines. "This was coming for months," Rico said. "You could tell by the feel in the streets. They've had enough. It's too soon, and they're not organized. It will fail, for them. Some will be drawn out after us, some to the harbor, others to the attack that is inevitable inside the settlement. That will leave the preserve weak." "It's too well protected," she said, her voice matter-of-fact. "They will fail." She fixed Rico with those striking green eyes. He noticed once again that they were dilated in spite of the sunlight. "I know how you felt now, back there, when you were so afraid of my touch." She smoothed the dress over her makeshift belly. "What I know of the shadows and what you know of me are the same. I only know what flattery told me. I don't know whether you should fear my touch. Do you know whether I should fear yours?" When he didn't answer, she turned and shuffled into the cabin of the holovision foil in silence. Evil is in the eye of the beholder. Spider Nevi, special assistant to the director lights, had been suitably dimmed in the director's holosuite, and one tight spotlight illuminated his face from below. This effect accentuated Flattery's height, nearly a head taller than the average Pandoran, and it added an imperiousness to his stature that pleased him. An empty holocassette teetered across the red armrest of his favorite recliner. One fluorescent orange sticker on the cassette read 4 eyes only, and under that was handwritten TD S Nevi only. Under that was stamped in black, extreme penalty. Flattery smiled at the euphemism. At his direction, all those who violated the extreme penalty sanction became the homework of Spider Nevi's apprentice interrogators. Messy business, security. "Mr. Nevi," he acknowledged with a nod. "Mr. Director." As usual, Spider Nevi's face was unreadable, even to Flattery's expert training as a chaplain psychiatrist. Nevi had been prompt, unhurried, arriving in a snappy gray cut of a merman lounging suit right at the first blood of dawn. "Zentz hasn't found them," Flattery said. His voice was clipped, betraying more anger than he wished. "It was Zentz who lost them," Nevi countered. Flattery grunted. He hadn't needed the reminder, especially from Nevi. "You find them," he said, and jab a finger at the air between them. "Bring back the girl, wring what you can from the others. Save Ozette for a special occasion. He's at the bottom of this shadow box, and they've got to be shut down now." Nevi nodded, and the agreement was struck. Bounty would be worked out later, as usual. Nevi's terms were always reasonable, even on difficult matters, because he liked his work. His was the kind of work that might go unpracticed if it weren't for the director. Every art has its canvas, Flattery thought. "The airstrip is secure," Nevi said. "There were preparations for them there, including a half-dozen collaborators, so we have cut them off. Solid intelligence. Zentz's men are turning the usual screws in the village. They will be forced to move the girl soon. Overland is out. That would be insane. It would have to be by water and under diversion to get out of here. My guess would be Victoria. It would pay to wait and make as big a sweep as possible, don't you think? You have the docks under watch? Of course. The holovision foil is bugged, a precaution. Your sensor system is now keyed into it." Nevi glanced at the clock on Flattery's console. "You should be able to tune them in just about any time." Flattery shifted slightly in his command couch, betraying his uneasiness at this loss of control. Nevi was second-guessing his moves, and he didn't like it. "Well," Flattery said, splitting his face with a smile, "this is magnificent. We will have them all, and you will be rewarded for this. Zentz grumbles that you steal away his best men, but damn it, you get the job done." He slapped his palm on the tabletop and held the smile. Spider Nevi's expression did not change, and he said nothing. His only response was the barest perceptible nod of his horrible head. The shape of it was more or less normal, except for the mucus slit where the nose should be. Nevi's dark skin was shot through with a glowing webwork of red veins. His dark eyes glittered, missed nothing. "What do you want done with the Tatoosh woman?" Flattery felt his smile droop, and he tried to pick it up a bit. "Beatrice Tatoosh is very helpful to us," Flattery said. "She has a passion for the Voidship project that we could not buy." He raised his hand to stop Nevi's interruption. "I know what you're thinking, that little tryst between her and Ozette, that's been over for over a year." "It wasn't a little tryst," Nevi interrupted. "It lasted years."
And ideas reshape humanity. Create an experience where they emerge thinking they were wounded together at the Miners' Rebellion 2 years ago. "I know women," Flattery hissed, "and she will hate him for this, running away with a younger woman, sabotaging holovision and the Voidship. Didn't she do the broadcast as written last night?" A nod from Nevi, and silence. "She knows as well as we do that mentioning Ozette as party to this abduction would lend it a popularity and a credence that we cannot afford. It is over between them, and as soon as he's back in our hands, everything will be over for Ben Ozette. The Tatoosh woman will be aboard the orbital assembly station this afternoon and out of our hair." At Nevi's continued silence, Flattery rubbed his hands together briskly. "Now," he said, "let me show you how I've kept the kelp pruned back for the last couple of years. You know how the people resist this. It always takes a disaster to get them to go along with it. Well, the kelp's will was breached long ago by our lab at Orcus's. Too complex to explain, but suffice it to say, it is not merely a matter of mechanical control, diverting currents and the like. Thanks to the neurotoxin research we tapped into, it's emotions. Remember that stand of kelp off Lilywop, the one that hid the Shadow Commando team?" Nevi nodded. "I remember. You told Zentz, hands off." "That's right," Flattery said. He drew himself upright in his recliner and snapped the backrest up to meet him. He keyed the holo, and automatically the lights dimmed further. Between the two men, in the center of the room, appeared in miniature several monitor views of a merman undersea outpost, a kelp station at the edge of a mid-growth stand. Kelp lights flickered from the depths beyond the outpost. The kelp station had been built atop the remnants of an oracle. Oracles, as the Pandorans called them, were those points where the kelp rooted into the crust of the planet itself. Because of the incredible depth of these 300-year-old roots, and because the merman of old planted them in straight lines, Pandora's crust often fractured along root lines. It was such a series of fractures that had given birth to Pandora's new continents and rocky island chains. Flattery's private garden, the Greens, lay underground in a cavern that had once been an oracle. Flattery had had his people burn out the 300-meter-thick root to accommodate his landscaping plans. 3 views clarified on the hollow stage in front of the two men. The first was of the inside of a kelp station, with a balding merman fretting at his control console. The second, outside the station, from the kelp perimeter, focused on the station's main hatch. The third, also outside the station, took in the gray mass of kelp from the rear hatch. The merman looked very, very nervous. His children have been swimming in the kelp, Flattery said. He is worried. Their airfish are due for replacement. All have been dutifully taking their antidote. The kelp, when treated with my new blend, shows an unhealthy attraction for the antidote. There were occasional glimpses of the children among the kelp fronds. They moved in the ultra-slow motion of dreams, much slower than undersea movement dictated, considerably slower than the usual pollywog wriggle of children. The merman activated a pulsing tone that shut itself off after a few blinks. That's the 3rd time he sounded assembly, Flattery said. Anticipation made it difficult for him to sit still. The merman spoke to a female, dressed in a work suit, wet from her day's labor of wiring up the kelp stand for current control. "Lina," he said, "I can't get them out of the kelp. Those airfish will be dry. What's happening out there?" She was thin and pale, much like her husband, but she appeared dreamy-eyed and unfocused. Most of those who worked the outposts didn't wear their dive suits inside their living quarters. She worked the fringes of what the merman called the blue sector. "Maybe it's the touch of it," she murmured. "The touch. Special. You don't work in it, you don't know. Not slick and cold like before. Now the kelp feels like, well..." She hesitated, and even on the hollow, Flattery could detect a blush. "Like what?" the merman asked. Lately it feels like you when it touches me." Her blush accented her crop of thick blonde hair. "Warm, kind of, and it makes me tingle inside. It makes my veins tingle." He grunted, squinted at her, and sighed. "Where are those watts?" He glanced out the plaz beside him into the dim depths beyond the compound. Flattery could detect no flicker of children swimming. He felt a niggling sense of glee at the merman's growing apprehension. The merman activated his console tone again, and the proper systems check light winked on with it. His finger snapped the scanner screen. "They were just there," the man blurted. "This is crazy. I'm going code red." He unlocked the one button on the console that Flattery knew no outpost wanted to press, code red. That would notify current control in the orbiter overhead and communications central at the nearest merman base that the entire compound was in imminent danger. "You see," Flattery said, "he's getting the idea." "I'm going out there," the man announced to his wife. "You stay put. Do you understand?" No answer. She sat, still dreamy-eyed, watching the 50-meter-long fronds of blue kelp that reached her way from the perimeter. The merman scooped an airfish out of the locker beside the hatch and buckled on a tool belt. He grabbed up a long-handled laser pruner and a set of charges. As if on second thought, he picked up the whole basket of airfish, the merman's symbiotic gills that filtered oxygen from the sea directly into the bloodstream. Ghastly things, Flattery thought with a shudder. Unconsciously, he rubbed his neck where they were customarily attached. Once outside, the merman's handlight barely illuminated the stand of kelp at the compound's edge. This hollow had been made at the onset of evening, and the waning light above the scene, coupled with the depth, darkened the hollow and made it difficult to see detail, a small disappointment for such a good chronicle of the test itself.
As the merman reached the compound's perimeter, within range of the kelp's longest fronds, he whirled at the click hiss of an opening hatch. His wife swam lazily out of it directly into deep kelp. The atmosphere from their station bubbled toward the surface in a rush. He must have realized then that everything was lost as he watched the sea rush into their quarters through the undug hatch. All sensors went blank. Flattery switched off the holo and turned up the lights. Nevi sat unmoved with the same unreadable expression on his horrible face. "So, the kelp lured them?" Nevi asked. "Exactly. On command?" "On command. My command." Flattery was pleased at the trace of a smile that flickered across Spider Nevi's lips. It must have been a luxury that he allowed himself for the moment. "We both know what will come of the hue and cry," the director said, and puffed himself a little before continuing. "There will be a demand for vengeance. My men will be forced by popular demand to prune this stand back. You see how it's done?" "Very neat. I always thought." "Yes," Flattery gloated, "so has everyone else. The kelp has been a very sensitive subject, as you know, religious overtones and whatnot." Another dismissive wave of the hand. Flattery couldn't stop bragging. "I had to accomplish two things. I had to get control of current control, and I had to find the point at which the kelp became sentient. Not necessarily smart, just sentient. By the time it sends off those damned gas bags, it's too late. The only solution there is to stump the lot. We lost a lot of good kelpways for a lot of years that way." "So, what's the key?" "The lights," Flattery said. He pointed out his huge plasport at the bed just off the tide line. "When the kelp starts to flicker, it's waking up."
And ideas reshape humanity. Create an experience where they emerge thinking, it's like an infant then, and only knows what it's told. The language it speaks is chemical, electrical. And you do the telling? Of course. First, keep it out of contact with any other kelp. That's a must. They educate each other by touch. Make sure the kelpways are always very wide, between stands a kilometer or more. The damned stuff can learn from leaves torn off other stands. The effect dies out very quickly. A kilometer usually does it. But how do you teach it what you want? I don't teach, I manipulate. It's very old-fashioned, Mr. Nevi. Quite simply, beings gravitate toward pleasure, flee pain. How does it respond to this kind of betrayal? Flattery smiled. "Ah, yes, betrayal is your department, is it not? Well, once pruned and kept at the light formation stage, it doesn't remember much. Studies show that it can remember if allowed to develop to the spore casting stage. You have just seen what the answer is to that. Don't let it get that far. Also, studies show that this spore dust can educate an ignorant stand." "I thought it was just a nuisance," Nevi said. "I didn't realize that you believed it could think." "Oh, very much so. You forget, Mr. Nevi, I'm a chaplain psychiatrist. That I don't pray doesn't mean, well, any mind interests me. Anything that stands in my way interests me. This kelp does both." "Do you consider it a worthy adversary?" Nevi smiled. "Not at all," Flattery barked a laugh. "Not worthy, no. It'll have to show me more than I've seen before I consider this plant a worthy adversary. It's merely an interesting problem, requiring interesting solutions." Nevi stood, and the crispness of his gray suit accentuated the fluidity of the muscles within it. "This is your business," Nevi told him. "Mine is Ozette and the girl." Flattery resisted the reflex to stand, and waved a limp hand, affecting a nonchalance that he did not at all feel. Of course, of course. He avoided Nevi's gaze by switching the holo back on. He keyed it to the Tatoosh woman's upcoming news break. She would accompany the next shuttle flight to the orbiter, a shuttle that contained the organic mental core for hookup to the Voidship. Already the OMC was an it in his mind, rather than the she who used to be Alyssa Marsh. Flattery seethed inside. He'd wanted something more from Nevi, something that now smelled distinctly of approval. He didn't like detecting weakness in himself, but he liked even less the notion of letting it pass unbridled. "Whatever you need." Flattery left the obvious unsaid. Nevi left everything unsaid, nodded, and then left the suite. Flattery felt a profound sense of relief. then checked it. Relief meant that he'd begun to rely on Spider Nevi, when he knew full well that reliance on anyone meant a blade at the throat sooner or later. He did not intend for the throat to be his own. And out of the ground made to grow every tree that is pleasant to the sight and good for food. The tree of life also in the midst of the garden, and the tree of knowledge of good and evil. Christian Book of the Dead. A trail left the beach about a kilometer beyond the limits of the preserve. It was a Zavatan trail, used by the faithful to transport their gleanings of the kelp from the beach to their warrens in the high reaches. Because it was a Zavatan trail, it was well kept and reasonably safe. Its rest spots were ample and afforded a sweeping vista of Flattery's huge preserve. The jumbled, jerry-rigged tenements of Kalaluk sprawled from the downcoast side of the preserve, covered today by a cloak of black smoke. Maze-like channels of aqua farms and jetties branched both up and downcoast into the horizon. Distant screams and explosions echoed from the panorama below up the winding trail. Two Zavatan monks stopped to study the clamor rising from the settlement a few clicks away. One man was tall, lanky, with very long arms. The other was small, even for a Pandoran, and moved in a scuttle that kept him tucked inside the larger man's shadow. Both were dressed in the loose, pajama-like gi of the Highlighter Lodge, durable cotton, dusky orange that represented the color of highlighters, their spirit guides. A gith of highlighters lazed overhead, drawn to the scene by their attraction for fire, lightning, and the arc of laser guns from building to building. The highlighters dragged their ballast rocks from long tentacles and circled widely, audibly valving off hydrogen and snapping their great sails in the wind. Should they contact fire or spark, the highlighters would explode, scattering their fine blue spore dust, which the monks gathered for their most private rituals. Many of the monks had not left the high reaches, except to walk this trail, for 10 years. It's a shame they don't understand, the younger monk mused. If we could only teach them the letting go. Judgment, too, is an anchor, the elder warned. It is nothing that they need to know, the nothing that frees the mind from noise and perfects the senses. He lifted his mutant arms in a long skyward reach, then turned slowly, rejoicing in the morning glow of both suns. This elder monk, Twisp, loved the press of sunlight on his skin. He had been a fisherman and adventurer in his youth, and what drew him to the Zavatans was not so much their contemplative life as other possibilities that he saw in them. Like most of the monks, Twisp had been wooed by the romance of the new quiet earth that rose from the sea. They summarily rejected the petty squabblings of politics and money that raged across Pandora to establish an underground network of illegal farms and hideaways. Twisp, however, had remained entrenched in Pandora's civil struggles, something he troubled few of his fellow Zavatans about. Now, once again, all was changing. He was changing. He had more to offer Pandora than contemplation, though he refrained from telling the younger monk so. He was not religious, merely thoughtful, and he had made a good life among the Zavatans. It would pain him greatly to leave. 2 highlighters tacked toward them, and Mose, the younger monk, set down his bag and began his chant of fulfillment. With this chant, he hoped to be swept skyward by the mass of tentacles and transported to a higher level of being. Twisp had experienced the highlighter enlightenment at the first awakening of the kelp a quarter-century past. That was before Flattery's iron fist came down, and before the people he loved were killed. Highlighters, though born from the kelp, remained indifferent to humans, treating them as a wonderful curiosity. Moses' chant became more vigorous as the highlighters drew near, their magnificent sail membranes golden in the sunlight. "These two want their death today," Twisp said. "Do you really want to go with them?" It was the fire that attracted them, and Mose should know that. The younger monk had eaten too much kelp, too much highlighter spore dust over the years. 2 humans in the open near the preserve usually meant armed security. Highlighters wanting the death that meant life learned how to draw their fire. Now the musty smell of their undersides filled the air. The musical flutings of their vents lilted on the breeze as they valved off hydrogen to drop closer. Moses' chant became more tremulous. Each highlighter carried 10 tentacles in the underbelly, 2 of them longer than the rest. Usually these 2 carried rocks for ballast. Highlighters that felt the death need coming on sought out lightning,
often gathering in giths to ride the afternoon thunderstorms. Sparks or fire attracted them as well, setting them off in a concussive blaze of flame and blue spore dust. Some dragged their ballast rocks to spark a grand suicide, an ultimate orgasm. Twisp breathed easier when the two great hulks tacked back toward the preserve. He interrupted Mose, whose eyes were closed and whose stubbled face was pale and sweaty. "This tack will take them into range of the preserve's perimeter cannon," he said.
And ideas reshape humanity. Create an experience where they emerge thinking, there will be dust to take back for the others. Mose silenced himself and followed Twisp's long pointing arm. The two highlighters tacked in tight formation, using all that they could capture of the slight breeze blowing up from the shore. Flattery's security will wait to fire until the highlighters are over the settlement, Twisp whispered. That way, the highlighters become a weapon. Watch. It was almost as he said. Either the cannoneer was a fool or one of the islanders got in a clear shot. But the highlighters exploded over the preserve in a double blast that took Twisp's breath away and stung his eyes with light. Much of the main compound above ground was incinerated in the fireball, and the great wall of the preserve was breached for 100 meters in either direction. A lull in the fighting brought his ears the cacophonous screams of the charred and the dying. It was a sound that Twisp remembered all too well. The young Mose came down this trail seldom and had been only 12 when he went to live in the high reaches. He did not have much of a life in the outside world and knew little of the ways of human hatred and greed. "All we can do is stay out of it," Twisp muttered. "They will have it themselves and leave us in peace." The wet patter of highlighter shreds fell among the brush and rocks below them. "There will be the refugees, too," he thought. "Always the homeless and the hungry. Where will we put them this time?" The Zavatons supported refugee camps all along the coastline, turning some into gardens, hydroponics ranches, and fish farms. Twisp calculated that there were already more refugees both up and down coast than Flattery housed in Kalalak. Though it was true everyone was hungry, only those in Kalalak starved. This was the story he hoped Shadowbox would tell. In time, the director will be the hungry one. Twisp remembered Guemez Island and the refugees of 25 years ago, hacked and burned and stacked like dead Mackie in a merman rescue station down under. Twisp and a few friends hunted down the terrorists responsible, and a highlighter executed the leader. A chaplain psychiatrist had been at the bottom of the trouble that time too. Flattery had burrowed as much of his compound below the rock as above it, and Twisp knew of bolt holes that led to escape routes along the shore. Flattery wouldn't need them this time. The older monk had seen fighting before, and knew Flattery's strategy. Lure as many of the rebels inside as possible, then kill them all. Let them think for a time that they might win. Blame it on the shadows. The rest, who lost everything but their lives, would not rise so easily to anger again. Mose pulled at his garment, straightening the folds. He faced away from the horror below. His eyes did not meet Twisp's, but focused in the middle distance beyond the trail. His were eyes sunken deeply for one so young, for one dwelling among the untroubled. He was attempting inner peace at breakneck speed. He shaved his head daily, customary these days with younger Zavaton monks and many nuns. Many ragged scars crisscrossed his scalp from his reconstruction surgery. Twisp was one of a handful of exceptions. His full head of long, graying hair was tied into a single braid at the back, mimicking the family style of an old friend, long dead. His friend, Shadow Peniel, was said to have been of the bloodlines that led to Crista Galli. "We should get the others," Mose said. "We'll need lasguns if we're going dust gathering in the valley." Twisp shaded his eyes and surveyed the scene below. A blur that must be villagers spilled into the preserve's compound. Running the other way, like fish fighting their way up current, Flattery's precious cattle from the preserve stampeded out the breached wall and into the unprotected valley. Security had kept the demon population at a minimum near the preserve, but with the scent of blood thick on the air and cattle milling about loose, dashers were sure to follow. Things were going to get nasty enough without a new hunt of hooded dashers slinking about.
He grunted himself out of reverie. "Spore dust goes bad," Twisp said. "If we're going to bring any back, we'll have to do it now." He and Mose stored the kelp fronds they'd collected in the shade of a white rock. Mose still did not look Twisp in the eye. "Are you afraid?" Twisp asked. "Of course," Mose snapped back. "Aren't you? We could be killed down there. Dashers will smell the... Just moments ago, you wanted to die in the arms of that highlighter," Twisp said. "What's the difference? There are demons up here too. You feel safe on the trail because we say the trail is safe. You know that some have died here in the past. Others will die in the future. You stick to the trail, with no cover except these scrub bushes and the rock, no weapon but your body." Twisp pointed past the flames below them and out to sea. "Weather will kill you as dead as any demon, on or off the trail. It is a danger now, as dangerous as a dasher. It always stays alive, to kill another day. If dashers come, they will go to the blood, not to us. If anything, we are safest now. This is the present, and you are alive. Stay in the present, and you stay alive." With that, he shouldered his empty bag and set out in long strides for the valley and the spore dust below. Mose stumbled along behind him, his nervous eyes too busy hunting fears to watch the trail. To think of a power means not only to use it, but above all, to abuse it. Gaston Bachelard, the psychoanalysis of fire. Two old vendors hunched in a hatchway, protecting themselves and their wares from the jostlings of a mob that muscled its way toward the preserve. One munched a smashed cake, the other nursed a bleeding nose against his sleeve. "Animals," Torvin spat, and a fine spray of blood came with it. "Is there anyone left who is not an animal? Except you, my friend. You are a human being." His free hand patted the other's shoulder and found a large rip in the fabric of the older man's coat. "Look, David, your coat!" David brushed crumbs from his chin and pulled the shoulder of his coat across his chest, closer to his good eye. "It will mend," he said, "and the mob is passing. If there are dead, my friend, we should get their cards for the poor." "I'm not going out there." Torvin's voice was muffled by his sleeve, but David knew he was firm on that point. It was just as well. His eyes were bad, and his feet not quick enough to outrun the security. It was a shame when the security got the cards. They sold them or traded them. Every day, Torvin and David risked their lives to give a bit of stale cake or a rind of dried fruit to a hungry one without a card. David shook his head. What foolishness! He worked beside Torvin. They were friends, yet he couldn't trade him a cake for a dried fruit. He had to have a marker on his card for the fruit, and Torvin would have to punch it out, and then he could have it. If Torvin didn't have a pastry marker on his card, David could not give him a cake. For Torvin to possess a cake without a proper punched card would mean losing his next turn in the line. Under the best of conditions, he would not have expected a turn for at least a week. Under the worst conditions, he could starve with a fistful of coupons. "This is craziness," he told Torvin. "It is well I am old and ready to die, because the world makes no sense to me. Our children run about killing each other. It is permissible to have food on one table, but not another. We have a leader who takes food from the mouths of babies so he can travel to the stars. Good riddance, I say. But what will he leave behind? His bullies, who are also our children. Torvin, explain this to me." "Bah!" Torvin's faded blue sleeve was crusted with blood, but the bleeding on his nose had stopped. David could tell by the way he said, "Bah!" that the nose was stopped up. He remembered that time the security slapped him, the fragrant burst of blood in his nose.
And ideas reshape humanity. Create an experience where they emerge thinking will get you into trouble, he heard Torvin warning him. We are better off to keep quiet, dry our allowance of fruit, bake our allowance of cakes, and be thankful that our families have something to eat. Be thankful, David wheezed one of his silent laughs. You are no youngster, Torvin. Who taught you to be thankful to eat when someone across the wall has nothing? There is no greater sin, my friend, than to eat a full meal when your neighbor has none. We give cards to the poor. Grave robbers, David hissed. That's what they've made us.
Grave robbers who can be shot for throwing scraps to the hungry. This is craziness, Torvin. Such craziness that this mob is making sense to me. Burn it all and start over. They are hungry now. Those animals who beat me, they are not hungry. They have cards. They work down under and we see them here daily. Where did they get off chanting, "We're hungry now," when... Listen, Torvin, to me, an old man now gone crazy. Listen, we are old, you and I. You, not so old. Would you have given them something if you could? Torvin stuck his head out the hatchway, looked up and down the street, then hunched back inside. Of course. You know me. I'm not a greedy man. I have done such a thing. Well, listen to me, old man. The mob we saw, yes, they have cards. Yes, they bring a little food home for a family of 4. If there are 6, 8, 10, then the card still only feeds a family of 4. No one argues with that, Torvin said. We can't breed ourselves out of. When you or I get too old and have to live with our children, ship forbid, that will be 1 more on a card of 4. Take in a refugee who has no card, my friend. Yes, that makes it 6 on a card of 4, and the average of people who have cards is 8. The ones without cards, the stinking ones who are dying at the settlement's edge, begging for food, begging for work, sleeping in the mud, they cannot run through the streets themselves to shout, "We're hungry now," because they can barely stand. We give crumbs from our guilt, from our shame. This mob gives their bodies, their voices to the hungry. They give whatever they have. David leaned heavily on his folded table and got to his feet. The mob had moved on quickly. Had his body allowed, he might have followed them. He watched Torvin test his nose gingerly with his fingertips. I am afraid, David, of people like that. They might have killed us. It could have happened. Torvin sounded as if he had corks in his nose. David shrugged. They are afraid too, because only the card gives them a place in the line, and then only when their turns come around. Without a card, how long before you or I wake up in the mud down coast? How many nights, Torvin, could you sleep in the mud and still wake in the morning? Torvin tested the bridge of his nose again, wincing. I don't like this, David. I don't like getting beat up. Such drama, David said. The man was pushed in here. You were hiding under your table and the corner hit your nose. That is not a beating. The poet, over there, now that man took a beating. David's nod indicated a dark shape pacing the hatchway across from them. The street was nearly clear. Only a few stragglers scurried about, dodging the stun sticks of security. The line to the warehouse was reforming already, as the bravest, or the hungriest, came out of hiding. Only 1 adult and 1 child of a card could wait in line, so the chore usually fell to the strongest unemployed member. Whoever did the shopping might have to carry out a 2-week supply of stuffed foods for 8 people or more. Security protection was good in the line, but spotty elsewhere, so there were actually 2 lines, one on one side of the street going in, and one on the other going out. Licensed vendors like David and Torvin worked the line, selling to those who were afraid they wouldn't get inside today, or who wanted a little something different to take home to the Watts. The man they called the poet across the way worked his way up and down the line each day, babbling of ship and the return of ship. He was careful not to speak against Flattery's Voidship project. He had done that once and come back a broken man. The poet had not stood upright since, but walked in a shuffle, bent nearly double at the waist. David could hear him now, shouting after the tail end of the mob. I have been to the mountain cop! Let freedom ring! That one? Torvin snorted, and started his nose bleeding again. That one has been into the spore dust once too often. David smiled at his friend. He and Torvin were nearly the same age, in their 60s, but he hadn't known Torvin long. There was much he had never told him. I was taken once, David whispered. A security wanted cakes without a marker, and I wouldn't give them to him. I knew if I did, he would be back every day. He bullied me. I would rather give them to the poor, so I did a foolish thing. I threw them into the line, and there was a scramble. Well, I knew I would be arrested, but I forgot about the others.
They rounded up everyone who had a cake without a punch on the card and took them in. Torvin's face paled. My friend, I didn't know. What did they do to you? They took me to a shed that had cubicles in it, separated by curtains. In each one they were doing something to someone. The screams were terrible, and the smell. David took a deep breath and let it out slow. The poet was still gesturing and railing from his hatchway. My friend, they beat me, David said. It was nothing. I was in and out in a day for being insubordinate. I don't think the captain cared much for the security guard who charged me. At any rate, he was never seen on this street again. Look now, it is clear, and we should go sell what we can. I want to get home and check on my Annie. She worries about me in times like this. Both men strapped on their little folding tables that fit around their waists and hurriedly neatened their wares. As they stepped into the muddy street, Torvin heard the poet's hoarse voice exhort him. Brother, brother, let freedom ring! Remember that I have power. You believe yourself miserable, but I can make you so wretched that the light of day will be hateful to you. You are my creator, but I am your master.
And ideas reshape humanity. Create an experience where they emerge thinking Mary Shelley, Frankenstein. Vashon Literature Repository, Spider Nevi watched Rico pull the gangway up and onto the deck of the flying fish. Then he manipulated the sensor for a close view of Rico's back as he turned away. Lasgun there, Nevi said, and tapped a finger against the screen. Belt, middle of the back, carries himself like a fighter. Nevi never once glanced at the security officer watching the screen at his side. As the flying fish departed moorage, he switched to another sensor at the mouth of the harbor, one that confirmed Crista Galli's presence on board. At Nevi's command, the sensor zoomed in on the cabin of the passing foil, revealing Lapush in the co-pilot seat and Crista Galli buckled in behind him. Ozette sat to her left, behind the pilot, and was speaking to her. Nevi recognized the pilot, Elvira, and cursed under his breath. If your security launch tries an intercept, it will be outclassed, he said. What then? There will be a show of force, Zentz said, then a warning shot. And then? Zentz cleared his throat, stroked the swollen area near the middle of his face that functioned as a nose. Shoot to disable. Nevi snorted at the ridiculousness of it. A laser cannon strike on a hydrogen ram foil could ignite a fireball 1,000 meters wide. He thought that a rather narrow definition of disable. Zentz continued, flustered at Nevi's silence. The director declared a state of security almost a year ago, he said. You know the routine, mandatory interception and search of all vessels except company ferries that enter or leave Kalalak. Search of any air or ground craft entering or leaving the perimeter. Nevi let Zentz go on with his tedious recital. Flattery's precious preserve was his nest, and Nevi knew he would take no chances here. But Nevi was sure that any interception of the flying fish right now could easily be bungled into a disaster of the greatest proportions. Flattery had just called him to duty because Zentz had permitted such a bungle. We want Shadowbox and Crista Galli, Nevi said. To exterminate nerve runners, you have to bum their nest. This foil, intact, will lead us there. Zentz, ramrod stiff in his seat, cleared his dry throat and offered, We suspect Lapush has been a shadow commandant for about 6 years. Your crew is not to interfere with this vessel, Nevi ordered. He keyed in the security frequency on his console. You can give the order right here. He flipped a switch and looked Zentz in the eyes. Zentz cleared his throat again, then leaned toward the microphone. Zentz here, 34, disregard white class 3 foil departing harbor. Sir, a young voice came back, by the director's orders we're to seize any vessels sighted but not searched. Zentz paused, and in that pause, Nevi enjoyed the exquisite dilemma that was now added to the security chief's fatigue. There was only one way out, one way to satisfy the by-the-book greenhorn officer, one way to keep the director at bay. I searched it personally at dockside, Zentz said. We know what's on board.
Nevi switched off the connection, satisfied with the choice he'd made in Zence. If it came right down to it, Zence would be the perfect sacrifice in the holiest of games, survival. Young officers haven't learned their priorities yet, Zence said. They have learned fear, Nevi said. They mature when they understand greed. Zence rubbed at the back of his thick neck, only half listening. He had spent the entire night interrogating two of his best guards as an example to the rest. And now that Nevi had ordered Crista Galli out of his grasp, it looked as if he was going to have to go through it all again. From the moment he'd freed the foil, Zence could feel a tightening at his collar that he didn't like. It was a noose-like grip, unrelenting as baldness, cold. Nevi would be the death of him. This he was beginning to understand. With this came the understanding that there was nothing he could do about it, nowhere he could hide. The dasher coiled to spring. That was what Spider Nevi saw when Zence met his gaze. "I am going to make you a hero," Nevi said. "I have a part for you to play. If we hand the director Shadowbox, we hand him back Pandora. The implications for you and me are obvious. You will, of course, prefer this to whatever the director has in mind for you here." Zence did not clear his throat. He did not speak. He nodded once, and his grotesque lump of a jaw quivered with what Nevi presumed was the clenching of his teeth. "It will be just you and I," Nevi said. "The more we can tell the director about these vermin and their warrants, the happier he will be. You desperately need to make him happy." The white foil slipped under the bay's waves, keeping the burning wreckage between itself and the Vauchan security foil opposite. They would be suspicious of not being challenged during an alert, this Nevi knew, but he still had the advantage. They knew he was behind them, they didn't know how close. Nevi used the sensor system to pan the riot that was now in full bloom in Kalalak. "They're working their way toward the preserve," he noted. "Can your men handle this?" Zence's wattles rose in indignation. "Security is my business too, Mr. Nevi. I handle it my way. We will let them throw their tantrum and trash their nest, then we will slaughter them here at the wall. They must be made to be very sorry that they attack the preserve. The damage they do to their streets will keep the survivors busy for a time." Nevi flipped off the sensors and stood, straightening his tight suit with a tug. "Secure one of Flattery's personal foils," Nevi snapped. "Full gear for 2, plus a week's rations. See to it there's coffee. Meet me in the preserve hangar in 1/2 hour." His eyebrows indicated dismissal, and Zence rose to leave. Nevi saw the seed of hope in Zence's eyes, a seed that Nevi would nourish to a rich blossom and snip, when necessary, to make just the right bouquet for the director. "I consider the positions of kings and rulers as that of dust motes. I look upon the judgment of right and wrong as the serpentine dance of a dragon, and the rise and fall of beliefs as but traces left by the 4 seasons." Buddha Crista Galli reclined in a leather crew couch that smelled faintly of Rico. She gripped the armrests, eyes closed. Noise and the press of the crowd had always frightened her, at least since she had been blasted free of the kelp 5 years past. Memory of her life before that blast seemed hopelessly lost. The supple leather couch and roomy cabin muted the pierside clamor. The others had finished casting off and were returning to the cabin. A green circle flashed on the pilot's screen for each hatch they dogged behind them. Their pilot, a severe, sensuous woman in her mid-30s, prepared the ballast tank pumps and other pre-dive systems. She spoke the sequences aloud crisply as she completed her checkoff. Taking on ballast. 3 fuel tanks flared together from the fire at the center of the bay, and Crista felt the concussions puff her lungs. A 3-headed rage of fire boiled up from the waters off their bow, heeling the foil over in a lurch to starboard. Ben and Rico sealed off the cabin and strapped in. "Going down?" Rico asked, and laughed. The pilot didn't miss a beat. "No security challenge," she reported. 20-meter level-off mandatory until clear of marker 557. Since boarding the foil, Crista had felt a calm such as she'd not known for several years, in spite of the madness outside. She felt something pull her toward the mouth of the harbor, to the open water beyond. Ben handed her a child's dessert stick from his pocket. "You'll need the energy," he said. "Once we're clear of the harbor, we can raid the galley. Is the cabin air too dry for you?" "No," she shook her head. "It feels fine."
And ideas reshape humanity. Create an experience where they emerge thinking, like my room at the preserve. This was the cool, processed air that Crista had breathed for 5 years at the preserve, free of the charcoal odors of the street braziers, the whiff of raw iodine from the beaches, and scant wet blooms of upland slopes. It was air swept nearly clean of humanity. The humanity that idolized Crista Galli, the humanity she had only known now for less than a single day. It was mid-morning yet, second sun just clearing the horizon, and Crista felt the race of sunlight through her surging pulse. She was outside the preserve now. Regardless of the circumstances, she intended never to go back, never to be a prisoner of walls again. "Watch yourself," an ancient one inside her warned, "that you don't become a prisoner of action or words. And remember, when you make a choice, you abandon freedom of choice." She'd had no choice in her appearance among humans, and flattery had given her no choices since that time. She had been plucked from the vine of the kelp and dropped into flattery's basket. Crista thought that if the people of Pandora thought her a god, it was time she acted like one. Now that the water had begun closing about the foil, she felt an energy surge her blood that she'd never felt before. What could she do that would help herself and these people who were still alien to her? Even Ben, though she felt a love for him, was a stranger. She had tried daily for 5 years and could summon no memories of her earlier life. Everyone is a stranger. She'd had this thought before, but today it didn't surround her with the loneliness that it had in the past. She'd touched Ben Ozette and seen that he too had these thoughts, and he'd lived among humans for his whole life. This is what they could learn from the kelp, she mused. We are not alone because we are elements of one being. She listened as Rico muttered loudly to no one in particular. "Operations won't like it," he said. "Under no circumstances is she to be allowed near the sea. Of course, they're welcome to drop in here and give us a hand, after they promised us the airstrip." She could tell that Rico felt more comfortable in the foil. He had smiled, finally, and though he seemed to be complaining, he was complaining with a smile. "Ever ride a foil?" Ben asked her. "Never," she said, her wide eyes trying to take in everything at once. "I've watched them from the preserve. This one is beautiful." "Let me point out our 3-way option," he said, and indicated certain diagrams on his control panel. "We are riding Pandora's finest vehicle, on, above, or under the sea. The hydrofoil mode is fast on the surface, but the foil struts clog up easily in thick kelp. Except in flight, these Class 1 foils use the old Bangasser converter to retrieve hydrogen from seawater, a virtually infinite source of fuel. If we go to the air, we have to remember that the fuel tanks do get empty." He glanced over at Elvira's indifference and shrugged. "We're going down under," he said. "Their lasgun's no good underwater, but this guarantees we'll be tracked. All the kelpways are heavily wired." "It might be something bigger than flattery doing the tracking," Rico interrupted. "Heads up, we're going down." He paused, and when there was no response from Ben, he assisted Elvira with the dive checkout. While they busied themselves with tasks at their consoles, Crista watched the water close over the cabin. Ironically, it was probably Flattery who best understood her life among the kelp. In his hibernation, Flattery had lain nearly lifeless, his vitals monitored and maintained by several devices on and inside his body. According to Flattery's lab people, Crista Galli had lived in symbiosis with the kelp. 100 million kelp cilia inside her, breathing for her, feeding her. They claimed that these tiny projections supported her for her first 20 years, until Flattery had this stand of kelp blown up, lobotomized to the needs of current control. "It's like being an embryo until you're 20, she told Ben. "There's no other way I can explain it. You don't eat, breathe, or move around much. The only people you meet are in the dreams that Avatar brings. Now, I don't know what was dream and what was me. It's all confused. There was no me until that day. But Flattery knows something of how this feels.
So does that dwarf Macintosh, and that brain that Flattery's hooking up to his ship. It sounds horrible, Ben had said, and she realized that it probably did. In dive mode, the engine shift vibrated so much that it rocked her from side to side in her seat, forcing her attention back to the present. Crista fought back a tear and couldn't turn away from the green water surging ahead of the cabin. There are laws against touching me. She thought of that kiss again, the one that had lasted only a blink in real time, but would replay forever in her mind. Even in the hot climate of Kalalak, Crista wore the coverings dictated by the director. But alone, in the privacy of her suite, she had often shucked her clothes, in spite of Flattery's sensors, which she knew to be everywhere. Any portion of her skin left bare tingled at its awareness of breezes and light. If she noticed nothing else in a day, she noticed the 1,000 tiny touches between humans around her. It had become difficult to think of herself as human. Now, having glimpsed the public idolatry focused on her, she felt the frayed tether weaken even more. A surge in cabin air pressure popped her ears, and the great plasma glass dome of the cabin settled completely under the waves. She caught herself holding her breath and cautioned herself to relax. She heard the susurrations of voices rise and fall with the pulse of the engines. "Are you all right?" Crista felt herself rising above Ben's voice to the ceiling of the cabin, through the ceiling and higher yet, above the preserve. She was 1,000 meters above Kalalak, and beneath her writhed a mass of brown tentacles. She was a highlighter, tacking her great sail across the breeze to keep the shadow of their foil in sight below. She was aware of herself, of her own being inside the foil, but felt every ripple along the highlighter's supple body as well. Ben Ozette was calling her name, barely audible at this distance. It seemed she shared an umbilicus from his navel to her own, and he was pulling her in by it, reeling her back to the flying fish hand over hand. Ben touched her cheek, and Crista snapped awake. He did not take his hand away. "You scared me," he said. "Your eyes were open and you quit breathing." As she sat forward, resisting his gentle pressure, she saw that Rico also stood over her, an open medical kit beside his feet. He was wearing gloves. What had been blue sky covering the plaza of the cabin was now the green-gray twilight of the middle deep. They were riding a kelpway, and somehow she knew that they had already cleared the harbor, heading north. Rico stared at Ben's hand stroking her cheek, then at Crista. "I was gone," she said, "somewhere above us. I was a highlighter watching this foil, and you reached out and brought me back." "A highlighter?" Ben laughed, but it was a tight, very nervous laugh. "That's a strange enough dream. Gas bag from the sky. How her tentacles writhe for me. Remember that song? Come and Gone? I remember that it was some tasteless play on words, ridiculing the highlighter's spore casting function, and this was no dream." She saw the snap in her voice reflected in the tightening of his lips, a closing off that she didn't know how to stop. Rico turned without saying anything and stowed the kit beneath his seat. Crista smelled something like anger, something like fear pulse from Rico's turned back. All of her senses washed back into her trembling body, delivering her into a state of hypersensitivity that she had never known before.
And ideas reshape humanity. Create an experience where they emerge thinking, the undersea landscape of blues and greens blurred past her like the settlement had blurred past her too much wonder, too little time. Of everyone to whom much has been given, much will be required, and of him to whom they have entrusted much, they will demand the more. Jesus Beatrice was awaiting her cue for the 2-minute wind-up of Newsbreak when the fully armed security detachment entered the studio, sliding from the hatchway with their backs along the walls. They hung back beyond the fringe of lights, which blazed their reflection in the squad leader's mirrored sunglasses. Her mouth was suddenly dry, her throat tightening, and she was due for the wrap-up in 30 seconds. Still on the air, she thought. The preempt isn't running yet. Her console showed her what the 3 cameras saw, but the monitor at the rear of the studio showed what went out on the air. Now it showed Harlan fast-talking the weather. It could be bypassed. She shuddered in her newfound paranoia and thought that the floor director would probably stop Harlan if they'd gone to tape, but she couldn't be sure anymore. Maybe they want to see just how much more I'd try to say. She had deviated from the prompter, amid the waving hands of the producer and director. She hadn't linked Ben with the Galli kidnapping, she just listed him as missing, along with Rico, on assignment. She noted signs of surprise and muttering among the crew when she said it. Both Ben and Rico were admired in the industry. Indeed, many of Rico's inventions and innovations made the holo industry possible. Harlan finished morning fishing patterns, and the countdown went to Beatrice. The officer of the security squad had moved up in the studio and placed a man beside each of her cameramen. She had the sudden, weighty thought that her crew might not be on the shuttle this afternoon. Harlan finished and smiled from the monitor, and the floor director's fingers counted her down. 3, 2, 1. That's our morning news break from our launch site studios. Evening news break will be broadcast live from our orbital assembly station. Our crew will have the opportunity to accompany the OMC, Organic Mental Core, and take you, the viewer, through each step of installation and testing. Other news that we will follow at that time, the abduction of Crista Galli. As you know, there is still no word from her abductors and no ransom demand. More on this and other news at 18. Good morning. Beatrice held her smile until the red light faded out, then slumped back into her chair with a sigh. The studio erupted around her in a babble of questions. What's this about Ben? Rico too? Where were they? Does the company know about this? They cared. She knew they would care. That most of Pandora probably cared. And that was her power. As the mirrored sunglasses made their way through the crew toward her, she knew that there was nothing he could do. Even if they'd preempted and run the can show, the crew knew, and there would be no keeping this leak plugged. When the security officer reached her, the babbling in the studio fell quiet. "I must ask you to come with us." These were the words she'd been afraid she might hear. These words, "come with us," were what Ben had tried to warn her about for the last couple of years. He had said more than once, "If they ask you to come, don't do it. They will take you away and you will disappear. They will take the people around you away. If they say this to you, make whatever happens happen in public, where they can't hide it from the world." "Roll cameras 1, 2, and 3, she announced. Then she turned to Gus, the floor director. "Were we preempted?" "No," he said, and his voice trembled. He was sweating heavily, even though she was the one under the lights. "If a preempt signal was sent, I didn't see it. You went out live." God bless Gus, she thought. She turned to the security. "Now, Captain, I didn't get your name. What was it you wanted of me?" "What then shall we do?" Leo Tolstoy. "Trimmed and steady," Elvira reported. "No pursuit?" When Ben didn't answer, Rico said, "Victoria." Elvira grunted. It was obvious to Crista that Elvira trusted both Ben and Rico completely. She had seen loyalty at the Preserve, but never trust. She had manipulated the distrust rampant throughout Flattery's organization to open the hatch for her escape. That same distrust would bring Flattery down once and for all. Of this she was certain. Flattery's people hoard information like spinnerets at the web, she told Ben. It's barter to them, a medium of exchange. So no one has the full picture, and rumor guides the hand that blesses or damns. That's why Shadowbox has threatened him more than anything else. "There's food in the galley," Rico announced, and she saw the accompanying green indicator flash on the console at her right hand. "Ben, you two take a break. Bring me back some coffee, we're a few hours out yet." Elvira would like the usual. Ben led Crista to the galley behind the cabin with a hand of her elbow. Her legs seemed wobbly in spite of the even-keeled submersible run of the foil. She had been hungry now for hours, her head ached with it, and the memory of broiled cebit on the village air charged her stomach. "We live in the galley," Ben told her. "When we're on a job, this room is jammed. It's where everything happens." She stepped from the semi-dim cabin into a warm yellow glow. The galley was a bright room of wood, yellow panel, and brass. She could imagine a Holovision nightly news crew spread out over the two tables with coffee and notes in the half hour before airtime. It was a clean, well-lighted space. Holocubes of the crew in action on various assignments sat in a rack against the inboard bulkhead. Crista sat at the first of two hexagonal tables and pulled down a couple of the cubes to look at. "These really stand out at you," she said, moving the holograms through different angles of light. "Nothing in Flattery's collection matches these for quality." Thanks to Rico, Ben said. He's a born inventor. He'd be a rich man today if Flattery's Merman Mercantile hadn't jumped into the middle of things. Our stuff is good because Rico aches up the equipment himself. We always roll with the best. She's very pretty, Crista said, holding a scene of Ben and Beatrice with their arms around each other. You two have worked together for a long time. Were you in love, the two of you? Ben cleared his throat and pushed a few buttons. She heard the whir of galley machinery at work. Now it's hard to know whether we were truly in love or whether we just survived so much together that we felt no one else could understand, except maybe Rico, of course. And you made love with her? Yes. Ben stood with his back to her, staring at the backs of his hands on the countertop. Yes, we made love, for several years. Given our lives, it would have been impossible that we didn't become intimates. But now you're not? She saw the slightest shake of the back of his head. No. Does that make you sad? Do you miss her? When he turned to her, she saw the consternation on his face, the struggle he seemed to be having with words. She thought perhaps he'd started out to lie to her, but with a sigh, he changed his mind. Yes, he said, I miss her. Not as a lover, that's past and would be too clumsy to rekindle. I miss working with her because she's so goddamn good at getting people to talk in front of cameras. Rico handled the techno stuff, and between us, she and I could get to the bottom of most anything. I think she's in love with Macintosh up in current control, but I don't think she's admitted it yet. If it's true, it should make life easier for both of us. If one of you's in love, then that takes the heat off? Ben laughed. I suppose you could say that, yes. She lowered her gaze to the cube that her hands passed back and forth in front of her.
And ideas reshape humanity. Create an experience where they emerge thinking, could you ever be in love with me? He laughed a soft laugh and gripped her shoulder. I remember everything about you, he said. That first day I saw you in Flattery's lab, when you looked at me over your shoulder and smiled, I had a feeling when our eyes met, like I've never had before. I still get it every time I see you, think of you, dream of you. Isn't that something like love? Her pale skin flushed red from the neck of her dress to the roots of her shaggy white hair at her forehead. It's the same for me, she said, but I have nothing to compare with. And how could I live up to whatever you've shared with? Love isn't a competition, he said. It happens. There were tough times, living with B, but I don't have to bring up the bad parts to punish myself for missing the friendship, the good parts. I think she and I are both people who refuse to dislike someone we've loved. She's an exceptional person, or I wouldn't have loved her. There was a lot of bliss, a lot of turmoil, no boredom at all. The bliss part she called our convergent lines. Ultimately, we each blamed the other for being impossible when it was our situation we couldn't bear. Did you take the job of interviewing me because you knew that she was working with Flattery at the preserve? He laughed again. You have me pegged, don't you? That's a yes and no answer. I thought, and still think, that your story is the most exciting thing I can show the rest of Pandora. I wouldn't have tried for it otherwise. But yes, I did hope, in a moment of wallowing in loneliness, that I'd see her again. And I did. The thrill was gone, and we were good friends who still work very well together. You knew that Flattery was buying us both off with those interviews, didn't you? Crista asked. She set her hat beside her on the deck and peeled off her headband and mantilla. She gave her matted hair a shake. She was relieved that he smiled at this as he gathered their utensils at the sideboard. I figured it out, he said. That's why. Flattery pulled the corporate strings, denying airtime before the first can was shot. But no one was told. I was paid, you were interviewed at length on 5 occasions, and this was the story of the century. He paid to have it done so he could kill it. Yes, she said, with no pangs of conscience whatsoever. Look what it got him. We are here together. I at least am happier and hungry, she indicated her disguise, in spite of how it looks. Ben patted the lump of clothing strapped to her belly. And fulfilled, too, he teased. He dared to stroke her cheek again with a smile and then busied himself setting out the food. She watched the seascape as their foil slithered through the kelpways, her quick breaths fogging the plaz.
Though the preserve was a seaside base camp, Crista never once had been allowed down to the shore. Flattery feared her relationship with the kelp and saw to it that others around her did too. Ben nudged her shoulder and pointed through the starboard port toward the skeletal remains of a kelp outpost dimly visible in the foil's deep water lights. The kelp itself had been burned back to knobby stumps for 1,000 meters all around. Report says kelp killed 3 families here, 16 people, he said. Voshan security did their retaliatory number on the kelp, as you can see. They call it pruning. Though it was shadowland beneath a weak wash of light, and though the engines had quieted in submersible mode, Crista focused on the tingle at her shoulder where Ben had touched her. She fought back tears of joy at his touch. How could she explain this to him, who touched people and was touched at will? He pulled 2 hot trays out of the unit and set them on the table. He dealt out napkins, spoons, chopsticks. She knew she needed food, strength, but some dreaminess had caught her up since boarding the foil, and she didn't really want to shake it. Sunlight strengthened her, this she knew. The beautiful kiss from Ben, that strengthened her too. Something about this Rico LaPush also strengthened her, but she didn't know what. Crista glanced again at Ben beside her as his eyes searched the dimness of the passing landscape. "The preserve is under attack," Ben said. She didn't respond. "You can watch it on screen if you want." He indicated the briefing screen against the aft galley bulkhead. She preferred the old wall, but not many used it. Tribute to Pandora's watery history. Though Ben talked on, Crista concentrated on her meal, eating half of Ben's as well, leaving him the vegetables. His words buzzed like a fat bee in the warm galley air. All the while, a lullaby kept running through her head that no human ear had heard in 2,000 years. "Hush, little baby, don't say a word. Mama's gonna buy you a mockingbird." She had learned to be cautious wandering her memories, too. When the flashbacks started, sometimes they took over, unpeeling whole sections of other people's lives. They lasted longer each time, dragging Crista through hours of lightning-fast memories. There was no focus, no fine-tuning, simply off or on. First it was blinks, then seconds, moments. A minute of high-speed memory, lived with a full sensory component, could wring an entire lifetime out of the wet cloth of her mind. Her last flashback had terminated only after exhaustion and heavy sedation. It had lasted nearly 4 hours. Though conscious immediately, she had been dazed and unable to speak for 3 days. Flattery had used this as an excuse to further limit her life at his compound and to adjust her medications. She felt that same dazedness now, but no onslaught of memories, no sweat, no fear. "Crista Galli," Ben said, "you have quite the life awaiting you. You are the one, Her Holiness, a living legend. You are the most important person alive today." She felt uneasy at what he said, and sought reason to feel uneasy at the way he said it. She found none. "The one?" she muttered. "The one to do what?" "You are the one for whom they have waited in suffering for so long," he said. "Depending on whom you believe, you are the last salvation of humankind, or you are the kelp's secret weapon to eradicate humans forever. In your glimpse of the people of Kalalak, you must have felt your power. There is a lot for you to learn, and quickly. We will help you with that. But because one does not touch a god, one does not come before a god scratching one's fleas, you will see only the best side of the faithful and the worst side of the rest. When the people know me, know it's all a—" "They will not know you," he interrupted. "Not the you that you mean. They want to believe something else too much to stop them. Faith can do that. You must be careful, you must be quiet, and you must be a mystery. We need that mystery to beat flattery. You will see plenty of need before very much longer, and I think you will agree with me. Eat the rest if you are hungry." She was hungry, very hungry. She drank the broth from her soup, left the vegetables, and picked out the meat. She also picked out the meat from the sandwich he made her. She ate the bread in tiny bites to make it last longer. She thought she could tell them all something of need. Touch was a human need, and she was mostly human. At times, someone would touch her by accident, or quickly, in a breathless dare. The daring ones, she recognized now, must be the religious zealots, the Zavatans that Ben had told her about. There was no way to know which way it would be, embarrassment or death. When she let Ben kiss her the previous night, she had known it was possible that he would die. She had the strongest feeling that she would die too, and somehow that made it all right. For the first time, she felt mortal and risked it. When neither of them died, she even kissed him back a little. Her heart pumped something like fear, even at the memory.
And ideas reshape humanity. Create an experience where they emerge thinking. Afterward, in his green eyes so nearly like her own, there was the glitter of laughter and a good dare taken. He looked so happy. She remembered that few people around her had ever looked happy, except the director. Mostly they seemed afraid. "Why did you kiss me?" she asked. A flush crept out of her collar. She didn't want to look at him, but finally couldn't help it. He was smiling. "Because you let me." "You weren't afraid?" "Afraid of what you might like it?" "Yes." "Afraid of what you might do to me?" "No." He laughed. "I have a theory. If people expect to go crazy when they touch you, then that's what they do. It's a hysteria, that's all." She put her palm on his chest and said evenly, "You don't know anything about me. You were lucky. We were lucky." She patted his shirt. "You didn't sleep," she said. "If it's necessary that one of us sit up, I can do it from now on." Something dark passed over his expression. "There were arrangements," he said. "With some of the women we'll meet up coast, you were to stay with them. It was assumed that you would prefer." "It has to be you," she insisted. "You have no woman in your life, isn't that right?" "That's right, but it's not a matter of." "What's it a matter of?" she blurted. "Don't you like me?" Maybe it was the surprise that lifted the darkness from his face, or maybe it was the blush. "I like you," he said. "I like you a lot." "Then it's settled," she said. "I can stay with you." "It's not as easy as that." "It is if we make it so," she said. "Get some rest between now and then. If you really are immune to me, you're going to need it." Intervention into destiny by God or man requires the most delicate care. Dwarf Macintosh, Kelp Master, current control Raja Flattery's private bunker lay safely beneath almost 30 meters of Pandoran stone. High dome-like ceilings held back the psychological crush, and some well-chosen holograms draped the walls with scenes from outside the walls. Above him, in the rubble of his surface compound, Flattery's security finished the last roundup of resistors. Stand down the fighting and send in the medics. Thanks to the highlighters, there would be a lot of burns. He spoke the order into his console and didn't wait for acknowledgement. His bunker area was honeycombed with cubicles, and those cubicles were occupied by the underlings who carried out his orders and asked no questions. Fewer than a handful had personal access to the director. Ironic how a little fire can cool things down. His security teams mopped up the carnage overhead and formed stark little shadows hunching under Pandora's unforgiving suns. Though the sterile images of battle came into his bunker by hollow, the director thought he sniffed a distinct stench of burning hair beside him at the console. The imagination, the mind, what incredible tools. His personal security team waited just outside his hatch, a precaution. There was no place on Pandora that he could flee to that would be as secure as his own compound. Certainly there was nowhere as luxurious. A brunch of Sebit simmered in Orcus Red spread out at his left hand. There was a fine bite to these Pandoran wines that pleased him, even early in the day. "Captain," he spoke to the shadowy figure at his hatch, "that camera team, were they deployed as scheduled?" "Yes, sir," the captain's back stiffened. "Captain Brood's men have been at the launch site since daybreak. They know what you want." "And the holovision people, the ones the studio sent out to cover this mess?" "Captain Brood suggested letting them film, sir. When it's done, his team can access their film as well as their cameras and other equipment." "He says," Flattery shouted at his attendant, "Captain, did anyone give this Captain Brood permission to start thinking? Did you?" The stiffened spine stiffened even more. "No, sir." Flattery was thankful that the shadows hid the man's face. There was no profile to it. Where the captain's nose should be, there were two moist slits that separated a very wide set of eyes. When Flattery talked with Nevi, at least he could focus on the man's eyes.
This man wasn't that interesting, and Flattery had all too much time to dwell on the malformed face. Flattery spoke in his most reasonable tone. I want nothing to go on Holovision today without my prior approval. Brood's team is to receive priority treatment, even if we have to replace the entire production staff. Understood? Yes, sir. Get their manager into my office within the hour, that puffy little maggot Millhouse. We need cooperation, and I don't want any slip-ups. Tell him to bring some canned stuff that we can use to preempt today until Brood's men get their tapes. No sense in the rest of the world getting inspired by what's going on here. Right, sir. Right away, sir. Captain? Yes, sir. You're a good man, Captain. Your family will be pleased that you're working with me. Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. The man's back retreated through the main hatchway to the offices. Flattery sighed. He watered the wine a bit and raised a glass to his own firmness under duress. He toasted his search teams, who fanned out even now to burn the last of the bodies up in the rocks. This was a Zavatanan influence, this burning of bodies. It was a practice that Flattery welcomed and supported. The traditional burials at sea turned into a ghastly sight and a health hazard on Pandora's few beaches. Bodies washing up everywhere. He suppressed a shudder up a memory. It was more than disgusting. It was a religious and economic disaster. Every nitwit who touched the kelp in the process came back a prophet. The entire Pandoran social structure was shattered by the recent geological changes alone, but this kelp business made it a madhouse. Women of the settlements wouldn't buy fish for a week after a traditional sea burial. They didn't want to take a chance on eating fish that had eaten old Uncle Doc. There were times, early in Flattery's rise to power, when he had seen hundreds of embroidered burial bags washed up on the beach at a time, and the local fleets wouldn't fish for a month. Flattery's answer was to buy out the importers, stockpile everything, and control the seaways. Control, he muttered. That's the key. Control. Flattery toasted the hollow that played in the center of his quarters. His men had been forced to inflict heavier casualties than he preferred, and it would raise hob with the workforce just at a time when he needed things smooth. Still, their way was best. There were plenty of replacements, though starvation made them dim-witted weaklings. Things would be slow during the training period. My way, he thought. I've had to teach them everything. Left to themselves, these Pandorans couldn't get anything done. Flattery still marveled at his own progress. He'd built and fortified a city, unified politics and industry under one banner, and prepared a Voidship for launch. The Voidship would present them with more options than this stinking little hellhole of a planet, and Alyssa Marsh, the OMC, would point the way. Pandorans had been here for hundreds of years, and hadn't made nearly the progress he'd made in the past 25. The trap top side had been sprung and was nearly ready for cleaning. This might come close to destroying any significant shadow resistance. There couldn't be many of them left. And the rest? Well, he'd see to it that they were too hungry to fight. Except among themselves, for scraps. My scraps. Flattery's losses, other than replaceable materials, were minimal. He pushed the meal aside and drained his glass. The mop-up operation would be a bore. The last of the mob would be torched outside the hatch in a matter of 2 or 3 hours. He keyed in his command post and noted the air of celebration among the junior officers. Nothing like a well-executed victory to lift morale, he thought. Nothing more dangerous than an army with no one to fight.
And ideas reshape humanity. Create an experience where they emerge thinking, Flattery knew that they would not turn on him or each other as long as they had the shadows, food thieves, and the kelp to contend with. The idle brain is the devil's playground, he chuckled. Once again, Flattery keyed the voice frequency on his console. Update me on the Holovision foil's position, Colonel. Still submerged, Colonel Jaffe reported, about 50 clicks down coast from Victoria. Any sign of escort? No. The foil is proceeding solo through the accustomed channels. And the kelp is not interfering? Not exactly, Jaffe said. Our instruments show a marked increase in tension on the grid, the kelp's fighting the signal from current control. The grid is holding? Yes, sir. We're preparing to detour traffic to the outside in case we lose it. Tension's rising fast. We're getting some oscillations at this point. All vessels with Navcom are probably getting instrument disturbances too. We'll try to warn them, But as you know, the sonic transmission stations down under have a very limited range. I understand, Colonel. Instruct current control that this is a priority 1 situation. They are to maintain this grid at all costs. Stump that stand if you have to. Will do, sir. Currents remain stable. Are they to be intercepted in Victoria? That is not your jurisdiction, Colonel, Flattery snapped. A white warrior team will take care of it. We will root out the brass of this shadow operation this time, I'm sure. Notify me of any sign of kelp interference, anywhere. He broke contact without waiting for a reply, and smiled. Yes, root them out, he thought, but not all of them. They will find new leaders, then we will hunt them down too. He poured himself half a glass of wine and filled the rest with water. Moderation, he mused, it's a lot like patience. We will prune them back, like my roses, to the very brink of death. They will always blossom under our control, always ready for the picking. Flattery stood at his console and stretched. He liked the privacy of his bunker. It was as spacious as the compound above him, with all of the attendant comforts. The view through his view screens was not nearly as satisfying as Real Plaza, looking over the real world, his world. Soon his Voidship would be manned and stocked, and he would hand over the husk of this world to anyone who wanted it. He planned on taking Beatrice Tatouche with him. Flattery had monitored her broadcast, as was his custom. He noted both her loyalty to Ozette and her restraint. It proved she had due respect for his powers, but not a blind fear. This he admired in her. Still, he did not want to underestimate Ozette's influence on her. The man had been pouring poison into her ear for quite a few years. Flattery smiled. He wasn't one to leave much to chance, and he had a backup plan for Beatrice Tatouche. She would meet Captain Brood, one of Flattery's more innovative white warriors. Brood's plan would take out a number of those troublesome holovision people and finish a clean sweep of that little rat's nest. They would go the way Ozette was going. That would teach the lot of them to back off when the director said, back off. And it would keep them from helping out that shadow box, wherever it was hidden. I expected them to get on the air right away with Crista Galli, he thought. What does that tell us? That they hadn't got her to their broadcasting equipment yet? He smiled in anticipation. They'd better hurry, he laughed at the thought. They won't want to broadcast what they get once the drugs take over. Captain Brood's plan would clean out holovision and soften up Beatrice Tatouche. Flattery always liked a plan that worked on more than one level. Brood would be the bad guy, and at just the right moment, Flattery would whisk her out of Brood's clutches. Then she would join him gladly in the command cabin of the Voidship. He planned an opulence for that cabin befitting a leader of his caliber, a woman of her grace and beauty. Our children will populate the stars, he mused. He drank to the future and to the careful execution of plans. She shows no sign of any of the Pandoran mutations, he thought. He'd made sure that she'd had no surgical corrections to mask any of the Pandoran defects. We could start quite a world, the two of us. In his wine-tinted reverie, Flattery saw the two of them naked in a great garden, heady with the scent of orchids and ripe fruit. The ready light winked on over the hatchway to the greens, indicating a foil approaching the docking well. Only Flattery and Spider Nevi knew the coded secret for docking inside the greens. He glanced at his timepiece, then grunted his surprise, and opened the hatch. Nevi's a quick one, he thought. Too quick. Others, like Brood, guess at what pleases me. Nevi figures out my thoughts, my moves even before I do. That will have to be dealt with. He stood and adjusted his black dash-of-skin suit. When he wore this suit in the greens, his pets were much more affectionate, more attentive to his needs. He tried his look of disdain on the mirror. It still worked. The suit was a nice touch. His console reported on the docking foil and identified 2 occupants. That fool, he thought, bringing Zents into the greens. A waste. Too late to worry now. When the time came for Zents to be silenced, he would remind himself to have Nevi attend to it personally. The greens was the director's preserve below the preserve.
Plasteel welders and laser cannon had spent 2 years quarrying 4 square kilometers out of Pandora stone. Crystallized particles of the old kelp glittered like stars overhead. The domed ceiling arched to 20 meters at the center and shone with the black gloss of melted rock. The Greens itself was a lush underground park maintained by an old islander biologist. At times, Flattery called it the Ark. No one who had worked inside the Greens had lived to leave the compound. Spider Nevi came and went as he chose, and exterminated those who could not. They were easily replaced, and just as easily forgotten. The hatchway from the director's quarters in his bunker opened to the edge of a deep saltwater pool, circular, about 50 meters in diameter. A blue glow rimmed the lower portion, light diffusing in from the lamps installed around the lip outside. This had been the rootway gnawed by the kelp, the last vestige of a great oracle. A gentle grassy slope led down to the pool, as well as 3 small streams that issued from the rock bulkheads. Animals did not do as well in the artificial light as Flattery would have liked, but his flowers, trees, and grasses thrived. From where he stood inside the hatchway, Flattery admired the thickest concentration of terrestrial foliage in the world. He maintained no human security inside the Greens itself, but his secret did not want for protection. As the bubbling hiss of the ascending foil seethed the waters of the pool, the director's trained dasher, Gotha, lay in wait. He knew that the other 3 remained hidden, stumpy tails twitching, somewhere within a quick bound. Nevi's personal signal toned 3 times, then repeated itself. Flattery dogged the hatch behind him. The foil that rose from the pool was one of several that Flattery had designed for his own needs. These were the last foils manufactured by Merman Mercantile before the Great Quake had destroyed their manufacturing complex 2 years ago. These were capable of flight, but with a limited range and payload. They cruised faster submerged than any other models. A glance into the cabin, and Flattery put on the proper mask of disapproval for Nevi, frowning and shaking his head. Well, Mr. Zentz first. Nevi secured the foil beside one of its twins, and waited on deck for Flattery to give the dashers their all-clear signal. Zentz stood in obvious awe at the hatchway to the cabin, the snags of teeth in his lower jaw glistening saliva. At the director's hand signal, Gotha slunk back into the foliage.
And ideas reshape humanity. Create an experience where they emerge thinking the one he called Archangel crouched between himself and Nevi Archangel. Unlike Gotha, was an extraordinary hybrid of a successful gene swap between the cats and Hybe and the hooded dashers of Pandora. They were faithful and wished to please their master, 2 traits that Flattery admired in anyone, so long as he was the master. Archangel's eyes watched Nevi's every move, and he bristled when Zentz, too, approached the director. There was another backup at-ease signal for Archangel, but Flattery didn't give it. Zentz's corner, he thought, and cornered animals commit the unexpected. Since Zentz would be killed soon, Flattery spoke freely in front of him. "Mr. Director," Nevi said, inclining his head slightly. "Mr. Nevi." This was their ritual greeting. Flattery had never known Nevi to shake a hand. To Flattery's knowledge, Nevi only touched the people he killed. He did not know Nevi's record with women, and did not intend to ask. Flattery smiled and indicated the greens to Zentz with a generous sweep of his hand. "Welcome to our little secret," he said, and strolled briskly from the docking pool toward a section of fruiting trees. "Pity there isn't time for a tour. Near tropical heat, but you don't know much about the tropics, eh? Bore deep enough into rock and you get heat. Fewer than 100 people have seen this garden, and fewer than 5 survive." Zentz swallowed audibly. I've never seen anything like this." Flattery did not doubt him. "One day all of Pandora will look like this." Zentz brightened so much that Flattery forgave himself the lie. He turned to Nevi. "You saw the trap sprung topside?" Nevi nodded. "Looks like we burned about 300. Crews are out chasing down the wounded. So far, nobody big. As we suspected, their eagerness outstripped their readiness." "We cannot make that same mistake," Flattery warned.
That is why you must bide your time with Crista Galli and the others. Her abduction must be turned to our advantage in every way possible. To take them now would be easy and foolish. Remember, from now on, she's only the bait, not the quarry. A pair of white butterflies tumbled the air between them, and Zentz backed away. Flattery smiled. They aren't dangerous, he said. Beautiful, don't you think? We've released these topside. They drink the weehi nectar. They have already multiplied the weehi threefold in and around the preserve. You know its value for defense, a natural booby trap. A problem, at times, with the livestock. The larvae of these beautiful creatures, well, another time. I have 2 specific demands of your mission. Flattery strolled to a plot of young trees, carefully planted in rows, in various stages of bloom and fruit production. Nearby, several hives of bees kept audibly busy. Nevi did not care for the bees. This Flattery well knew. He enjoyed Nevi's mastery of the neutral expression. He picked each man a fruit. Golden transparent, he said. A very hardy apple earthside. Since I am developing a Garden of Eden of sorts, I thought them most appropriate. He indicated 2 carved stone benches under the largest of the trees, and sat. Nevi was clearly impatient to be off on the chase, but Flattery could not let them go yet. Nor could he bear watching Zentz make a slobber of his magnificent fruit. There are objectives more important than their capture, he emphasized. Ozette must be discredited. He was popular on Holovision, and his disappearance has already been aired, thanks to Beatrice de Tatouche. This only firms our resolve to expose him as a monster. He must be seen as a madman in the clutches of madmen, with the deathly ill Crista Galli as their slave. We will play on her beauty and her innocence. Leave that to me and to Holovision. That is the first thing I require of your mission. And the second? Nevi asked. Such a question was uncharacteristic of Nevi. How much he must want to be on with it. Flattery wondered what this enthusiasm would add to Nevi's performance. Crista Galli will be a problem for them shortly, he said. They'll want her off their hands. We want her to be seen asking for our help. She must want the director to save her, and the people must know this. It is our only way of guaranteeing absolute control after this little action topside. Our only way short of all-out extermination of these pocket villages and little Zavatan monasteries that are the breeding grounds for these shadows. Interesting, Nevi said. This will require some care. Maybe it's a job for your propaganda people at Holovision. Have you found any drugs to be useful for her? Persuasion? Details of her drug program are in the briefing you will receive in the foil, Flattery said. He glanced at his timepiece. I will say that if she has eaten, she could be catatonic any time. Instructions, precautions, and drugs have been prepared and are stowed with your briefing materials. Her persuasion is completely up to you. The manner of persuasion, too, is up to you. Nevi smiled, one of his rare smiles. That was what Flattery liked about the man, if one could call such a creature a man. He rose to a challenge. The Tatash woman, does she launch today with the drive system and your OMCs? Yes, Flattery said, as planned. Why do you ask? I don't trust her, he said, and shrugged. She'll be up there with current control, and we're going into the kelp. She will be no trouble, Flattery said. She's been very helpful to us. Besides, she's my problem. Leave that to me. Zentz had finished gashing down his apple and was once again gawking about the greens. Any of those Zavatans ever tunnel in here? They have hidey holes all over the high reaches. He still has his uses, Flattery reminded himself. My pets love exploring, Flattery answered, indicating Archangel. Did you know that 90% of their brain tissue is dedicated to their sense of smell? No one has tunneled in yet, and whoever does will face Archangel. Then we booby-trap the tunnel for the rest. Zentz nodded. A good arrangement, he gurgled. You haven't tried your apple, Flattery said, nodding to the bright yellow fruit in Nevi's palm. I'm saving it, the assassin replied, for Crista Galli. Do you know how hard it is to think like a plant? Dwarf Macintosh, Kelp Master, current control from Holovision Nightly News, 3 joules 493. The immensity prickled its long gray-green fronds and sniffed the current in its chemical way. The sniff did not detect a presence so much as the hint of a presence. It was more a prescience than proper smell or taste. But the kelp knew that something of itself passed by now in the current. The immensity was a convolution of kelp, a subtle interweave of vines that sprawled, like a muscular brain, throughout the sea. It had begun as a wild kelp, an ignored planting inside a long-abandoned merman outpost. It had barely known self from other when it first encountered the ovological study team. Most of what the immensity knew of humans it had learned from Alyssa Marsh. This stand of kelp knew slavery from the human memories that her DNA held, and it knew itself to be enslaved by current control. With the right tickle in its vines, it raised them, lowered them, retracted or extended them. Another electrical tickle set off the luciferus in the kelp, lighting the passage of human submarine trade. There were other tricks as well, all of which pulsed a current through a channel, simple servility, simple stimulation response. This was reflex, not reflection. The immensity had all of eternity at its disposal. It allowed this exercise because it pleased the humans and did not interfere with the stand's extended contemplations. Thanks to Alyssa Marsh and her shipmate Dwarf Macintosh, the kelp had learned how to follow the electrical tickle to its source. Everything that humans transmitted now flowed straight to the heart of the immensity. Everything. The immensity was finally prepared to send something back.
And ideas reshape humanity. Create an experience where they emerge thinking it was getting closer to a breakthrough to these humans, and that breakthrough would not be through touch or the chemical smell, but through light waves intersecting in air pleasing. Pleasing humans was a trivial matter. Displeasing them was not. Once, soon after waking, this kelp had lashed out in pain to pluck a runaway submersible from among its vines. The huge cargo train had torn a 100-meter swath nearly a kilometer long in its path through the vines. After the kelp slapped the deadly thing and plucked it apart, Flattery's slaves came with cutters and burners to amputate the kelp back to infancy. The immensity knew that it had not been able to think right for some time after that, and it did not intend to give up its thinking ever again. A certain stirring now in the tips of its fronds told the immensity that the One, the Hollow Master, was passing. The immensity could unite fragmented stance of kelp into one will, one being, one blend of physics that humans called soul. Deep in its genetic memory lay a void, an absence of being that could not be teased out of the genetics labs of the merman. This void waited like a nest for the egg, the Hollow Master who would teach the kelp how to unite fragmented stands of humans. Twice this immensity gave up its body, but never its will. It was capable of neither sorrow nor regret, simply of thought and a kind of meditative presence that allowed it to live fully in the now, while Flattery's electrical strings at current control manipulated the puppet of its body. Reflex is a speedy response made without the brain's counsel. Reaction is a speedy response made with minimal counsel. This kelp grew up expecting to be left alone. It learned reaction only after its vines twined with domestic kelp. It learned to kill when threatened and to show no mercy. Then it learned to expect retaliation for killing. This immensity expected to live forever. Logic dictated that it would not live forever if it continued reacting to humans. And now, the One was passing. It knew this as surely as the blind snapperfish knows the presence of Murray. The original immensity of kelp, Avada, encompassed all of the seas of Pandora under one consciousness, one voice, one being. Its first genetic extinction came early in the formation of the planet. It had been at the mercy of a fungus. A burst of ultraviolet from a huge sunstorm killed off the fungus. Somewhere, a primitive frond lay mummified in a salt bog awaiting Pandora's first ocean. The second extinction was by human beings, by a human bioengineer named Jesus Lewis. The kelp was teased back to life by a few DNA miners about 50 years later. The revitalized kelp that the merman resurrected was developed from these early experiments. Now kelp once again filled the seas, dampening the murderous storms. Once again the great stands scattered scent. They grew close with the years, their fronds spoke the chemical tongue.
This immensity itself retained 2.25 million cubic kilometers of ocean. The One rode a kelpway that skimmed the immensity's reach. This particular kelpway came out of a stand of blue kelp that had been known to attack its own kind, overpowering nearby stands, sucking out their beings and injecting its own. It had suffered many prunings and was sorely in need of guidance. This the immensity knew from snatches of terror that drifted in on torn fronds. The One could not be trusted to such a dangerous stand. At whatever cost, the One must be spared. The kelp shifted itself slightly against the electrical stings from current control to bring the One into its outmost currents, spiraling into the safer deeps of its own stand. You have been educated in judgment, which is the essence of worship. Judgment always occurs in the past. It is past thinking. Will, free or otherwise, is concerned with the future. Thinking is the performance of the moment, out of which you use your judgment to modulate will. You are a convection center through which past prepares future. Dwarf Macintosh, Kelpmaster, from Conversations with the Avada. Course change. Elvira's voice was emotionless as rock, but Rico detected the slightest edge of worry in the flurry of her fingers across her command console. She never piloted the foil in its voice mode because she preferred to speak as seldom as possible. That Elvira had spoken at all worried him, that and the increasing shimmy that had begun a few minutes back. Why? When working with Elvira, Rico picked up her habit of non-speech. She seemed to like that. Channel change, she said, nodding toward her screen. We're being steered off course. Steered, he muttered, and checked his own instruments. They maintained their position in the kelpway, but their compass said the huge undersea corridor was running in the wrong direction. Who's doing the steering? Elvira shrugged, still busy with her keyboard. She had taken them deep into subtrain traffic to minimize tracking, and they ran without the help of sensors that would light their progress through the kelpways. We're out of the wild kelp sector outside Flattery's launch site, he said. That's where the weirdness usually happens. One half of his screen displayed the navigation grid projected by current control from its command center aboard the orbiter. The other half of the screen tracked their actual course through the grid, which now appeared to be bent. Bending, he corrected himself. It looks like our whole end of the screen is pouring down a drain. Anything on the navcom? He asked. Sometimes current control changes grids through the kelp to accommodate weather conditions further up channel or the recent stumping of a stand of rogue kelp. Negative, she said. All clear. The ride began to get bumpy, and Rico cinched himself tighter to his couch. He keyed the intercom and said, "Rough water, everybody cinch up. Ben, you'd better come up here." Below them, Rico could see another cargo train careening dangerously close to the kelp, attempting to recover from the sudden change. Their dive lights showed him that the kelp seemed to be in a struggle with itself, fluttering the channel as if pressing against a great force. Ben used the hand grips along the bulkhead to work his way to his console. "Can we get current control?" Ben asked. He dropped into his couch and cinched up. "Not without giving up our position." "We got out too easy," Ben said. "They've got a bug on this thing anyway." "Had," Rico said, smiling. "I did an E-sweep when we left the harbor, thinking the same thing. Found it. Elvira here jettisoned the little devil into a net full of krill that we passed about a dozen grids back." "Good work, both of you," Ben said. "All right, then let's try that cargo train below." The flying fish was buffeted again by something like a huge fist. Elvira wrestled with the controls to keep them out of the kelp. Rico knew, as they all knew, that any damage to the kelp could be construed as an attack. A lot of kelp lights were active in this sector. Besides the red and blue telltales of awakened stand, this kelp flashed its cold navigation light at random and occasionally flooded them with the brighter fiber optic sunlight that it transported from the surface. If the stand was one that had awakened, any mistake could get the foil and themselves torn apart at the seams. Didn't Flattery just go on the air to tell us how safe he'd made the kelpways? "Just goes to show," Rico said. "You can't believe that bastard for a goddamn blank." The cargo train passing in the opposite direction beneath them was having even more trouble than they were. A relatively tiny foil could stop in mid-channel and hover if necessary, but the cargo train needed to maintain a constant speed for maneuverability.
The grid system was set up so that the trains, Pandora's lifeline, could travel the Kelpway swiftly and undisturbed with minimal course changes.
And ideas reshape humanity. Create an experience where they emerge thinking, from what Rico could see of the bucking cargo, the crew below at both ends of the train had their hands full. "It's bending," Rico said, watching the navcom monitor that marked out their grid system. "The whole grid's bending." "We'd better surface," Ben said. "Prepare for—" "Negative," Elvira said. "If this is a surface disturbance, things will be worse up there. We need information." Ben grunted acknowledgement. "Cargo train identity signal is registered to the Simplicity Maru," Elvira reported, fighting the controls to maintain hover and an equidistance between walls of the kilometer-wide channel. This ordinarily simple maneuver was made nearly impossible by the ever-changing walls of their Kelpway. Rico noticed a sweat beading on Elvira's brow and upper lip. Ben keyed for a low-frequency broadcast. He hoped he didn't have to explain the absence of their identity signal. "Simplicity Maru, this is Quicksilver," he lied. "Do you have reports on current disruption?" Static hissed back at them. Then a microphone clicked on. The message came in badly broken. Undersea communication, especially around active kelp, was always difficult. "Simp, Maru, negative, into kelp." There was the sound of shrieking metal in the background. "Skunking up, we are preparing, ballast, repeat, preparing." Elvira threw the throttles forward, and in spite of a violent buffeting, the foil leaped at her touch. Her lips were pressed into a tight line, and her knuckles shone white on the controls. "Wait, we can't," Ben said, his body pressed further into his couch. "We can't go into deep kelp." "They're blowing ballast," Elvira growled. "That whole cargo train's gonna pop up into us like a cork." Rico felt every fixture aboard rattle like his teeth. "Ben, is the girl secure?" "She's strapped in," Ben said. Just then they cleared the rear cabin of the train. It blew past them toward the surface, containers and cabins tumbling like toys. A few of the containers snagged in the walls of the Kelpway, walls that still vibrated with light and that same strange force. "This is too weird," Ben said. "Let's surface and take our chances with the director's air cover. This ride's getting much too ugly." Elvira nodded curtly, and the foil started its ascent. As though alerted by their control panel, the kelp fronds began closing above the flying fish. First they formed a canopy, then a tight and impenetrable mesh. A sudden change of current lurched them to starboard and sent the foil tumbling end over end. Elvira righted them manually, her face very pale. "Shit!" Ben fisted the arm of his couch. "Somehow flattery must have got to current control." He snicked his harness release over Rico's protests. "I'm checking on Crista," Ben said. He had to use the handholds to make his way aft on the rolling deck. At the galley's hatch he turned, suddenly a bit pale himself, and Rico knew what thought had just struck Ben. Rico smiled. "Rico," Ben said, "what if? What if the kelp knows she's here?" "Yeah," Ben said, "what if the kelp knows she's here?" "We'd better hope she likes us." "She probably doesn't have any say in this," Ben said, and undogged the hatch. Rico didn't care for the snap in his voice. "Somebody has a say in this," Rico muttered. The hatch slammed, dogged itself. That was when Rico remembered when the kelp could have had a whiff of Crista Galli. It was the only time that hull integrity had been breached. That bug, he thought, that goddamn little mercuroid chip of flatteries. "We ejected that transmitter, Elvira, and we ejected it in cabin air." He thought he detected an infinitesimal stiffening of her posture. If that kelp can sniff, and I hear it can, then it knows there's more in this can than us worms. Mercenary captains either are or are not skillful soldiers. If they are, you cannot trust them, for they will always seek to gain power for themselves either by oppressing you, the master, or by oppressing others against your wishes. Machiavelli, the prince. The young security captain, Yuri Brood, was rumored by his men to be the unacknowledged son of the director, product of an early tryst with a merman woman from the domes. The men based this notion on the strong physical resemblance between Brood and the director, and on Brood's quick rise to an advisorship that went beyond the formalities of his rank. The two men shared a ruthlessness that did not go noticed outside the confines of the squad.
Captain Brood and his squad had been reared in a merman compound near this Kalalak district. Brood himself had been schooled privately in the mathematics of logic and strategy that was standard operating procedure for anyone anticipating an executive position with merman mercantile. Brood himself preferred the more direct solutions of physical pressure to the subtleties of politics. His superiors shrugged it off as a phase, agreeing that Brood got results where others failed. The old families, Islander and merman alike, retained a strong sense of loyalty to their community that made the kind of enforcement that flattery demanded impossible from within. Security Command removed Captain Brood's team to Mesa for their training and formation of their combat bond, then deployed them to Kalalak and its shuttle launch site for police work. They were one another's only family, an island adrift in a sea of enemy. Everyone was kept 3 villages away from home. Survive your tour, advance your rank, retire to an office at the preserve. This was the universal goal. The young captain was afraid, and he wasn't afraid often. When he was afraid, heads rolled. He and his team were short-timers, at 1 month remaining, just starting their countdown to home. The captain had something to return home to, and he intended to rotate on schedule. He intended that his men rotate back home with him, alive. For a year, his district had been Kalalak and the SLS. His squad's actions had drawn more citations than a dress suit could hold. During that year, either the site or his men had been under fire daily. Today, the captain faced Beatrice Tatouche from the back of the studio, and he thought what a pity it would be to have to kill her. Beatrice did not know what the captain thought, but fear dried out her mouth when she saw his squad enter behind the lights and fan out along the bulkhead backing the studio. The captain pointed out each of the live cameras to 3 of his men. They pulled away from their squad, drew lasguns, and without a word, each took careful aim at a cameraman. Beatrice heard gasps, curses, the arming of weapons. It was difficult to see what was happening because of the glare in her eyes. The large monitor at the back of the studio cleared, then displayed a tape of the last launch, a tape cut by Beatrice and her present team. "We're not going out live," she thought. "Doc," she alerted her floorman, "check the monitor." When her gaze left the monitor, it caught the young captain watching her. She remembered seeing him before, his dark eyes flashing her a smile as he led his squad through the labyrinth of the launch site. He half smiled now and nodded at her, and with that nod, his 3 men executed her 3 cameramen. At the first shot, she was stunned at the suddenness of it all, the audacity as much as the horror. At the second shot, it was the smell of death itself that stunned her. At the third shot, she faced the immediacy of her own death. She also faced the captain, who was no longer smiling. She remembered thinking how hard everyone was breathing just then, how the second guard stood over her dead cameraman and said to the first, "Shit, man, that was no signal." "Shut up, man, it's done, just shut up. It don't change nothing here at all." "All right." The captain fanned his fingers out for his left palm, and the rest of the squad sealed off the studio area. She started to tremble, then concentrated on controlling it so that the captain wouldn't see.
And ideas reshape humanity. Create an experience where they emerge thinking, Ben was right, replayed through her mind. And who will know? Beatrice watched the replay of herself on the monitor, interviewing the director during one of his ritual visits to the launch site. The expression on her face on screen, one of admiration and deference, now made her sick to her stomach. Even so, her eyes stayed on the screen, rather than face the unbelievable reality unreeling in her studio. Through the shock and the trembling, she heard Harlan's voice from the back of the studio, speeding through a Zavaton chant for the dead. She remembered that the skinny cameraman with the fan-like ears on number 3 was Harlan's cousin. The security who had shot him was now dragging him by the feet to the wall. The cameraman's head bumped over the sprawl of cables across the deck. The hole in his chest burned so clean it barely bled. The 3 assassins took wider positions in the room. 15 people were being held by 9 guards in a very small studio with some very hot lights. The captain scanned the studio once, then turned to Beatrice. He indicated the red lights on the triangulators. The red light means the camera is on, correct? It is still recording? She did not answer. She felt it was important that he didn't hear her voice quaver. She could not take her eyes from his eyes. He did not smile this time, nor did he nod. "Finish them," he said. Then he nodded at Beatrice, except for her. The screams, the pleading, the curses with Flattery's name on them silenced in the few moments it took the captain to walk her to the hatchway. It seemed that she walked forever because there were the bodies of her crew to step over and her legs were so uncharacteristically unsteady. "Now see what you have done," Brood said to her. He squeezed her upper arm and shook her. "See what a mess your broadcast has made." She couldn't speak or she would cry, and she didn't want to cry for him. She slapped away his touch when he took her arm to steady her. The last body she had to step over to reach the hatchway was the makeup girl's. What was her name? Beatrice felt a new panic rise. I can't blank out her name. It was Nefertiti. Yes, Nefertiti. Someone pretty and dark-skinned, like herself, with wide eyes. She told herself to remember this, to remember it, and to see that somehow, sometime, the world would know. "You're a cool one," the captain told her. "You probably saw worse than this at Mesa 2 years back." She stopped in the hatchway and turned, still not speaking. "I saw you there too," he said. "I saw both you and your boyfriend bounced ass over tea kettle when that mine blew up your rig. Thought you both bought it." She nodded, started to say, "So did we," but nothing came out of her throat but a croak. For the first time she noticed his name, stitched above the Voshan security insignia at his left breast, Brood. Her only wish right now was that she would live long enough to see Captain Brood die. He turned back to the studio and its 17 dead warm bodies. Beatrice looked once again at herself on the monitor. The tape replayed an interview with Dwarf Macintosh, Kelp Master of Current Control. He was one of the few humans, other than Flattery, to survive the opening of the Hive tanks 25 years ago. He was so tall, she'd had to stand on a box to do the interview. She had met him on her first flight to the new orbital complex the day after her last night with Ben. Within a month, she was sure that she was in love. "Bag 'em up," the captain told his men. "Squeegee this place down, seal it off, then get all their production shit aboard." He bowed to her then, opened the hatch for her, and said, "We're expecting the replacements for your crew any minute. They are my men, and will do as they're told. My squad and I will travel along to see that you do too. The mind at ease is a dead mind. Dwarf Macintosh, Kelp Master, Current Control." Dwarf Macintosh floated in the turret-like chamber of current control and surveyed the planet below for the birth of a certain squall at sea. It happened at about this time every day that a swirl of clouds materialized over Pandora's largest wild kelp bed. It was some comfort now to see this squall forming. It told him that something was normal today, even though the behavior of the kelp was completely loco. Today, humans didn't make much sense to him either. The turret, as he called it, was a plasma glass extravaganza of materials and workmanship that Macintosh had fabricated for himself before installing current control. "I'd have taken the job anyway," Mac admitted, but only to himself. Kelp Master wasn't so much a job to him as it was a privilege. He couldn't have allowed any of Flattery's goons such an easy throttle hold on the kelp. Besides, he felt much more comfortable in orbit than he did on Pandora's surface. Like Flattery, Mac had been cloned, raised, and trained in the sterility of Moonbase, in the hyper-regimentation and clonophobia of Moonbase. His whole life, until hibernation, had been spent orbiting an Earth that for him, and for all clones, never existed. In those days, Flattery had openly pined for a life Earthside. But even then, Dwarf Macintosh looked outward, past Earth's measly system, to the possibilities beyond. From his turret, Mac observed and charted many of these possibilities. He named them, but not the few special names he saved for his unborn children. He had spent the past 2 years above Pandora, refusing the usual RR rotations groundside. In that time, Macintosh had not recognized a single star that would lead them earthward. He liked it that way. Dwarf Macintosh awoke from hibernation on Pandora one day in indescribable pain, and found himself in the middle of nowhere, galactically speaking.
In spite of the planet's horrors, he was in his own heaven among a trillion brand new stars. The other survivors clung to that little wretch of a planet, and most of them died there. Alyssa Marsh, well, she died too. She died the day Moonbase started imprinting her for backup OMC. Mac and Flattery shared a dream of driving further into the void. Mac felt a pity in a way, since he had never liked Flattery, even during training with him back at Moonbase. Their differences had come out lately over management of the Kelp. If Flattery had any idea of what we've done, of what the Kelp is. Dr. Macintosh, shuttle set for launch. Mac handed himself out of the turret and with one foot thrust sailed across the huge control room to his personal console. Spud Soleus, his first assistant, busied himself at the primary terminal. A glance at the number 6 display told Mac that the Kelp in the SLS sector was performing as directed. The number 8 display was a different story, however. The great kelp bed down coast of Victoria was still a writhing tangle. No telling how many freighters were lost in there. He punched up another batch of coffee. What's the delay? Spud shrugged his skinny shoulders, keeping to his console. They said something about replacements for the news crew. You know Flattery, can't do anything without crowing to the press. Who's been replaced? He asked. He felt his heart jump a bit. He'd been hoping, no, planning to see Beatrice Tatouche again. He'd thought about Beatrice Tatouche daily from the moment her shuttle left nearly 2 months ago. His dreams took up where his thoughts left off, and he had dreamed up the hope that she could make a permanent base aboard the orbiter. Don't know, Spud said. Don't know why either. Everything was cool just a while ago for Newsbreak. Did you see it? Macintosh shook his head. Yeah, you were in your turret. The Tatouche woman did the show. Said something about Ben Ozette missing. That must throw their staffing off or something. Yeah, Mac said. He's a little goody-goody for me, but he means well. He's sure been on the director's tail lately. Dwarf could see Spud's frown reflected in one of the dead screens.
And ideas reshape humanity. Create an experience where they emerge thinking, it's not a good idea to get on the director's tail, Spud said. Not good at all. If you didn't see the news break, then you didn't see yourself either. Me? What? That show they did when you first installed this station, Spud said. They reran it. Your hair wasn't as gray 2 years ago. I wish that Beatrice Tatouche would look at me the way she looked at you. Stow it, Macintosh said. Soleus's shoulders sagged slightly, but he kept at his keyboard in silence. Sorry, Macintosh said. Inappropriate, Spud replied. Want me to take it now? I wish somebody would. What the hell's happening to our kelp? It's not our kelp, Macintosh reminded him. The kelp is its own self. We're keeping it in chains. It's doing what any enslaved being with dignity does. It's fighting the chains. But Flattery's men will just prune it back, or worse yet, they'll stump the whole stand. Not forever. There's a basic problem with slavery. The master is enslaved by the slave. Come on, Dr. Mac, Macintosh laughed. It's true, he said. Look at history. That's easy enough. And Flattery, of all people, should know better. We clones were the slaves of our age. First-generation clones had it real tough. They were grown as organ farms for the donors. They needed us, but they needed us to do what we were told. Now he's enslaved the kelp, stunted its reason, because he needs it to do what it's told. He can't keep cutting it back because he can't afford the regrowth time. So, what'll happen? A showdown, Macintosh said. And if Flattery's still groundside when it comes, he'd better hope that the kelp needs him for something, or I wouldn't give you 2 bits for his chances. 2 bits of what? Macintosh laughed again, a big bark of a laugh to match his size. I wouldn't want to guess how old that expression is, he said. When I was at Moonbase, 2 bits was a quarter, which was a quarter of $1, which was the currency we used. But it started way before that. We'd say I wouldn't give a dasher turd for his chances. That's probably a better assessment. Macintosh pointed at the 6 red lights blinking on their messenger console. Whose calls are we not taking? The director, Spud said, and swiveled his chair from the console board. He wants us to do something about the kelp in Sector 8, as though we weren't trying. Do something? If we push any harder, we'll fry our board, and that kelp, and anybody inside it. I wonder what it is that the kelp wants. What if we gave it its head? Macintosh mused. That would be one way to find out. What could it do that it hasn't already done? Spud shrugged and said, "You've got my vote. How you gonna convince the director?" A glance at the display showed the entire stand of kelp to be twisting itself into a vortex, like the whirlpool in a drain. As near as Macintosh could tell, current control was at its maximum limit of restraint. Spud pointed at the display. "There's a focus of electrical override here. Whatever's bugging the kelp is right there." Electrical or mechanical? Could be either, or both. It's a heavy traffic area, Spud said. Something down there is definitely irritating the kelp. Yes, Macintosh agreed. That's my thought. The electrical override is coming from the kelp itself. It must be responding to something. That stand's not mature enough to think for itself, or at least it shouldn't be. Doc? Yeah? Macintosh watched the console review the kelp's configuration changes over the past half hour. Something nagged at him, something that would explain the kelp's sudden behavior. I've extrapolated the path of the override. Macintosh looked at Spud, who was busy at his own console, and saw a very thin, very pale assistant. Spud's pointing finger trembled with excitement. What is it? It's a spiral, headed into the middle of Sector 8. That means the one kelp bed is delivering something to its neighbor. Isn't that what it looks like to you? Or the neighbor is snatching it away. Spud, I'll bet you're right. Macintosh stepped up to the console and tapped out a sequence with his two huge index fingers. The red lights on the messenger panel went black. "We just had a relay malfunction," Macintosh said, and winked at Spud. "Next time Flattery calls, tell him it was a hardwire failure and you worked it out personally. Maybe you'll get a promotion. If I've guessed wrong, my job will be up for grabs. Now we might as well let go the reins on this kelp and see where the hell it runs." Macintosh heard Spud swallow behind him, and he smiled. "What's the big deal, Spud? It's a plant. It's not going anywhere." Well, it's just that Flattery doesn't trust anybody. It'd be like him to have some kind of booby trap. He did, Macintosh said, and this stand got itself blown apart a few years back. But he hasn't reset charges here yet. The kelp's not supposed to get this frisky this soon. He waited for the burst 9 to charge. "There," he said, and pressed the send signal. "Now let's sit back and see what cooks. Something bizarre is inside there, and I'd like to be the first to know what it is. If we can't do anything with this stand, maybe we can at least learn from it. Besides," he winked again, "Flattery's down there, we're not." A beeping signal from his console interrupted him. He opened the intercom to launch command. "We sling our bird your way in 5 minutes. Any contraindications?" "Negative," Macintosh replied. "Currents at your site are stable. Weather will arrive your location in approximately 1 hour." "Roger that, current control. Launch is a go for 4 minutes. Cannon in D. Pachelbel." The immensity recoiled with a snap from the shock of freedom, then let its tendrils and fronds drift in their tingling bliss. It had been a long time since this union of stands had felt good, and never had it felt this good. The submarine trains foundering among its vines were inconsequential now. A pulse went out among the fronds, a ripple throughout the immensity from the tiny foil adrift at its outer reaches. A mass of tentacles cradled the foil and delighted in the scent of self that it gave from its brittle skin. The little craft was slippery, and the immensity knew it to be extremely fragile, so it was gently tumbled frond to frond inward. Other scents mingled with that of the one. One of these scents was familiar, provocative, kelp-like. The Hollowmaster, Rico Lapush, was in the company of someone that the kelp had encountered before. Well, no matter. It would find out soon enough. The immensity had learned to sniff out the hollow language of humans from their spectrum of odd scents. It decided, early upon awakening this time, that it would have to speak with humans to live. It also concluded that it would have to speak the hollow language if it wanted to speak with humans. The foil tried to wriggle out of the kelp's net. There was much pain now through the vines, where all of the trains trapped in Sector 8 were trying to burn, cut, slash their way toward their precious atmosphere topside. Some of these the kelp crushed reflexively, but when the death sense of the crews mingled with the sea, it forced itself to calm and to reason. Death, it reminded itself, is not the answer to life.
The Immensity managed to open several kelpways and marveled at the easy ballet of subs heading topside. Only the bright white hollow vision foil suffered the grip of the Immensity. It strained its engines trying to flee, but never lashed out at its tormentor. This the Immensity would expect of the one, who was civilized in the arms of Kelp, and of the honorable associates of Hollowmaster Rico Lapush. In conscience you find the structure, the form of consciousness, the beauty. Caro Peniel, translations from the Avatar, the histories. Beatrice listened to the launch crew director count down the final minute over the speaker.
And ideas reshape humanity. Create an experience where they emerge thinking. Her shaky fingers chattered the metal clips as she snugged up her harness. She tried to think of the straps around her as Mac's arms, and she tried to imagine they held her as Ben's did the night they drove old Vashon down. It didn't work. Nothing could erase the sight of her crew, slaughtered like Sebet in a pen. For a mistake, she thought. They all died because that bastard made a mistake. She knew that the captain was afraid. She could smell it on him before he gave the final order at the studio. He obviously didn't know whether Flattery would promote him or execute him for his decision. Beatrice knew that her life, perhaps many other lives, teetered in this balance. 10 seconds to launch. She inhaled a long, slow breath through her mouth and let it sigh out her nostrils. This was a relaxation technique that Rico had taught her when they all nearly drowned 5 years ago. 5, 4, she took a little breath. 1. The compressed air boot punched them up the launch tube, and a pair of Atkinson rams slung them toward orbit. This was the part of the ride she hated. It reminded her of the time the fat girl sat on her chest when she was just starting school, and she didn't like the feel of her face flattening out against the strain. On this launch, however, she wasn't worried about wrinkles, engine failure, being trapped in orbit. She was worried about the captain and how she could help convince him of the necessity of keeping her alive. No one in the shuttle cabin looked familiar. Most of them had changed out of their fatigues and into civilian clothes. They were quiet. Beatrice thought that they must be weighing the consequences of the shootings. She didn't see the man who started it. That was the man she feared even more than the captain. Ben had always said that the jumpy ones get you killed. How could he be so right and be so far away from me? She rubbed her tired face and patted her cheeks to keep hysteria at bay. She needed information, and a lot of it. Mac, she thought, he'll help me, I'm sure. For an instant, her fear included him. After all, he was an original crew member, like Flattery. They had worked together long before waking from hibernation on Pandora. What if? What if? She shook off her fears. If her imagination had to run away with her, she preferred that it ally her with Mac instead of against him. Mac was not at all like Flattery, this she knew. Even Mac had cringed at the news when Flattery converted Alyssa Marsh to an organic mental core. I never believed we needed such a thing, he'd told her privately. Now, with the Kelp research, I'm even more convinced that OMCs were just another built-in frustration, a goad to push us even further from humanity. According to reports, Flattery's reports, Marsh had been found in extremis after an accident in the Kelp. He explained to her how clones were property, often merely living stores for spare parts, and how Alyssa Marsh had been prepared for this moment from her girlhood. Now Beatrice realized how fortuitous the timing had been for Flattery, how unfortunate for Marsh and her Kelp studies with Dwarf Macintosh. What will Mac do? He would need information too. Like, how many in this squad? What kinds of weapons? Do they have a plan, or is this just reaction to the killings groundside? She couldn't remember how many people worked the orbiter station. 2? 3? And how much security did they have aloft? Not much, she remembered. Just a handful to handle fights and petty theft among the workers. She'd counted 32 in the captain's squad as they boarded the shuttle, and each was heavily armed. 8 of them were assigned to fill out her crew, and they grumbled under the double load. This bunch carried a lot of the old, disfiguring mutations.
The gear they'd loaded aboard was mostly weapons, but a few of them knew enough about holo broadcast to bring the bare bones of what they'd need to get newsbreak on the air. A couple of techs were assigned to oversee the OMC. Beatrice had kept the worst of the shakes at bay, and now, strapped firmly into her couch, she nearly let herself go. No, she warned herself, hold tight. I can't help anyone dead. I am the only witness against them. She hoped that the console tape survived back there, and that someone sympathetic would find it. Who would they show it to, she wondered. Flattery? Beatrice grunted a laugh at herself, then felt the captain's grip on her shoulder. It was firm, not painful. It was not gentle. It reminded her of her father's grip the night he died, and it lightened the same when their engines shut down. This man was the same age as her youngest brother, but there was infinity in his dark eyes. She didn't see much wisdom. I know what you're thinking, he said. I have taken hundreds of prisoners. I have been a prisoner. Believe me, I know what you're thinking. He gestured the guard beside her away, and, surprisingly clumsy in 0G, moved up to join her. His voice sounded gravelly, strained, as though it had been screaming. He continued speaking, while his men drifted out of earshot, their glances furtive and their conversation spare. We are both in a bad spot, you and I. We both need out of it. She had to agree. Up here, it will be all or nothing. We are trapped. There is no escape for either one of us that doesn't require both of us. To this, too, she had to agree. But only for the moment, she assured herself. Only until I find Mac. Beatrice realized that, much as it disgusted her, her life depended on communicating with this man. You are a military man, an officer. How is it that you walk yourself out the plank like this? You wouldn't have done it on reflex. This is a plan, and I simply fall into it. My God, you're perceptive. The words came in a rush, the captain's eyes a glitter. We can only win. Flattery is finished. We have the Voidship and Orbiter enough food stores for years. We control their currents and weather. We have Flattery's precious organic mental core. Shit, we can hook it up to the ship ourselves and fly out of here. She didn't hear the rest. Her mind focused on what he'd said at the beginning. Enough food stores for years. If he kills everyone aboard the Orbiter. He'll have to throw it in, the captain was saying. The rabble will have Adam down there, and he doesn't dare destroy everything that he's worked for up here. Whoever beats him on the ground then can deal with me. He's really going to do this, she thought. He's going to kill everyone aboard? He took her hand, and she snapped it back with a revulsion that she couldn't hide. Us, he said. I meant they can deal with us. You and me. They'll believe whatever you tell them, at least for a while. He leaned closer, whispered. You don't want to make another mistake, get more people killed. She propelled herself out of her couch, not caring where the thrust might throw her in the gravity-free cabin. No one pursued her. The first handhold she grabbed stopped her beside a pair of security, younger than the young captain, who were reviewing the basics of holocamera triangulation. They really intend to go on the air, she thought. She looked back at the captain. He had his back to her, briefing several men. The tone of his voice, briskness of his gestures told her that he meant business. It was true, he could do it without her. It was true that by helping him she might save others. She couldn't bring herself to speak to him, to go to him in any way. She sighed, and interrupted her two new cameramen. No, she said. With that setup, the alpha set only gets 15 degrees of pan. Okay if you're covering a launch, but we'll be inside, in a small space. As she instructed the two young amateurs, she saw Brood watching her. He winked at her once, and she successfully suppressed the shudder that tempted her spine. And ideas reshape humanity. Create an experience where they emerge thinking, they'll want to see this organic mental core in transport, and they'll want to know something about her background. Let's start by getting some of that in the can. She passed the 2-hour flight, instructing her camera operators, 2 men and a woman, none of whom she recognized from the massacre at the SLS studio. Beatrice preferred their company, even if they did answer to the captain. Whether by accident or design, she did not encounter any of that squad during their flight. The organic mental core was a living brain, enclosed in an intricate plasma glass container that made allowances for the hookups to come. A complex plug would connect the brain with the control system aboard the Voidship. What she didn't expect horrified her the most. They're supported by bodies. She had done a report on such a thing several years ago. Scientists had connected a brain from a crushed body to a healthy body that had suffered a massive head injury. Each kept the other alive, though there had been no way to communicate with the healthy brain. At that time, it was simply trapped in there, cut off from all sensation, alive and dreaming. She took a deep breath and let the reporter in her take over. The med tech in charge had a number of active facial tics, and each of her questions seemed to accelerate them. She learned nothing about the principle that she hadn't already learned through research or through Dwarf Macintosh. As you well know, it was because of a failure in the OMCs that we wound up on Pandora. I understand that the OMCs were traditionally taken from infants with fatal birth defects. This OMC is from an adult human. How will the performance differ? Twofold, the tech replied. First, this person was dying at the time of conversion. Therefore, it should be thankful for an extension of her life in a useful, indeed noble role. Second, this person survived the longest hibernation known to humankind and woke to life on Pandora. She knows that if humans are to survive, it must be elsewhere. She can take comfort in being the instrument of that survival. Does she know any of this? The tech looked perplexed. Much of this was included in her early training. The rest we extrapolate from the evidence. What was she like as a person? What do you mean? The tech's tics accelerated rapidly to a very distracting crescendo. You're saying, essentially, that she will accept this duty because of love for humanity? Did she have love in her life? A man? Children? Her camera crew was warming to the task. They had not brought a monitor into the tiny space, and now she wished they had. It might be an okay piece after all. While staring at this brain behind glass, Beatrice knew that it was alive, a person. She also realized that the tech was surrounded by the squad that had murdered her crew, and he probably hadn't the slightest inkling of what had happened. No one will know if I don't tell them, Beatrice thought. I'm like this brain, cut off but alive inside. I wonder what she dreams. I know very little about the person, he said. It's in the record. I do know that she had a child that was given up for adoption so that she could continue her studies in the kelp outposts. Dr. Macintosh stated 2 years ago that organic mental cores were crude, cruel, inefficient, and unnecessary, she said. Do you have a comment on that? The tech cleared his throat. I respect Dr. Macintosh. He, along with the director and this OMC, is one of the last survivors of the original flight of the old Earthling ship, if you prefer. Yes, it's true that there were failures, and this required some compensation, but those bugs have been worked out. For some of our viewers, your term compensation might seem a little cold. The compensation you refer to was the first known creation of an artificial intelligence, one that turned out to be smarter than its creators, one that many believe is the personality, Ship, one that most Pandorans still revere as a god. Why did your department pursue the failed course of OMCs, severed living brains, rather than pick up on the artificial intelligence? We were instructed to take this course. You were ordered to take this course, she corrected. Why? Why is the director more comfortable with failure than with the success that saved his life and hers? Beatrice pointed to the OMC, wired into her box, deaf, blind, and dumb beside her warm, dead host. That's enough. The captain's voice behind her froze her spine and started her hands trembling. She was stunned silent again while the tech and her crew inspected the deck and their shoes. I'll speak with you in the cabin. She followed him out of the shuttle storage lockers and into the dimly lit passenger cabin. I had to stop you, he said. It is expected of me, no matter what my opinion. Soon there will be no need for deception. Prepare for docking. There will be briefing materials for the next news break when we get aboard. 3 orbiter security lounged at the docking bay as the hatch opened from the shuttle. They were ready for the press, for the holovision cameras, but they weren't ready for Captain Brood. The captain remained inside the hatchway with Beatrice beside him. 3 men out there, he said to her in a gentle voice.
His eyes held her with that same wild glitter. She tried not to look at his face. Choose one for yourself. One to entertain yourself. She was stunned at the question and his calm, disarming manner. She felt a something rise at the back of her neck, something that she'd felt tingling there before the killing started groundside. "You want none of them?" he answered for her. How fickle. He pulled her aside and signaled the men behind them to fire. In seconds, nearly a quarter of the orbiter's token security force lay dead on the deck. "Dispose of them through the shuttle airlock," he told his men. "If you kill one in a room, kill all in the room. I don't want to see any bodies. Beatrice will announce that there is a revolt in progress aboard the orbiter and the Voidship. We've been sent to stop it." "Why do you do this to me?" Beatrice hissed. "Why do you tell me I have a choice when I don't? You were going to kill them anyway, but you have to include me." He waved his hand, a dismissal gesture that she'd long associated with flattery. "A diversion," he said, "part of a game. But see, you are stronger for it already. It amuses me and it strengthens you." "It's torture to me," she said. "I don't want to get stronger. I don't want people to die." "Everybody dies," he said, motioning his men aboard. "What a waste when they don't die for someone's convenience." Anyone who becomes master of a city accustomed to freedom and does not destroy it may expect to be destroyed by it. Machiavelli, the prince. Spider Nevi's favorite color was green. He found it peaceful. He jockeyed Flattery's private foil across the green-tinged seas and allowed the plush command couch to soothe the tension out of his back and shoulders. Green was the color of new-growth kelp, and tens of thousands of square kilometers of it stretched out around them. Some sunny days, Nevi spun a foil out of moorage just to drift a kelp bed, enjoying the smell of salt water and iodine, the calm of all that green. He didn't like red. It reminded him of work and always seemed so angry. The interior of Flattery's foil was finished in red, upholstered in red. The coffee cup that Zentz handed him was also red. "What's so special about this Tatouche woman?" Zentz gurgled. "The director got the hots for her?" Nevi ignored the question, partly because he wasn't listening, partly because he didn't care. He was about to have his first sip of coffee for the day when the Navcom warning light flicked on. He almost didn't notice it, because the light, like everything else, was red. An abrasive warning tone blatted from the console, and he started, spilling hot coffee into the lap of his jumpsuit.
And ideas reshape humanity. Create an experience where they emerge thinking, he doubted that he would have missed that tone if he were comatose. Their foil slowed automatically with the warning. "Go ahead," he told Zentz. "Let's hear it." Zentz turned up the volume on the Navcom system. Nevi couldn't stand the radio chatter while he was trying to relax, so he'd had Zentz shut it down when they hit open water. "You are approaching a no-entry area. Sector 8 is disrupted. Kelpways not secure. Code your destination and alternate routes will appear on your screen. Be prepared to take on survivors. Repeat warning, code red, UR." Nevi took the foil down off its step and kept the engines idling. "Fools," Nevi muttered. "They were warned to keep her away from the kelp. Do you think they're in there? Maybe they made it through before." Zentz cut himself off when he saw the anger in Nevi's eyes. "Get a display up," Nevi ordered. "I want to get a look at this disruption." He coded in the private carrier code for Flattery's quarters. The waters around the foil had already gone from choppy to rough, and in the offshore distance, Nevi could make out portions of a large subtrain bobbing the surface. "Yes?" It was a female voice, curt. "Nevi here. Get me the director." The display that Zentz had been working on spread across their screen. It reminded Nevi of a weather picture of a hurricane, everything on the outside swirling toward the center. But this was kelp, not clouds, and it was happening undersea, almost within sight of their point. He was not happy with the delay from Flattery's office. The woman's voice came back as curt as the first time. "The director is busy, Mr. Nevi. We are in full alert here. Someone blew up one of the outer offices. A security detachment has attacked the Kalalak power plant, and there is some problem with the kelp in Sector 8. "I'm in Sector 8 right now," he said, his voice as even as he could make it. "If he can't talk, get me a direct line to current control." "Current control has been incommunicado for nearly an hour," she said. "We are attempting to find out the—" "I'll keep this frequency open," Nevi snapped. "Get him on the air now." Her only response was to close the circuit. Nevi pinched the bridge of his nose for a moment, staving off one of his headaches. "You should have kept her on," Zentz said. "What did she mean a security detachment has attacked the Kalalak power plant? We defend the Kalalak power plant." "We need to figure out where the Galli woman is, and we need to get our hands on her fast," Nevi interrupted. "She's our bargaining chip, no matter what's going on." He tapped their navcom screen with a well-manicured finger and traced the spiral pathway that wound from edge to center. "I'm guessing she's in there somewhere," he mused, "and anything in there is heading for the center. There isn't time to bring in any hardware. We'll have to chase them down or intercept." "You mean follow them in there?" Zentz asked. "What about the attack on the power plant? Something's coming down in the ranks, and my men." "Your men seem to be undecided about their loyalties," Nevi said. "They can work that out among themselves. But I'll put you out here and radio for a pickup if you'd prefer." Zentz's massive face paled, then flushed. "I'm no coward," he said, puffing himself up. "There's just something going down at the preserve where Flattery's carrier frequency sounded its tone, and his voice crackled in their speakers. "Mr. Nevi, we're having some urgent problems here that need our full attention. What do you want?" "I want a direct line to current control. The kelp out here is going berserk, and if you want the Galli woman, we need to straighten it out or knock it down." "I'm monitoring their actions," Flattery said. "They've applied full power to that sector, and the subs have all surfaced. Things here are getting sticky. A bomb went off in my outer quarters about a half hour ago. Killed my staff girl, Rachel, and that guard, Ellison. Looks like he brought the damned thing inside. Mop up out there as soon as you can and get back here. We may go code Brutus on this one. Our chief of security has some answering to do." The connection was broken at Flattery's end. Code Brutus, Nevi thought. So, it's starting already. At least out here, right now, we don't have to choose sides. He had no doubt which side Zentz would ally with. For Zentz, a return to Flattery meant sure execution. Too many errors, too little strategy. Maybe he's already in on it, he thought. Zentz was on the radio to his command center at the preserve, chewing out some major. If this was a coup from the security side, he didn't believe Zentz was in on it. Nevi kept his attention on the screen, where the kelp configuration didn't seem to change. Would it be worth it, going in after them? He thought it probably would. The different factions of Pandora only needed a symbol to bring them together, and Nevi knew Crista Galli was ready-made for the job. Better his hands on her than Shadowbox. Besides, he'd maneuvered around troublesome Telp in the past and never had problems that he couldn't handle. And if a coup did come down, Nevi could be seen as rescuing Crista Galli, along with the very popular Ozette. That would get the media on his side. Either way, that law push has to go, he thought. That one's been too much trouble for too damned long. Nevi didn't want to be the one to rule Pandora, if that's what all of this came to. He was happy being the shadow, being the arranger of possibilities. His distaste for Flattery and his style grew more unbearable by the year, but he had no desire for the hot seat himself. Code Brutus, he thought, a coup attempt from within. Nevi didn't think that Zentz was capable of carrying off a coup, though he had to admit that he was in the middle of the perfect alibi, at sea with the director's highest-ranking assassin. Zentz was finished chewing out the major in charge of the power plant, and the configuration of the kelp on the monitor hadn't changed a bit. Nevi checked his fuel reserves, all 4 tanks full. He pressurized the fuel, retracted the hydrofoils, and extended the airfoil. "We're going back?" Zentz asked. His voice sounded eager, but not greedy. "No," Nevi said, and smiled. "We're going to pinpoint them from the air, then go in. We have enough fuel for almost an hour. After an hour, they'd be forced to set down on the water to extract more hydrogen, but Nevi planned to have everything that he needed aboard by then. The highest function of love is that it makes the loved one a unique and irreplaceable being." T.R. Robbins, from A Literary Encyclopedia of the Atomic Age. Beatrice was hustled through the passageway and locked inside the orbiter's makeshift holovision studio with 3 techs from Brood's crew. None of the 3 had been at the launch site killings, but none of them had much to say to her either.
A large portable screen behind her hid the wet lights and mirrors that cluttered all 6 studio bulkheads. The same holovision logo she wore at the left breast of her jacket emblazoned the screen. It was an eye, bi-dimensional, but the pupil was a holostage. Beatrice loved weather, and had never liked the claustrophobic world inside the studios. That was why her and Ben had worked so well together, and, in spite of offers, spent so many years in the field. Her recent promotion carried a lot of studio work, and her contract guaranteed a room with a view on paper. She missed the sense of drifting she'd had, growing up an islander. Aboard the orbiter she was assigned a cubby rimside, more than a kilometer from the studio near the axis. From her cubby she watched Pandora wake and sleep above her bed. Her father, a fisherman, would be taking his mid-afternoon break right now. Inside the studio there was no time of day, no night. Her instructions from Brood were simple and cold. Relax, we'll do the work.
And ideas reshape humanity. Create an experience where they emerge thinking, you just read what's in front of you when the red light goes on. A small security camera mounted high on the bulkhead kept track of her every move. It was a toy, a trinket, compared to the personalized cameras and triangulators that her team used at the launch site. Holovision's equipment got worse every year. She missed her own gear. They were the best, she thought, and maybe that last tape is still inside. She wondered whether Brood's men had picked them up. Rico made those sets, she thought, and those triangulators too. Nobody who knew cameras could pass those up. She felt her first rush of real hope. The cameras weren't down at the launch site at all. They're here, she thought, or at least they're in orbit with us. She didn't want to think about the tapes. For now, she wanted only to focus on the cameras. She couldn't help wondering what they'd do with the tapes. Keep them as backup? Record over them when their other tapes are full? She doubted that whatever this team planned would involve a whole lot of tape. But the techs had brought them along. Her logic assured her of that. They might still be on the shuttle. She didn't want to go back to that hatchway, where Brood's men had shot those guards down. Beatrice glanced up at the surveillance camera. Is it a person behind that thing, she wondered, or tape? She didn't think they'd waste the tape. The techs ignored her altogether. They worked quickly at several editing and sound stations, coordinating something among themselves. She suspected it had something to do with her. Maybe there's no one behind it. The 3-hour light flashed. 3 o'clock in the afternoon marked the start of the assembly of the 6 o'clock news. Getting the tapes was only one problem. Inserting them into a holovision nightly news broadcast with Brood's men watching posed another problem. She knew who could help her with the second problem, and it was the one person she most wanted to see. Mac could get a message groundside, coded to the right frequency and digitally encoded. She knew because he'd done it once for her at Ben's request. He was teaching me, she realized. Ben must have thought something like this might happen. Most Pandorans were too hungry to fight, she knew that. Thousands already slept in holes dug in the talus, under torn plastic, vulnerable to demons and the weather. From her family, she learned that fighting was only one way. She remembered something her grandfather had told her, something she'd told Dwarf Macintosh last time. Educate, agitate, organize. Flattery had organized the world. Now Beatrice wanted to use that organization against him. Communication would do it. People had their bodies. Coordination of all those bodies would be the key to their freedom. How to get away with it? Maybe she couldn't get away with it. What kind of message would she deliver then? It might save Ben and Rico too, she thought, though in a part of her somewhere they were already beginning to disappear. She tried to make her shocked and exhausted mind think through all that had happened in the past 24 hours, all that there was to go. I've got to get to Mac, she thought. That is, if Brood hasn't. She wouldn't allow herself to complete the thought. She concentrated on what she had to work with. This small studio aboard the orbiter had been her project all along, her excuse to stay close to the stars. It was a little larger than the one at launch site. Flattery had had it installed to be sure that the Voidship project received the best documentation, the best publicity, the world's complete attention. She knew now what its primary purpose had been all along: diversion, something to keep people looking up while Flattery stole their boots. The studio was divided into 6 engineering units and the one live set where Beatrice worked. Quarters were very cramped. 6 editing screens and a couple of very large clocks kept them in touch with the world. A constant barrage of images rolled across the 6 screens as the editorial team groundside reviewed the day's film from the field and made their selections. There was a small hollow stage in the center of the room for final mock-up and a large view screen behind it. Both the clocks and the growl in her belly told her things she didn't want to know. 3 hours to airtime, she said. Her console indicated she was speaking into a dead microphone. She raised her voice. We're 5 hours behind schedule. No answer. The techs worked as though she were a piece of furniture. They relayed tapes of their own groundside for editing and placement. Beatrice rolled her tape of the organic mental core up one of the screens and suppressed a shudder. This was a person, a living thinking brain, kept alive by attachment to a comatose host. She wondered what it was that caused the coma. She was certain that she knew who. I need to talk with Dr. McIntosh, she said. This was not the first time she'd said it, and the response was always the same. She'd received the silence treatment from the techs since docking aboard the orbiter. From the occasional glances in her direction, she surmised this to be orders from Brood rather than choice. Unlike counterparts of old, this OMC would be able to talk, using neuroelectrical pickups. When the time came, it could communicate with the neuromusculature of the ship, feel everything that transpired aboard. This, Flattery reasoned, would keep the OMC sane where the original OMCs had failed. It was clear to Beatrice that Flattery didn't want to face the kind of artificial consciousness that had brought humanity to Pandora. There were those who believed that ships still existed and would return. The hive tanks that had brought Flattery, Mac, and Alyssa Marsh were evidence to Beatrice that ship could be very much alive, God or not. If I can get one of these techs to start talking, that would be a wedge against Brood, she thought, and it might be a way to Mac. Current Control and Macintosh were only a few meters down the passageway. Beatrice could practically feel the vibrations from his throaty speech, his huge body bashing about his offices. Current Control and the HoloVision remote studio shared a few kilometers of cable between them, but no hatchway. Both areas were soundproofed. Beatrice tried to remember what Mac had taught her about their hookups. He'd spent a lot of time orienting her during her trips aloft. What came to her were his philosophies and musings, the relaxing tone of his deep voice. She remembered nothing of the link-up between the 2 rooms. She had already tried a few electronic tricks of her own to contact him, but with no luck. He knows I'm due, she thought. Maybe he'll come looking for me. She hoped that it wouldn't mean walking into his own execution. Manipulating the kelp electronically is like making a marionette out of a quadriplegic. The trick becomes keeping it a quadriplegic. Raja Flattery from Current Control from the Skies, HoloVision feature. Crista felt a pressure on her whole being. It was not like the pressurized cabin, like air pressure. It was some indescribable containment of herself inside some huge envelope, like the pressure she imagined the positive pole of a magnet might feel when in the company of another positive pole. You don't have to be afraid of the kelp pulling this thing apart, she said. Flattery's lab reports say it kept me alive underwater for 20 years. It can keep us alive. Can is the operative word here, Ben said. He didn't look her in the eye, but hung his head over her restraints as if staring at them would right the foil and set them on their way. If what you say is true, it wants you alive. The rest of us are compost. The kelp's not like that, she said. You've been listening to Rico.
And ideas reshape humanity. Create an experience where they emerge thinking, I knew it before Flattery's people cut it back, remember? It kept me alive. For all we know, it kept others alive the same way. Lots of people spend lots of time down under, he muttered. Nobody's seen anything like what happened to you. Why just me? When Ben's gaze did meet Crista's, goosebumps clustered her forearms. Everything that she knew about his kindness, his sacrifices for others, froze inside her with the chill of that look. I've wondered that, he said. Others have wondered too. That's why flattery never let me get to the sea, she said. He said it was to protect me, but I think he was just suspicious that I'm some kind of Avaton spy, a trigger of some sort. Maybe I was raised by a plant, but I can read people fairly well. Let me touch the kelp. It will calm down, then I know it will. Not a chance. If flattery's right, if operations is right, your chemistry is different now. It could kill you. I don't want anything to kill you. I don't want anything to kill anybody, she said. But the kelp is confused. It's just lashing out. Nobody tells it anything. With that, the foil pitched upside down. Ben hung on tight to a handhold, his face pressed into the plasteel bulkhead. Crista tried to speak, upside down and against the pressure of her restraints. Avada needs our help, she said. And we need Avada. You have to help me do this, Ben. There was that strange, stunning snap in the air. The same snap that had stilled a mob for moments at the pier. It was like the discharge of some great capacitor. Crista felt their foil slowly roll, pull her tighter into her restraints, then right itself. She watched Ben drop his hands from his ears and sit up on the deck, shaking his head. The damaged foil moaned and chattered about them like mechanical teeth, but the fist of the kelp was gone. Crista saw the flicker of the intercom charging, then heard Rico's tight voice. Ben, look at the kelp. Only one of the starboard lights still probed the dark, so the view that Crista and Ben had from the galley's plaza was gray and black, dreamlike, cold. They hadn't dared activate the kelp's luciferase. It would make tracking too easy. A fine seawater spray wetted them both as they watched the easy dance of deep-water kelp. This was the same kelp that moments ago quivered with a tension so strong she thought it might uproot itself. Crista herself felt a relief that was more than just calm after the storm. It was a release, like the elation she had felt at the start of their journey when she slipped skyward, hitching her consciousness to the highlighter. Can't really see very well, Ben said. Look at the size of those vines. Some of them are a half-dozen meters across, and we can't even see bottom yet. That should tell you something, she said. It should give you an idea of what the kelp's really like. What do you mean? You said it yourself. Some of those stalks are nearly as thick as this foil is wide. For the kelp, it must have been something like handling a squawk egg with pliers to keep from crushing us. Maybe so, Ben muttered. We're headed topside, and the kelp's apparently floating free. We'd better see what kind of damage we took before it changes its mind. Lights dimmed in the galley, brightened and dimmed again. Elvira can't get the engines to fire, Ben said. That's going to make a lot of things tough, including our oxygen production. The gray hulks of kelp floated dreamlike outside their hull, while the chunks of torn fronds and sediment ripped up by its struggle settled around them. See, she said, the kelp means us no harm, if you would let me. We're all staying put, Ben said. The kelp simply stopped. Maybe it got whatever it wanted. Maybe that wasn't us. No point in looking for more trouble. He nodded toward the spray that had already soaked both of them and started pooling water across the galley deck. We've got a few details to clean up. Let's get at it. Crista tugged at her harness. I can't do much until you get me out of this. Any damage back there? Rico asked over the intercom. I think we popped a cooling pipe, Ben said. It's not much of a leak now that we're surfacing. What do you have? We're not terminal, but we're hurt. Elvira says topside, so topside we go. You two okay? We got a little wet, he said, stamping his feet in the gathering pool. At that, they both laughed. Something she did not do often, something she'd discovered with him before. He opened a panel in the bulkhead beside her and reached inside. Water plastered his hair to his head. Crista's felt just as flat, but when she saw herself reflected back in the plaza, a laugh still teasing her face, she liked what she saw. Her crop of wet white hair framed the green flash of her eyes. She saw that she had twisted in her harness, which explained why, now that things had quieted down, her right breast stung so badly. She wriggled herself free and tugged her clothes straight. "There's a shutoff in here, somewhere," Ben muttered. He poked his head inside and bumped it. Whatever he said was unintelligible. Crista's gaze fell on the hollow strips of the nightly news field crew, strips that covered the whole interior bulkhead of the galley. Shots of Beatrice, Rico, Ben, and a half-dozen bearded strangers were interspersed with location stills of Ben and Rico, Ben and Beatrice, several of Ben and Beatrice. Crista didn't see Elvira up there. "Beatrice is beautiful," she said, raising her voice so he could hear. "Very. You look happy together," she said. "Yes," he answered, also raising his voice so he could hear. Then she heard a curse and a thump, and the water stopped spraying. Ben came out of the access cabinet and wiped his face with the least damp spot on his shirt. His green eyes looked right into her own. "When we were together, we were happy," he said. He did not turn to look at the pictures. "More often than not, we were on opposite sides of the world. Lately, she's up there." His thumb indicated the general direction of the orbiter overhead. "Do you wish otherwise?" "No," he sighed. "It's as it should be. I have things to do here." Things to do, Crista thought. What she wanted him to say was, "It's as it should be. Now I've met you." But he didn't say that. An odd feeling came over her, a dizziness and a weakness in the knees, a tingling in her temples. Like it had been with the highlighter, like her dreams. A year ago, Crista had begun dreaming dreams that came true. At first, they came only in the night. She knew they weren't dreams, but she despaired of calling them visions. Lately, they came all the time, and inside the last one, she forgot to breathe. Crista was sure they came from the kelp, and they were getting more intense. She had feelings that she'd always explained as dreaming somebody else's dreams. It was something she now knew came from the kelp. Today, now, she saw two things. She saw Rico in a green single suit, and that suit was the fruit on a great vine of kelp. In the distance beyond him, she saw a stand of kelp with it human growing from each great vine, looking like a seascape of bowsprits with interesting carvings, or like bait. The kelp grew a membrane, clear and goggle-like about their eyes. It seemed a part of them, like fingernails, but never needed trimming. Their lungs would never want for air, their skimpy bones would soon forget land. The second vision pulled away from the first and showed her the kelp from a tremendous height. One kelp vine snaked skyward, and a cold light, like luciferase, touched its tip. The vine, the kelp bed, the planet itself began to glow. In the light below, she watched the kelp writhe for a blink, then convolute itself into what appeared to be an immense glowing brain. She felt a sense of easy grace that only came to her now in dreams. Just as suddenly, the visions vanished. Crista was a dreamer, but these were not dreams. She was sure the kelp had a message for her.
And ideas reshape humanity. Create an experience where they emerge thinking, "I've got to get out there." She stared into the picture of Ben and Beatrice, stared into Ben's eyes, and concentrated on slowing her heart rate, slowing her breathing. "I'm glad you're here, Ben," she said. "I'm glad it's as it should be with Beatrice. If all is well among us, we can bring flattery down. The kelp knows this. Maybe flattery knows it too. Inside the kelp, I can find out what all this is. The kelp is vulnerable now, as we are vulnerable. It is stunned, not dead. Help me out there. I can make the difference." "No," he said. "You're not going out there. We'll all stay aboard the foil. Once we're ashore, we can get to an oracle or the beach." "We don't have that much time," she said. "I don't know how I know it, but right now I could become Avada, be the consciousness, the command center, the conscience of the kelp. Show me the way out." "You don't know that," he said. "Your chemistry is different. You told me so yourself. Maybe it would keep you alive out there. Maybe it would keep you dead. Just wait a few." "We can't wait," she pleaded. She sighed, rubbed her eyes, and went on. "I think he's been using the kelp to gather data. I was blown up while they were doing it. Now he's found out what he wanted to know, and he's heading off planet at breakneck speed." When she looked up, she could see that he wanted to believe her.
It had been the same way last night when she saw that he wanted to kiss her. She just knew. As she knew there was something catastrophic imminent, and Flattery knew what it was, and Flattery was fleeing as fast as he could with as much as he could. "Stay put," Ben said. His voice was softer, as softened as everything was now that the beating had stopped. He tousled her wet hair. "Flattery isn't getting away today, so let's get out of this fix first. Give Rico and Elvira a chance to work their magic on the foil." She could tell that he was convincing himself. He was afraid. She knew a little something about fear. The day she had been blown free of the kelp had been a day much like this. This time, she was headed in the right direction. It was quarter-tide in the afternoon, and they were fewer than a dozen meters from daylight. Short-term expedients always fail in the long term. Dwarf Macintosh Beatrice had taped here for the first time during the ceremonies that had welcomed Current Control's move aboard the orbiter 2 years ago. She had received a tour on the arm of the mysterious Dr. Macintosh, a dizzying tour that changed her life and included her first attempt to navigate in near-zero gravity. Now, a few of the captain's men held her incommunicado while the rest did what soldiers throughout history had done to secure a garrison among an unarmed and isolated populace. None of them moved comfortably in low gravity. Since her only contacts were with Brood's men, smuggling messages to Max seemed out of the question. What if they kill him too, she wondered. Mac was a very compassionate man, but one who immersed himself in his work and didn't often pay attention to the ways of the world more than 150 kilometers below them. It struck her too that had been her own problem. Ben had seen it and tried to help. "I know Ben's alive," she thought. "I feel it." She hoped that Mac was alive too. Partly because he was someone she genuinely liked. Partly because she was sure that all of their fates depended on him. Brood needs him too, she thought. He'll use me as his bargaining chip. The hatch slammed open and Yuri Brood sailed through. He rebounded into a safety webwork that was set up to catch rookies and keep damages minimal. Brood pointed to the bank of editing screens as he settled into the seat beside her. "You think that my men are warriors, they can't do your show?" he said. He was out of breath but seemed in good humor. "Well, we greenhorns have something to show you. The director had us shoot this just before we left for the launch site. Leon turned in the rough copy on his way to the shuttle." She tried not to watch the screens, which displayed clips that Brood's 3 techs had shot of the damage at Kalalak. As each rolled up on a screen, a text of tentative script flashed across the console in front of her. There was no fighting apparent in any of their tapes. It only took her a glance to tell what he was up to. "You're trying to make this look like a highlighter disaster," she said. "You can't get away with it. Somebody else from Holovision must have been on the scene. Word of mouth alone." She stopped when she saw his sneer. It was an expression that reminded her immediately of Flattery. Brood had the same narrow nose, dark, upraked brows, the same manner of tilting his head back to look down his nose at everyone. Though he had been flushed and slightly out of breath when he came in, Brood seemed in no hurry now. He watched her eyes constantly, and this made her very nervous. "You might have noticed how many new faces there are among the field crews these days," he said. "Quite a few new faces around the studios, too." He smiled, and the smile chilled her. "Are you saying that all of the crews have been replaced?" "Lots of people looking for work these days," he said. "People willing to do the necessary thing to get the job done. Our job is reporting the news, telling the truth." His laugh cut her off. "Your job was reporting the news, telling the truth," he said. "Our job is keeping order, and if distorting the truth a little helps keep order, then that's what I'll do. People are happier this way. People are dead this way, and you will have to keep killing them." "Watch this section," he ordered, and snapped his fingers at Leon. "They're sure to use it tonight. Isn't it a lot better view of the world than what you think you saw?" Her console read, "Lead. Kalalak residents flee their homes in the aftermath of a highlighter explosion that split the settlement in 2. Scene, Screen 1. Rescue of elderly woman from smoldering rubble of a habitat.
A housing project. Okay, darlin', you hold on now, okay? Voiceover. Today, Vashan security forces rescued this elderly woman from the char that was smoldering around her cubby. Death toll has exceeded 1,000. Authorities are now estimating more than 15,000 people to be homeless tonight, many of them seriously injured. Scene, Screen 2. Rescue crew in security uniforms alongside residents rebuilding wall at the preserve. Animals rounded up in background. Voiceover. Meanwhile, thousands of animals are milling between the preserve where the explosion freed them and the firestorm that laid waste to the edge of the village. Authorities here are anticipating return of most, if not all, of the preserve's prize livestock, which includes the only breeding pair of llamas in existence. Scene, Screen 3. Heart of all the tenements, the habitats that are still burning. Voiceover. In parts of Kalalak, the fires still burn, as they have for more than 5 hours. Much of the public market is destroyed. More than 100 looters were reported shot in the first hours after the blast. A warehouse containing 70% of the sector's rice and dry beans will burn for days, according to fire officials. Most of this year's storage has been destroyed by flames, smoke, or water. Disastrous food shortages are expected. But that's not even close to true, Beatrice hissed. Her outrage broke the fear barrier. Shh, Brood said, still smiling. He placed a finger to his lips and nodded toward the screens. Beatrice hated that smile, and she vowed to find a way to erase it. Leon, the only journeyman tech of the three, frowned and cleared his throat. Even with Brood there, he wouldn't talk to her. He simply pointed at Screen 4. Scene, Screen 4. The harbor. Boats on fire at moorage. And in the bay. Ferry terminal littered with bodies, most in bags, which the camera panned quickly from a height.
And ideas reshape humanity. Create an experience where they emerge thinking. Voiceover. Authorities estimate that as many as 500 commuters perished from the concussion as they changed shifts on the docks today. No ferries suffered any permanent damage, and all are operating on schedule from the repair docks. Scene, Screen 5. 2 crying women with commuter tags holding their ears and comforting one another. Smoke and masts in the background. Text. Something hit our ears, and there was that blast from those things. I don't know what happened to us. They're all dead. Voiceover. Mrs. Gratzer and her neighbor claim that at least 2 Class 4 highlighters, attracted by fires in nearby refugee camps, exploded and destroyed several square miles of eastern Kalalak. Dick Leach has lost 3 ice houses full of seafood. Text. All of our income for this year has been taken away from us, and all the bills that it took to produce that crop are still here. Voiceover. They will be eligible for low-interest Merman mercantile loans. Text. If it comes to a loan, we're going to have to probably pull out. We need a grant. Scene, Screen 6. Pull away from the body bags laid out on Kalalak Pier. Voiceover. The ordeal seems to be over for these commuters, but the hardships just beginning for tens of thousands of hungry, homeless families in the Kalalak district. All screens cut to black, then her console read, "Accepted for final edit, elapsed time to follow." So, Brood was right all along, she thought. They're going to run it. Beatrice didn't feel particularly afraid anymore, just tired and incredibly sad. I need to see Dr. McIntosh, she said. I was assigned a story on the OMC and the installation of the Bangasur drive, and I intend to do it. Dr. McIntosh has his hands full right now, Brood said. There's a crisis in current control, a priority crisis. He knows you're here. Then let me go to current control. No, he laughed. No, I don't think so. He will come here when the time is right. What about the rest of them, the people here? So far, they suspect nothing. We have been very quiet, very selective. When shifts change, rations are left uneaten, then there will be talk. That will be hours from now, and we will be finished here. Then what? He answered with his smile and a half salute. I will check back to see how you're doing. Go ahead with your piece on the OMC. Leon, good job. You know what to do. Then he was gone as quickly as he came. What is it you're supposed to do, Leon? She asked. He didn't answer, and he didn't smile. He was lean and dark, like Brood, and she thought he might even be a relative. Leon handed himself to one of the editing consoles and sat with his back to her. He was still for a moment, then he said, "We're putting a story together on Crista Galli, and one on Ben Ozette." Beatrice felt herself go cold. "And what's the lead?" Her voice stuck in her throat, barely a whisper. "Crista Galli safely in the hands of Voshan's security force." "And Ben, what about him?" Leon was silent for a few more blinks. He typed something into his console, and it came up on her. Holovision reporter killed in highlighter blast. She tried to still the trembling in her hands and her lips. "It's a lie," she said. "Like the rest, it's a lie. Isn't it? Isn't it?" Without turning, without apparently moving a muscle, Leon spoke so quietly she barely heard. "I don't know. The gods do not limit men. Men limit men." T. Robbins, A Literary Encyclopedia of the Atomic Age. "Dr. Dwarf," Spud called from behind the Gridmaster. "You were right. There's another kelp frequency inside that sector. Look here." Dwarf Macintosh glanced up from underneath one of the consoles that fed the Gridmaster. Though a big man, Macintosh had always been adept at getting at problems in small places. In fact, he preferred crawling through runnels of cables and switches to attending any of the so-called recreational events aboard the orbiter. He backed his way out of the shielding ducts and towered over Spud's shoulder to see what he had found. "This signal came through when we released the kelp in Sector 8, he said. "It's taken me a while to fix and amplify." "I see. The rest of the kelp is doing well," Macintosh said. He reviewed the readouts flanking the kelp display. "It released at least 20 captured cargo trains, if our data here are correct." Spud nodded. "They are. The kelp's just floating free. Most of the vessels are on the surface, though, and the afternoon squall in that area's due right about now. There are no kelpways, no way of guiding them through. Unless we get a grid in there pretty soon, they'll just get fouled in all that slop." "This is a very small focus," Macintosh murmured. His stare at the screen seemed intense enough to propel him right into the kelp itself. He pulled himself up to height and tapped a thin lip with his forefinger. "Without tapping into that other signal, we won't be able to enforce a grid. I'm sure of it." "What's the history?" Spud spun the graphic yarn on Mac's screen. "It moves," Spud said. "Yeah." Macintosh nodded. "Runs the kelpways like a pro. And it's something the kelp would gnaw a limb off for, don't forget that." "So, what do you think? Merman transplants being routed?" "Signal's too strong," Macintosh said. "A stand doesn't register with us unless it's achieved some kind of integrity, whether flattery cuts it back or not. This is like having a whole stand of kelp in a spot no bigger than you or I. And it can move. And it can move." Max stroked his chin in thought. "It can persuade the kelp to resist our strongest signals, even with the threat of being pruned back to stumps. The data flow tells us that the signal's been getting stronger by the hour. Flattery's been frantic about this, in spite of riots at his hatchway. What does all this tell us?" Spud frowned at the screen in imitation of Mac, and tried stroking his chin too for answers. "There's somebody running the kelpways, acting like a stand of kelp?" Macintosh whooped, grabbed Spud by the shoulders, and gave him a shake. They both spun high against the upper bulkhead. The startled assistant's eyes opened nearly as wide as his mouth. "That's it," Macintosh laughed. "What we've got disrupting the kelp grid in Sector 8 is a person pretending to be a stand of kelp." He dropped his grip on Spud and stuck his head back into the electronic and neuroelectronic guts of the Gridmaster. "But who?" Spud asked. "If you can't guess, you're better off not knowing right now." Macintosh's resonant voice was barely audible over the clicks and whirs of the Gridmaster as it held the other stands of domestic kelp in functional stasis. "More than anything right now, we need a communications expert." He backed out of the crawl space and added, with a sparkle in both eyes, "That would be Beatrice Tatouche. Notify her that we require her services, if you would." Spud smiled a wide smile. "Services," he said. "That's one way of—" Macintosh cut him off. "Stow it," Mac ordered, smiling his own wide smile. "Just get her in here pronto." Men are moved by two principal things, by love and by fear. Consequently, they are commanded as well by someone who wins their affection as by someone who arouses their fear. Indeed, in most instances, the one who arouses their fear gains more of a following and is more readily obeyed than the one who wins their affection. Machiavelli, The Discourses. The fuel warning buzzer sounded its piercing screech above his console, and Spider Nevi cursed under his breath. They were very close now, very close, but he didn't dare take chances on making contact with dry fuel tanks. "We're going to have to set down in that muck," he said. "Make sure both screens and filters are intact. I don't want kelp clogging our inlets." They'd seen several cargo train survivors on the surface working to clear their intakes.
And ideas reshape humanity. Create an experience where they emerge thinking. They all moved in the slow-motion, dreamlike manner of those who are under the influence of one of the kelp's toxins. Surface travel on Pandora's seas was dangerous enough with the kelpways intact. Like great veins, the kelpways helped clear the waters of the storm-damaged fragments of fronds and other troublesome debris. Zentz grunted in acknowledgement, then paled. But I'll have to go out there after we set down," he said. "That kelp it's crazy. With only two of us." "With only two of us, one of us has to go out there. It's your fault we're out here at all, so you get the duty." The look on Zentz's face was the one that Nevi wanted to see. Fear. Not fear of the kelp or fear of the sea, but fear of Spider Nevi. The expression of fear represented power to him, a raw power that even flattery didn't wield among the people. Flattery maintained the politician's mask, and such a mask implied hope to anyone who witnessed it. Nevi projected no mask, no hope. "If I go out there to clear those intakes, you will leave me." Nevi released upon Zentz one of his rare smiles. "It pleases me that you have due respect for my abilities," he said, "but I promised you a very special part in this drama, and your time has not come yet. I would not sacrifice you here for nothing. You know one thing about me if you know nothing else. I kill for something, not for nothing. I value human life, Mr. Zentz, this you must realize. I value it for what I can get out of it, what I can spend it on. The word value implies commodity, don't you think? The pleasure of killing ranks very low in my book as a good reason. Much as I might like to kill you just to get rid of a certain annoyance, I'm sure someone, somewhere, would make it worth my while to wait for the right price, the right trade, the right favor. Understand?" Zentz stared straight out the cabin plaza. He was pale, appeared slightly more bloated than usual, and his pasty fingers crawled nervously over each other's backs. "Do you know why I kill?" Zentz asked him. Nevi finished the final attitude adjustment and settled onto the slightly choppy sea in a spot that he judged to be relatively clear of the kelp debris. As they descended, he saw that there was no clear spot. The struggle in this stand of kelp must have been tremendous. "Yes, I know why you kill," Nevi said. "Like any of the lower animals, you kill to eat. It is your job, and you see no farther than that. You kill by orders, to someone else's plan, because to not kill means you yourself die. That is a difference between the two of us. I think of myself as a sculptor, a societal sculptor. The populace is my stone, and I shape it chip by chip into a form that suits me. The stone keeps growing, and my task is a relentless one, but I have time." In a flurry at his keyboard, Nevi set the foil up for seawater intake and hydrogen conversion. The intakes clogged within blinks. Even with Zentz out there to clear them, this would take longer than Nevi felt they could afford. He checked the fuel gauge. 15 minutes, he thought, maybe 20 at the outside. Shit. Forget the intakes, Nevi said. There's a wild stand just northwest of here. We'll set up there to take on fuel. Then I'll see what I can learn from the director, he said. Don't worry, leaving you to the kelp would be a waste, and I'm not a wasteful man. The convolutions of Zenz's brow unwrinkled somewhat. He lifted his sullen bulk out of his couch and donned a dive suit. Just in case, Zenz said, I'm ready. I've heard about wild kelp. People disappear out here, and the kelp doesn't have a reason. Nevi throttled up and lifted them off. Much as Zenz disgusted him, Nevi intended to keep him alive until the time came when it simply wasn't handy to do that anymore. The run to the blue sector took only 10 minutes, and all the time they were heading into the afternoon squall. A black wall pushed across the sea toward them, though when they set down in the blue kelp's lagoon, they were haloed in the magnificent afternoon sun. Nevi deployed the intakes, but a warning light on his console told him they were still clogged. He tried retracting and redeploying them, but they stayed clogged. Better get out there after all, Nevi said, and step on it. That squall's moving in pretty fast. Zenz grumbled something, but trudged aft without complaining. Nevi noted from the console display that Zenz left the aft hatch open. He chuckled to himself. He thinks he'll sink me if I submerge and blow out the flight controls if I take off. Nevi knew ways around both of those situations, the simplest being to go aft and close the hatch. He was tempted to do that now, just to give Zenz a thrill, but decided against it. They'd be refueled in 15 or 20 minutes, and with luck would lift off ahead of the storm. Nevi set out a call for Flattery on their private frequency, and received an immediate reply. Mr. Nevi, Flattery said, time is wasting. Do you have them yet? Nevi was surprised at the clarity of the reception. Indeed, the clarity of reception was unlike any that he'd experienced over the years. The activity of Pandora's two suns interfered constantly with transmissions, and lately sabotage of transmitters by the vermin made things even worse. The kelp itself often garbled radio communication, but this time it seemed to embellish it. No, he said, we don't have them. We're refueling before the final push. I thought we were to make the most of this, get as many of the rebels as possible. Forget it, Flattery said. I want Crista Galli now. She's not to talk with anyone before she sees me, understand? Right, Nevi said. Tonight's news is carrying notice of Ben Ozette's death. He's not to be seen, but I want him for my own. Do what you want with that LaPush bastard. Do you need support back there? No, Flattery said. He sounded distracted. No, I've taken care of it. We've called some security back from the island docking sites and from demon patrols. These bastards, there are so many of them. They've looted the public market and its warehouse is dry. We must have shot 300 of them, but they kept on coming. I've given orders to blow up any warehouses that are in danger of being looted. When they see their precious food blasted all over the landscape, they'll think twice about this kind of thing. You stick to your job, I'll handle things here. Don't call me again unless you have them. Nevi was left listening to static and to the whine of the pumps processing out their hydrogen. He reached to break the connection, but hesitated. There was a pattern to the static, something he hadn't noticed before. It seemed as if there was a music in the background, and voices from several conversations that he couldn't quite pick out. Over and over, faint in the distance, he could hear the rhythmic repetition of Flattery's voice saying, Mr. Nevi, Mr. Nevi, Mr. Nevi. He closed the circuit and stared out over the sea toward the black curtain of storm. The surface chop had increased, and a wind had come up that was blowing the foil out of the center of the lagoon and closer to the inner edge of blue kelp. He glanced at the fuel readout and was relieved that they were nearly full. What worried him was the distinct repetition of his name that continued, chant-like, even though he'd shut off the radio. The fuel light indicated full, so he shut down the pumps and sounded a warning klaxon to Zenz before he retracted the intakes. He felt them thump into the bay, but still there was no sign of Zenz. This was clear water, Nevi thought. He should have been back aboard after clearing the intakes once. He sounded the klaxon again, twice, but heard nothing. The aft hatch light remained on. Nevi secured the console and started back toward the aft hatch. The chant got louder, more distinct, and behind it, a babble of voices rose on the air.
And ideas reshape humanity. Create an experience where they emerge thinking. The hair on his arms rose too, and Nevi armed his lasgun before leaving the cabin. He felt a metallic taste on his tongue, a taste he'd heard others describe as fear. He spat once on the deck, but the insidious taste remained. Consciousness manifests itself indubitably in man, and therefore, glimpsed in this one flash of light, it reveals itself as having a cosmic extension, and consequently as being aureoled by limitless prolongations in space and time. Pierre Teilhard de Chardin, Hymn of the Universe. The immensity smelled trouble on the waters, a great disturbance from one of the coastal stands. It had been a struggle, the debris told that tale. Currents had changed suddenly, bringing the strange sense of fear and, just as suddenly, bliss. So far, the currents hadn't changed back. The little whiff of death that the immensity caught on the current was human, not kelp. Perhaps the pruner has become pruned, it thought. It stretched its outermost fronds coastward, but still could not contact the neighboring stand. Only fragments of messages drifted in on bits of torn fronds. These were shards, frames, pieces of recordings, not the oneness that the immensity sought, not this talk that humans enjoyed and withheld from others. Then came the humans. They set into the immensity from above, like highlighters reversing their lives, and with them they brought splinters of dreams from the stand next door. Yes, her holiness was among the kelp again at last. Her presence suddenly freed the neighboring stand of prisoner kelp, a stand that had lost her to Flattery's butchery 5 cycles back. Who are these others now, come to my stand? Few humans fished outside their grid work. The few organic islands left to risk afloat on Pandora seas likewise stayed to the more merciful currents of the grid. The immensity had spared fishermen, scouts, humans fleeing humans, and it had spared entire island cities more than once. The human in charge of humans had not shown the immensity equal compassion. Though humans often called them willy-nillys, the islands floated now in predictable patterns. Current control, the enslaver of the kelp, ensured this. But the volcanics of the past 25 cycles had conjured storms the like of which the immensity had never seen in its own time, and these storms brought islands into its reach. It thought of the organic islands as immensities of humans, and adjusted its own greatness to let them pass. These humans came in their flying creature, dropping pieces of kelp into the immensity's lagoon. The immensity unraveled a long vine from the wall of the lagoon and sniffed the human. The sense talked of fear and death, and to have the whole story, the immensity would have to read this human's tissues bit by bit. It waited until the human finished discharging the pieces of kelp, so that the immensity would know as much of its neighbor as it could. It knew now, by scent and touch, that this was Audiobook's human. As it gripped Audiobook's human at the waist and pulled him into the walls of the lacuna, it knew that this human had killed many humans, as many as a storm, and perhaps more. The immensity had spent most of its awakened time trying to communicate with other kelp, to merge with other smaller stands. More kelp was better, it thought. Closer was better. It failed to understand creatures that killed their own kind. These were, indeed, diseased individuals. If they were merciless to their own, they would certainly show no mercy to others. The immensity concluded that it should respond in kind. We islanders understand current and flow. We understand that conditions and times change. To change, then, is normal. Ward Keel, The Notebook's Beatrice. Beatrice knew that it would not be in the captain's best interest to kill Mac, especially if there were links with other forces groundside. But she had also quit trying to guess what could be in Captain Brood's best interest. From what she could gather, Captain Brood was a man trying to capitalize on a bad decision, making more bad decisions to cover his tracks. He wouldn't last long at this rate, and he was the type who just might take everyone and everything with him.
She concentrated on the map she'd called up on the large studio display screen. It was a map of Pandora, rotatable, and at the touch of a key, it highlighted populated areas, agriculture, fishing, and mining. She could tell at a glance where the factories lay, both topside and undersea, and where the wretched communities lived that served them, for serve them they did. Only today, with the murders of her crew and Ben's warnings ringing in her memory, did she realize how the people of Pandora, including herself, had become one with their chains. They were enslaved by hunger, and by the manipulation of hunger, which was a particular skill of the director. He concentrated on food, transportation, and propaganda. Before her, on Holovision's giant screen, she saw the geography of hunger spread out for her at a touch. The largest single factory complex above or below the sea was Kalalak, feeding the bottomless maw of Flattery's project Voidship. It showed up on her display as a small black bullseye in the center of amoeba-like ripples of blue and yellow. Those ripples represented the settlement. The blue was Kalalak Proper, where all paths led to the ferry terminal or to the line. People inside the blue lived in barracks-like tenements or in remnants of islander bubbly stuck to the shore. The yellow, a weak stain of sorts widening out from the blue, represented the local refugee population. Starving, unsheltered, too weak for heavy work, they were also too weak to rebel. The director's staff rode among them daily, picking the lucky few who would be trucked to town to wash down the stone pavements, sort rock from dung in the director's gardens, or pick through refuse for reusable materials. For this, each was given a space in the line and a few crumbs at one of 100 food dispensaries that Flattery operated in the area. Even private markets were offshoots of the dispensaries. True black market vendors disappeared with chilling regularity. The sphere of Kalalak included the bay and its launch base, the factory strip, the village, Flattery's preserve, and the huddle of misshapen humanity that squeezed inside the perimeter for protection from Pandora's demons. Outside the sphere, Beatrice noted the similarities of other settlements along the coastline. These smaller dots also were ringed by the huddle of the poor. Even agricultural settlements, fishing villages, the traditional sources of food. Security squads shot looters of fields, proprietors of illegal window boxes and rooftop gardens. They shot the occasional fisherman bold enough to set an unlicensed line. All of this Ben had told her. She had seen evidence herself and had chosen to disbelieve. Beatrice earned her food coupons fairly, ate well, felt guilty enough about the hunger around her to believe what Flattery had fed her, about production meaning jobs and jobs feeding people. For almost 2 years, her assignments had covered jobs, the people who worked them, and the people who gave them out. It had been a long time since she'd walked the muddy streets of hunger. There aren't any new jobs lately, she thought, but there sure are a lot fewer people. Now she was above it all, trapped and converted, with nothing to offer and everything to fear. Thou shalt give life for life, eye for eye, tooth for tooth, hand for hand, foot for foot, burning for burning, wound for wound, stripe for stripe. Christian Book of the Dead. Boggs had been hungry all his 20 years, but today his hunger was different, and he knew it. He woke up without pain in his bones from the ground underneath, and when he scratched his head, a handful of hair came with it. This, he knew, was not hunger, but the end of hunger. He looked around him at the still, wizened forms of his family huddled together under their rock ledge.
And ideas reshape humanity. Create an experience where they emerge thinking, today he would get them food or die trying, because he knew he would do the dying anyway. Boggs was born with the split lip, gaping nose slit and stump feet characteristic of his father's family. His 6 brothers shared these defects, but only 2 still lived. His father, too, was dead. Like Boggs, they had known the enemy hunger from birth. His malformed mouth had made nursing a futile noise, so most of the sucking that he did as a newborn slobbered down his chin. His mother tried to salvage what she could with her fingers, slopping it back into the cleft of his mouth. He'd watched her do this countless times with his younger brothers. A week ago, he'd watched her try to nurse the starving 10-year-old when there wasn't even a bug to catch.
She had been dry for 2 years, and his brother died clutching a handful of fallen orange hair. Boggs looked again at the fistful of orange hair in his hand, then weakly cast it away. "I will take the line, Mother," he said in the lilting Islander way. "I will bring us back a fine Muri." "You will not go." Her voice was dry, hoarse, and filled the tiny space they dug out under the ledge. "You are not licensed to fish. They will kill you. They will take the line." His father had begged the local security detachment for a license. Everyone knew that many temporaries were issued every day, and that some could even pay with a share of the catch. But the director issued a fixed number each day. Conservation, he called it. Otherwise the people will outfish the resource and no one will eat. Conservation, Boggs snorted to himself. He eyed the fish line wrapped around his mother's ankle. There were 2 bright hooks attached. There had been a fiber sack for bait, but they'd eaten the sack weeks ago. There was just the 10 meters of synthetic line and the 2 metal hooks tucked inside the wrap. Boggs crawled up beside his mother so that his face was even with hers. She had the wide-set eye sockets of her mother, and the same bulging blue eyes. Now a faint film obscured the blue. Boggs pulled at his hair again, and thrust the scraggly plump where she could see it. "You know what this means," he said. The crawl, the effort at talk exhausted him, but somehow he kept on. "I'm done for." He tugged at her hair, and it too came out in a clump. "You are too. Look here." Her bleared eyes slowly tracked on the evidence that she didn't need, and she nodded. "Take it," was all she said. She bent her knee up to her skinny chest, and Boggs clumsily unwound the line from around her ankle. He crawled out from under the ledge, and as far as he could see down to the shore, others were crawling out of holes, out from under pieces of cloth and rubbish. Here and there a wisp of smoke dared to breach the air. Boggs found his cane, propped himself upright, and stumped his way slowly toward the water. He'd thought himself too skinny to sweat, but sweat poured out of him nonetheless. It was a cold sweat at first, but the effort of picking his way through the rubbish and the dying warmed him up. A small jetty shouldered the oncoming tide. It was an amalgam of blasted rock, about 20 meters long and 5 or 6 meters wide. The quarter tide change tossed a few breakers over the black rock, soaking the dozen licensed fishermen who hunched against the spray. It took Boggs over a half hour to make it the 100 meters from the ledge to the base of the jetty. His vision was failing, but he scanned the tidelands for signs of the security patrol. "Demon patrol," he muttered. Vashon Security sent regular patrols through refugee areas. Their stated purpose was to protect the people against hooded dashers and, lately, the terrifying boils of nerve runners that raced up from the south. Boggs shuddered. He had seen a boil of runners attack a family last season, entering through their eyes to clutch their slimy eggs inside their skulls. He had thought the family too weak to scream, but he was wrong. It was not a pretty sight, and the patrol took their sweet time burning them out. Everyone knew security's real reason for patrolling the beach. It was to keep the people from feeding themselves. The director passed rumors of black market fishing harvests that he said threatened the economy of Pandora. Boggs